Hello, everybody. It has been a while. Hello, everyone. Hi. Hi, how are you doing? It's been a while since last week when we last saw you at Goldshine Investigations. Hello. Hi. My name is Graham. If this is your first time tuning into the channel, welcome, firstly. Here at Graham Crackers, we're all about making memories with friends, whether they are through tabletops, role-playing games, or MMORPGs. It's all about the time you spend with the people you love. And tonight we are once again resuming Goldshine Investigations, our D&D 5e homebrew campaign, DM'd by the wonderful Anonymous. I am Graham, or Graham Crackers. Welcome to the channel. Tonight I am playing Gaheris Nervos, or more importantly, Lord Gaheris Nervos Blackmont, first of his name, Lord of the Silver Sanctum, Father of Dragons, your wonderful paladin bard. And I am joined by some fantastic, lovely friends for our finale. Some new faces, some old. So there's three things that, I want to know. One, who are you? Two, who are you playing? And I believe Matt has a third question that he is dying to know.
I do. And I figure finale, you guys got a lot on your plate, so I'll keep the third question simple. Who are you? Who are you playing? And will you miss this campaign when it's over?
I absolutely will. Gaheris Nervos is a fantastic character, and this is a fantastic campaign. I will miss this phenomenally. But you know what? In every character I play in the future, it'll be like Gaheris in the background as a Force Ghost at the end of Return of the Jedi, just giving like a thumbs up, like, we got you here.
Hello everyone. I am Pharaoh. I'll be playing Utaka, the Water Ganassi Cleric Rogue. Will I miss this campaign? I will definitely miss some of these dynamics from this very long campaign that has been going on for 2 years now. And here we are coming up on the finale, and I think this is the first time a lot of us have ever hit level 20 in a campaign. So it's definitely going to be a memorable one for me. I'm excited.
Hello everyone, it's me, Kari, and I am playing Israel, the half-elf Fae Pact Warlock. Will I miss this campaign? What kind of question is that? I am desperately going to miss this campaign and all of the wonderful people in this group. It's just been a wild ride from start to finish. Even if it got a little rushed in between, it was all so good, so juicy, so filled with just incredible moments from everyone, and I will desperately miss it. Hence why I already created like AUs where it continues on in some form or fashion. So if you're curious as to what those look like, make sure to ask them in the Q&A that we might host about all this later, not now, definitely. But yes, I will absolutely miss this. I'll cry a little, I bet.
Riley, you can go ahead and go, because Derek, you look different.
Oh yeah, so I'm Riley. I'll be playing Melvin tonight, rejoining the group after a extended absence here. Will I miss the campaign? I already missed this campaign. This is great to be back and play D&D with you guys, because this campaign was fun to play. I love playing D&D with these people in front of you, and I'm just excited to play tonight. So thank you guys for having me back.
Well, welcome back, Riley, and it's great to have you and see your wonderful face and hear your voice. Hello, everyone. My name is Jeremy, and I have the pleasure of playing Barrow Lord Ivron Blackmont, first of his name and of his line, silver-haired Hell Knight himself, the Protector Asimar Oath of Devotion Paladin. And Matt, of course, I'm going to miss this campaign. I think I've messaged you a time or two stating such of how much I'm going to miss this campaign, because yeah, it's been quite a while since we started out, and you know, after that amount of time, you get really attached to a character, and it's gonna be so sad. It's gonna be so hard for me to see Ivron go, but I know that you have allowed him to live on in your world, and so too has his legacy. So I appreciate that for all that you've done and all that you've allowed us to add to your world. So thank you. And everyone else, without further ado, I now present to you the wonderful Matt.
That's me. I'm Matt, your DM, and I will be playing everyone else in this part of the world for potentially the final time. Will I miss this campaign? Absolutely. You guys have been phenomenal players, and it's an honor that this is the first streamed game that has reached its finale. My other streamed games are at their halfway point and closing, but this one I have the pleasure of getting to the end with first. And while, yes, a few things had to be skimmed or cut and saved for one shots in the future, I'm still very happy with how this story turned out, and the fact that all of you are happy with your characters and what was done with them it means the most to me. Even if I had to cut everything, I still would be happy if you guys were happy. And yes, your character's legacy will not be forgotten. Gaharis and Ivron, the Barodel, already lives on in my other campaigns. I have plans to bring back the Silver Sanctum in future games. Utaka may make appearances in some capacity or another down the road. And Riley, I've already worked in some of your, even before you and I met, legacy as a player into the world. It's been a wild ride ever since I first started this, and the first thought was, these guys are experienced with D&D. I need to give them something weird. And with that, I hope it has been a weird and wild ride that you all were able to enjoy. Without further ado, are we ready to dive back in to the Goldshine investigations?
Put me in, Coach.
When we last left off on the Goldshine investigations, strap in, everyone. The party returned to Griez's home of the Black Swamp, and discovering Melvin's birth family, the Gale Howlers, there to perform a cultish ritual that would drain the swamp of its magic to bolster their own, the progenitors of who would become the Children of Red Sight, the legacy that Mavander Gale Howler left behind. And the party managed to put a stop to it in the nick of time, catching them in the middle of a heated family argument and turning things bloody. However, some managed to survive and have sworn revenge on the party and their surviving brother who escaped. But at the moment, you have bigger fish to fry than a vampire with a bone to pick. The priest, the genetic monstrosity of 3 dragons, a monument to colonial pride and hubris, rampages through the Hydra Mountains. The leader of the Hell Knights and Goldshine Investigation Agency and Children of Red Sight that's been turning the organizations against each other in an effort to pursue his goals. Lord Yoron Els has holed himself away in the Goldshine Investigation Agency headquarters. And the wheel has been granted mortal form. A deity of changing destiny granted the form of the gnomish woman that Ivron had taken a liking to. Mistra's stated purpose from her birth has been fulfilled. And if your enemies have anything to say about it, their purpose will be fulfilled even further with your deaths. The wheel has teleported away and is nowhere to be found. Yoron is holed up in Veilbright as everyone is evacuated and the armies prepare to together siege the city. and the priest with wings spread wide and heads roaring into the air as you all sit in the eye of the storm swirling over you, this patch of sunlight in an otherwise gray and lifeless world, as yellow lightning crackles through the sky, magical energy that has nowhere to go, and several magical people in the crowd below who can act as a conduit. You all stand with weapons at the ready, with your allies by your side, even most of your enemies working with you, to make your final stand against the legacy of colonialism in Mazai and the children of Red Sight. What would you all like to do?
Not everybody at once.
Harris, I know you said you had a few NPCs you wanted to hit up before the battle.
Yeah. So the first thing Geharis does once we've arrived and, the sights of the battle lines has kind of been drawn. You have the giant icicle that has been conjured in the mountain range. You have the armies gathered. Geharis, wearing the Silver Sanctum armor, will move over firstly to the poachers that joined us so long, Billy, Titanus, Mr. Mouskowitz, and check in with them. But also, in checking with them, I think that most of the Silver Sanctum's, troops and, close allies are all kind of in the same general area.
Yeah, most of everyone is kind of grouped up as, you've all kind of agreed to stand together, so to speak.
Is Louis Tenniel with the troops?
Make a perception check.
Sure. First roll of the finale. What is my perception? Oh, plus 15. Thanks, Bard. That is a 25.
You see Tenniel's not with the group, but given the complete lack of coverage in the Salt Flats, you see Tenniel has broken off from the rest of the group and is making his way towards the city.
Alone?
Alone.
Is he within earshot?
Yeah, I'll say if you shout, he can hear you.
Yeah. So I will call out, hello, Mr. Tenniel! It is so nice to see you here.
He kind of jolts and turns to look at you, and kind of gives a nervous smile and kind of slowly working his way back, nervously steepling his fingers as he stands in front of you. Hello. Glad to see you and your friends made it in one piece.
Yes, it is a delight that everyone here is in one piece for now. I believe that by the end of the day, many of us will not. Niffleloud, I'm going to put a hand on his shoulder, in a very kind of comforting manner. Mr. Tenniel, I just want you to know that man to man, I am proud of the person you have become, of the man who is standing here today, and I will motion out, with my other arm, towards the gathered armies, and raise my voice so, the poachers and the adventurers and forces of Silver Sanctum can hear. There is not a single person here who does not know where their duty lies, and that is to the people of this continent. No one here is truly alone. We are all brothers, sisters, and allies in the true fate of everyone to come and everyone that is currently here.
you can see in the crowd Maud and Dame link their hands. Regina, kind of adjusting her spectacles, looks nervous, terrified, but standing firm. And you can see Mariner is kind of shuffling through a deck of cards and kind of looking over them as if getting a brief divine portent of what's to come. And your mercenaries, your poachers, the army of the Silver Sanctum that you've slowly built up stands before you. And Ivron, as your brother gives this speech, you can hear with the of organized military might. You can see the forces of the Barodel have come. Thousands of troops. Undead, necromancers, mages, archers, heavily armored infantry, and one of the gravediggers that you had spoken to at the Barodel, with their spades still in hand, bows before you, and the armies of the Barodel are yours, Barrow Lord.
Ivron returns the bow, and thank you for coming in such a timely manner. Please, we must make sure that we are victorious today, and try to save the lives of those that call this land their home. And then he'd motion as to where he would want them to organize themselves in regards with all the other armies.
Okay. As Ivron, you give the command for the Barodel forces to group up, and Gaheris, you're giving this speech to the assembled mercenaries. Israel, having more or less made your peace, you just kind of scan the battlefield almost cautiously, and you see that a few unexpected faces have turned up as well. You see the Augur Bowman Corps, bows at the ready and like kind of sizing up the priest. You can see, of course, the royals of Mazai with their gathered armies. Amelia appears to be without hers, but you remember that she had said she was going to lead a flank from the south, along with the Duchess Undaria. You see Garrison Ivron's family and the Hell Knights who forsook their loyalty to Euron to fight for what's right. You see Sigil, blades at the and the ever magnificent Melvin Mistlequill with spellbook at the ready and beard ever untrimmed. And Utaka, you spot a few faces as well. You see that among the crowd, you recognize a few of the adventurers who had come for the Winter Festival and decided to stick around for the battle. You can see the Gnomish girl who invented a lot of the technology you stole and have been using since then. You can see the Cambion girl with the voodoo dolls, like currently in the process of crafting one. All sorts of colorful characters line the field. Outside of the soldiers of the various empires, no two people look alike in this battlefield.
Is that fucking Illithid here?
Yes.
Okay. Mental note. But while the lords are giving their speeches, I would actually like to be kind of slipping through the gathered crowd a bit. Making my way over to Dr. Regina.
Okay. As you kind of nudge your way through the crowd quietly, you make your way over to Volucris Regina, the woman you rescued from Vermin Hollow and saved from a curse of starvation inflicted through a combination of Ninkalim's will and the machinations of the Children of Red Sight. And as you approach her, she looks a little startled, but quickly calms down seeing it's you. And She kind of brushes her hair out of her eyes and, well, I suppose this is it.
Yeah, one way or another. I just kind of, I don't know. Last time we talked, you said it was getting worse again, right?
I thought it was, but while you were away, I had some time to think. And it's coming back, but I'm starting to figure out how to control it. I want to help.
You sure?
And I'm positive. I've been running away for too long, I think. And I'd feel very useless just waiting for you to get hurt so that I can patch you up afterwards. If dealing with a few giant ants and locusts means that I can help these people and help you and your friends, then I'll do it.
All right. I hope you've been okay.
Thanks to you.
Wait, don't give that all to me.
Yeah, you know it just as well as I do. I wasn't exactly in a hurry to self-improve. I was content to forget, trying not to think about it too hard. But if there's one thing you can do, it's draw attention to things. You know to go unseen when that's what you want, but
I didn't make you atone. You made that choice.
suppose I did. Utaka, when this is all over, assuming we both survive, would you want to, I've been interested in exploring a bit more and I could use a guide.
Kind of like tilts his head and blinks for a moment. Maybe for a bit. We'll see how this goes, yeah?
Suppose we will. You've assembled quite the colorful force here.
Most of that wasn't me.
Oh,
You know how it is with those two when I gesture off towards
don't put it all on
Paris
them.
and Ibron.
I don't think they would have gotten very far without you.
Oh, that's for fucking certain. You don't see what kind of a mess these guys are, honestly. But I've been making a bit of a mess of my own, honestly. And I gotta figure out what I want to do after this. And I don't know if that's going to be adventuring right now. So,
Well, I'll support you whatever you choose.
you too. Here. Why don't... Here, come over this way. I think I saw Melvin over there. Just kind of like stick by him, maybe? Because I can't promise I'm not going up there.
Very well. Mr. Mistlequill?
Yes. Hello.
Hello again. Suppose we should probably stick by each other once blades are unsheathed and such.
You should
I
stick by
think-
somebody else because I'm going to be going right up in there.
Oh, you are?
Really?
What?
Certain spells have certain ranges that I need to be where I need to be, but yeah, don't go with me. That would be a poor decision.
Understood. And
What
she turns.
changed? I'm like looking at him like,
There are
Who
spells
are
that may
you?
be very hard to hurt. That's really what's changed. It's
I mean, I haven't like seen you in a few months, but like,
I've discovered a few more abilities since the last time we talked.
That appears it's done
Translation
wonders
and
for your
you talk a
confidence.
speak. I was at the library and I got swole.
I
I got mentally swole.
yeah, he's been mentally flexing his biceps
mean-
for.
that's cool. You like learned stuff. I, betrayed a god. It's gonna be a good day.
That's cool. You betrayed a god. I'm basically a god. It's.
I mean, I was for a couple minutes. Anyway, we can talk about that later.
Yeah, of course.
I'll stay at the back. My abilities work better from a distance anyway. Stay safe, both of you.
Thanks. You too.
And, Mr. Misaquil, I didn't get the chance to say it before, at least not enough, but thank you.
Oh, no. How are you feeling?
Better. Your research helped a lot, and the hunger's gone away, and I'm starting to figure out how to control it.
Well, if you notice any changes or anything, you know where to find me.
Always. Thank you, Mr. Misaquil, for everything.
Of course. You're a very interesting subject.
From all of us. None of us would be able to be here if it wasn't for you. Thank you.
Then if you don't mind, I'm actually gonna steal him, and I'm just gonna grab Melvin by the wrist. Really? You're gonna fly up there? And I'm just gonna like drag him.
No, I'm not
over.
gonna fly. I can't fly.
Oh, okay. Do you need like a way to? Because I still got, and I'm gonna pull out.
No, I'm just gonna
Onyx.
go like this, and he poofs out from in front of you, and he appears 30 feet over, and then he poofs again and appears right next to you. I can just do that whenever I want.
Whenever you want.
Yeah, whenever I want.
Fuck you, man. Anyway, I will drag him over to the paladins and our lovely warlock.
Okay. Anything left from the paladins?
I was
Okay.
going to say, where are the rulers of all these forces? Have they gathered?
Yes. Amelia, Empress Amelia, and the Duchess Undaria are off to the southern flank, but they're still like within, like you can walk over there and talk to them distance. And the Sultan and Lady Unvile are leading the forces from the west.
If they're all within conversing distance, I think Ibran would try to gather them all together and come up with a sort of battle plan. And in this too, he would hail, all of his other companions so that we can all get on the same page.
Okay, so all of you get pulled together as he gathers the rulers to discuss what the actual plan is going to be.
I would like to slide over towards Lady Unvile and just kind of like lean over and whisper in her ear. Assuming she's not, an enormous dragon right now and is in fact humanoid.
No, not yet. She's still
Okay.
in basic form.
Okay, then I'm going to kind of murmur something into her ear.
Okay. As she and the Sultan start to approach Iran and Geharis and Israel start to approach, you kind of slide over to the dragon woman.
Hey, I know we didn't finalize anything, and honestly, this ain't me finalizing anything. I just wanted you to know. When that goes down, and I kind of like chin up towards the three-headed dragon, I have a way to bring him back.
She kind of looks to you and kind of like stares for a long moment, very, very considering, and seeming to deem that you're being sincere.
Damn.
Thank you.
Gonna
Why?
need the body, and I can't promise they'll be the same knowing what happened.
I'm not the same either.
I know. Why? I don't know. I don't really do all this. And I like gesture over towards where Ivron's talking while I whisper into her ear. I'm like, I don't do all this politics. But it seemed to me
Like it was the right
like
thing to
this
do.
was a wrong I could right. Yeah.
Perhaps there's hope for your people yet.
Fuck's that supposed to mean?
She kind of smirks a little bit and rolls her eyes, and
I ain't
the
one of
Commonwealth
them.
created that monster, and now you seek to heal it. That's an improvement, if nothing else.
I don't really know if they're my folk. I'm just gonna kind of slip away.
And Ivron, as your party and the rulers of Mazai gather, everyone looks to you, the captain, the lord, Ivron, the silver-haired Blackmont, for direction, for leadership.
Once again, I must thank you all for gathering here with such intensity. I know we are all here, willing to give our lives for our peoples and for this land. But what I may say next may seem indelicate, and he bows to Lady Onvile. The priest must be taken down, and I would hear your counsel before we make a true plan. Now, I believe we can attack each head separately. In this way, we may have a better shot at to take it down and keep it down.
Do we really believe that Lord Els will simply sit idly by while we kill his pet?
I do not. But I have a plan. And he would motion to the Augur Corps. And I know I forgot to ask this, but a long time ago, Ivron met an old friend. I think her name was Morgana in the Hell Knights. Is she in Veilbright or is she with us?
She is with because Veilbright was evacuated once the priest started making its way there. So she is among the adventurers and Hell Knights who are preparing to join the attack.
All right. He motions to the Augur Bowman Corps. We have an elite group of infiltrators here that may be able to get us into the city and up to Lord Jorinel's. Should the plan work, this will not be needed, but it is a contingency.
Do you have some sort of signal for if you happen to get caught with your pants down, as it were?
Ivron would whistle to one of his comrades from the Barrowwane forces, one who is carrying a very large horn, and he'll have him blow a note. If the note is blown once, orders are to go forth. If it is blown twice, orders are to retreat. Given the signal for retreat, we shall pull back and use our contingency.
Understood. Very well. My soldiers are ready in the fleeting forest. We'll use illusions to flank it from the south. And our forces can keep it busy from the west.
That is a wonderful idea. As Lord of the Silver Saint, you may have noticed a giant icicle. It is my belief that if we are able to flank it from the sides, we could drive its body towards the icicle. If we are able to pin it down or pierce its wing, that will allow us to centralize our attacks.
Good part about bringing it down as well. And he motions to, I believe, I'm assuming General Brooke is there, right?
Yes.
We need an aviary corps to fly into the sky. It doesn't need to be destructive, but it does need to cause chaos. If we can limit the airspace the priest holds, we may be able to control the battlefield and force it down onto the spike. Are your troops ready?
Ready as we're gonna get. And he looks to Lady Unvile, who gives a nod. Signal the Augur Bowman Corps and gather the harpies.
There is but one last thing. And he motions to Cyril Oak. My lord, you are in charge of what is left of the Hell Knights outside of Veilbright. We have a history of dragon slaying, technique and tactic that is taught to us even in our earliest days as squires. Every Hell Knight is a professional dragon slayer. I would ask that you distribute them amongst the armies. Generals, commanders, rulers, give orders to your troops to follow their attack.
Cyril gives a nod. Understood, brother. And be safe. That's no dragon up there.
Well now, is there anything else?
The rulers all kind of look to each other. And the Sultan, seeming to deem for himself that the meeting is over, just wields a heavy blade over one shoulder and, well, see you all for lunch. And turns and starts away. Ivron, you feel a kind of pull at your wrist, and you see the young Duchess Undaria next to you, and she kind of bats her eyelashes at you and, a kiss for good luck?
Ivron, trying not to seem rude, does give her a kiss on the cheek. Good luck.
She kind of like giggles and like holds her cheeks, and Amelia just kind of like kind of gently nudges her towards the forest, but also with a smile on her own face, and just, come on, Cerise, we have a war to plan. And as everyone slowly begins to part, you are left with Lady Unvile and your party members.
Well spoken, brother. So, I suppose we should probably discuss what to do with the wheel and what to do with Euron. I know my stance on it. But I would like to hear everyone else's. I know that Mistra was, to some of us, a friend. To some of us, a boss. And to some of us, a problem. But I don't think we should go in without being all on the same page. The last thing we need to do is stumble or bicker in the final steps. When we act, we need to know where we are going and what we are doing. I'll look to Israel, then Utaka, then Ivron, then Melvin, and then Griaz.
I think you know my stance, dear brother.
Yeah. I ain't gonna stop y'all if you don't want to kill your father's murderer. I just kind of want to know if that's, like, the goal here.
Giving him the opportunity to surrender peacefully has always been our way. I say we extend that offer. But mercy is given, not in the form of repentance. Only death will he have.
Follow your lead there.
We all know how this ends for John Els. But Mistra, she's as much a pawn as all of us. She's
What is she?
She's been completely taken over by whatever that thing is.
Yeah, what
If
the fuck
there's
is she now?
the wheel. However they did that.
But I don't think we ever. What is the wheel besides this thing they all fucking care about?
And she does go to try and explain because she has sort of had the wheel explained to her by Moscow. And so she just holds up her hands and is like, the wheel is like a god of destiny and time, except it is literally a wheel. It turns in two directions, forward and back. This is how it knows it does what it does. So it's something beyond this. And she like gestures to just like the whole reality space.
And Lady on
How
Vile.
they put it in Mistra, I don't know.
At this, Lady on Vile actually speaks up. I am familiar with the wheel. I knew him back before he became what he is now. He was once the King of Hearts, one of 4 colonists that came to this land to take it for the common folk and away from my kind. And in their bloodlust and desire for conquest, their people began to worship them as god kings, pharaohs.
Okay, one of those fuckers.
But the gods in their wisdom cursed his ascension. The gods created all of us, not just humans, elves, and dwarves. So as punishment for the torture and murder of their creations, the gods poisoned their ascension. A 5th colonist sabotaged them, a conduit for the gods. His name has been lost to time. He is known now simply as the Joker. He sabotaged the ascension of his kin and ensured that they achieved the godhood they wanted, but not in a form that would grant them the power they sought. The wheel is a deity of destiny, but he can only change destiny. He cannot create it for himself. He relies on mortal conduits to create the destiny he seeks. He can see the world, but never change it. Or at least that was meant to be the case until the children of Redsight, the Gale Howlers, found him. Mavander Gale Howler saw the King of Hearts and his divine ascension as a tool for their own power, and the wheel was introduced to mortals, something that was never meant to happen. I suspect the gnomish woman was simply created, perhaps in that underground lab of yours, perhaps by the Gale Howlers, created to be a host for the wheel, allowing them to finally speak to their worshippers directly and wield their power. They have ascended to true godhood now, no longer the minor deity the gods tried to curse them into.
So because it's an immortal, it can change destiny now.
And interact with it directly, no longer having to rely on followers. Yoron was just as much a pawn as the rest of us, despite his thoughts to the contrary. All of this was simply a ploy to allow the wheel to take over the detective's body.
What happened to the other 4 gods?
They lie forgotten, as they were meant to be. The King of Hearts, the Queen of Diamonds, the Jack of Clubs, and the forgotten sibling, only known now as the Joker. But I remember his name back when he first came to this land. Ace of Spades.
So, again, I ask, what do we do about Mistra?
What can we do against something that can rewrite destiny in a moment?
At this, Unvile actually turns their gaze to Utaka. And just kind of staring at you with that draconic intensity. There is another concern. The King of Hearts is not a true god. They are more akin to an angel, a lesser deity that presides over dominions,
Yeah.
above celestial politics, but more powerful. And unlike a true god, where if you slay them, they simply die, with a deity such as the Wheel, if the Wheel dies, another must take their place.
And she's just staring at me.
Yeah.
Just sweet.
So if we kill Mistra, somebody's going to have to fill her shoes.
Unless you have a way of separating the Wheel's hold on her, I'm afraid so.
Is it a possession? Zipron
No.
strokes his chin, studying the nature of this.
It's not like that.
Through the Children of Red Sight's experiments, Polendina Mistra is a conduit, a battery, through which the Wheel alters the mortal world.
Like me.
Like you.
We need to break that connection.
Unfortunately, the only way to achieve that would be to take this battle onto another plane.
Now that's
Doable.
we can do.
Well, that's definitely not something I accounted for. But I'm willing to try anything.
It's fine. You'll catch on quick.
If we can grab Mistra. And she looks at Melvin, it's like, I'm pretty sure we can then shift the lot of us to a different plane and handle it there.
Perhaps if I had 8 hours to study.
Well, I can plane shift us there.
Perfect.
All
of us.
I will warn you, this will not be easy. Even as a mortal, the King of Hearts was a powerful warrior. Ascension to godhood has likely done little to dampen his power. And while not all of you may realize it, your destinies are constantly changing. Think of them as a roll of the dice, and you're going up against a being that can alter their rolls to their will.
So,
You will have to be skilled. You will have to be smart. You will have to be smarter than destiny incarnate.
well, that hasn't stopped us before. But I doubt
Indeed,
that
it hasn't.
Euron is going to let us get to Mistra. So, might I propose a plan?
I'm listening.
I will challenge Euron to a duel, while the rest of you handle Mistra. I can buy you time.
And what becomes of the priest?
Well, we've got armies for that.
Ah. Very well.
But we
Do
can
all
always...
of you? Does everyone agree with this? I'm gonna point at Gamer.
Israel is like, no. No?
Yeah, I don't think you get to make that call, big guy.
I'm simply saying it's a smart choice. You think
No,
Euron-
it's not. You're one person.
And
One.
he's
You-
one person.
You martyring yourself ain't a fucking smart choice.
I doubt I'm going to die.
Just because you doubt it doesn't mean that it's not possible, and I'm not letting you die somewhere away from me!
And I'm not letting everyone here die. It is a smart choice. You're
If
on.
you die and you fail, then all of that is for nothing.
That's because I'm betting on all of you succeeding.
Even if we succeed, if you fail, all of that doesn't mean anything. Do you understand that?
My dear sister, do you have faith in Gaharis?
Of course I do. But I don't want him going where I can't see him, where I can't help, where none of us can help. We've gotten this far because we've all been together.
Here he is. Could
Why
go
should we
with him.
split up now?
We're not.
If we lose today, I think we lose together. I don't think any one of us should be dying alone today.
You didn't gather this army on the idea of foolish martyrdom and honorable duels.
All I'm saying is Euron has arranged this entire thing. If we want to dictate where he is on a battlefield, challenging him to a duel with either myself or Ivron is what he wants. By providing the opportunity, we take a piece off the board and put it where we want. If he is otherwise engaged, then it allows the priest to not be following orders and allows it to be manipulated based, I'm assuming, on its whims. And it means Mistra will not have her strongest protector with her.
Then at least have it be both you and Ifron. That's what he wants, right? For you both to face him. No one should be dying alone.
And us four kill a god.
Come on. We
Taking away all my meat shields.
I have the
We
deck.
make another one.
I think that if it's just me with Euron's Bane, all I need to do is get one hit on him.
Or he gets one hit on you. Wouldn't that be more useful against the literal god of destiny?
We've already asked Tails about this. It would kill it in time, but it's not long enough. By the time it does kill him, it will be far too late.
Wait, that was when we were talking about the dragon. I'm not talking about the dragon.
Oh, that's Scrambing done. Euron is gonna be just Thanos snapped.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Euron will be Thanos snapped.
If-
Isra potentially will be Thanos snapped.
If I go with you, I can make sure you hit. And make sure he doesn't.
While they're like doing this, I'm gonna casually slip around to where Israel and Gaharis were like shouting at each other within like that. And I would like to Death Ward Griaz and Gaharis now as well, since Gaharis is making this idiotic plan. I'm assuming, am I getting these?
It's only
spells back
idiotic
because
if it
we're pretty
fails.
close?
Yes, and yeah, basically at this point, every few seconds, you guys are getting a
Okay.
boost.
So then I have Death Warded everyone here present.
All right.
Just note.
Lady
And
Unvile
since
gives.
I'm getting it every few seconds, I'll give one to her actually too, because she's right here.
Lady
Can
Unvile gives.
Can I be doing that with foresight for everyone here?
As long as nothing's stopping you, like as long as it's not like concentration or anything.
Um, let me check. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah,
Just thinking about that with true polymorph, and I was like, oh, it's concentration. Never mind.
Lady Unvile gives a bow to all of you, and whatever you decide, my men will follow your lead. I'll tell the Bowman Corps to meet you as soon as possible, and you may decide for yourselves what happens next. And
You take
she
him
walks
with.
away.
Give a nod towards Melvin. You take him with. I feel a little better about that.
That's
I've
fine
seen-
by me.
I've seen some things that could go our way if we do that.
Then let's do that.
You're with us, big guy. I'm gonna like gesture to Grias.
I will like motion for the dagger, I guess, at that point.
Mhm.
Okay.
And I will trade Griaz the canister of the unmelted, breathable flex of the metal.
Okay. He gets a vial of adamant dust, and you get your custom forged adamant dagger, Euron's Bane.
My plan to work, though, I am going to need some sort of distraction. A loud noise, a duck, maybe.
I think we do have one of those. The ducat.
Yeah, suck it.
The ducat is exactly what I was thinking of.
I'll reach in
Could
the
you
back.
guys explain what the ducat is to our viewers? Probably never seen this.
The ducat is a wind-up ceramic duck that waddles, but you say the name of the person you want to find, and if they're on the same material plane as you, or same plane as you, it will walk in the direction until it has found them, and then let out a loud honk, or quack, as it finds them. We have put it in a bucket to use as a compass, so it doesn't wander away from us.
So it just taps the side of
Yeah,
the bucket.
it was a gag item I came up with that got really out of hand.
It wouldn't be a
It was
finale
a-
without the ducat.
It was a really cute gift that Israel bought for Harris that was then turned into one of her useful items in terms of solving mysteries by finding things.
Tell me, where's the murderer?
Doesn't work like that, I'm afraid. All right. So is the plan to get the Augur Bowman Corps, sneak into Veilbright to confront Euron directly while the army battles the priest to distract it, and you guys deal with Euron and the wheel at headquarters?
I think it depends
Believe so.
on if Euron is in the field and we see Euron in the field, or if it is Euron is nowhere to be seen and is inside Veilbright.
Yeah, last you guys heard, he's holed up in the city at headquarters.
If y'all can get us in there, I can find him. Or we can use ducat. But Lady Unvile was right. There was one more thing we need to fucking talk about. If she's a god, and she is now, and we take her to another plane and kill her, she ain't some greater deity. That's real.
So then the question is, who takes up the mantle, I suppose.
Killing Mistra would trap the wheel in the in the divine plane once more, and if you take out the children of Red Sight, there's nobody left to spread their worship. But if you intend to save Mistra from the wheel needs to be killed. She was made to house him.
Perhaps when the moment arises, we will know what to do. I don't think anyone here has had much experience killing gods.
On the subject of knowing what to do, I am quite adept at the powers of divination. If we need to do any scrying or scouting, it is something we could do before we go in. If we want to locate people, do we have any artifacts or anything that could tie us to them to strengthen the bond of the scrying? Anything like that?
I'm gonna reach over, like, to. Does he keep that old GSIA badge with him somewhere? Do I know, like, what pocket that's in?
I think he threw it in the desert. He tossed it and was like, "Fuck you."
Okay.
That's exactly
Fair
what
enough.
happened.
Yeah, and then of course he gave his ring that Mistra gave him to Caldwell. So I don't think Ron has anything specifically from Joran or
I do.
Or Mistra.
I pull
100%
out
we don't know
the. Wait. Do I still have it?
Every episode's coming home to roost.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do. I pull out the +1 butterfly knife that she gave me.
Oh my god!
Bravo!
Wow!
Bravo.
Who
That
knew?
should do the trick.
Okay. There we go.
Yeah, that should work. Do we want to scry on her?
I don't have anything from Joran else. Wait, no, we have the letter that he wrote.
Yeah.
From the
Harris
locket.
still has the letter, yep.
So we have something for both of them.
Yeah,
Right.
I can scry on 2 people. I can do that without to cast 2 spells, but I can do it. I'll get them back when we're sitting right here anyway, right?
Yeah, that's gonna take like 20 minutes, right?
That's 10 minutes
10
apiece, yeah.
So by the time you finish casting the second one, you may have had the first slot back.
Yeah.
I think with this plan, I'm feeling pretty good about this. What about you all?
Good as I'm gonna feel about it.
And if Ron awkwardly puts his hand in the middle and coaxes him and be like, "Come on,
Israel is
team."
immediately in there, and she's like, "God damn."
Well, we've never failed yet, so I doubt we will. And I'll put my hand in on top of Israel's.
Melvin takes out a handkerchief and puts it down over the pile of hands and then puts his hand down on top of it.
I would say
Tell
Griaz
us how you
probably
really-
puts
Oh, yeah,
his
Griaz
hand
goes at me.
over.
Does
yeah.
Griaz go for a hug? I feel like...
Arms around all of us.
Yeah, Griaz is
Oh,
just like, what was
he
this?
reads the room. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough.
Kills all.
And just to complete the circle, I'll say, since we established they were nearby with Melvin, I'll say Sigil places a hand in, and Papillon kind of hopping with their little gnomish body manages to just get their fingers on it. And Griaz, Utaka, do you put your hand in?
He waits, but he will eventually. Seems like his mind's
Okay.
elsewhere.
All right. And yeah, Griaz does indeed a ball in the middle before, yes, immediately just group hugging everyone.
With that, everyone will get plus 10 HP for aid if Ron casts aid on all of you.
And Melvin, what spell are you using to attempt to scry? Just so I know, like, what you're capable of seeing.
Scrying is what
You're muted if you're,
Yeah, scrying is what I'm using. So it says you can see and hear a particular creature you choose that is on the same plane of existence as you. The target must make a wisdom saving throw, which is modified by how well you know the target. The target knows you're casting a spell. It can fail the saving throw voluntarily, but it doesn't. So a second hand knowledge is a +5 modifier. First hand knowledge for the DC. First hand knowledge is 0, and familiar with it is -5.
Okay.
So I'll just roll for you here.
All right.
Should be familiar, at least with Mistra.
Well, yeah, as it says, the target makes a wisdom save, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
19 is my spell save DC.
okay, and And you have met both of these targets, so...
Yeah, Melvin actually might know Jornels and Mistra better than most of the people standing here, having actually interacted with them within the past year.
Yeah. The thing is,
And,
does Mistra really count as Mistra at this point?
We'll find out.
Okay, for Mistra / the wheel, that's a success. And for Joran Els, that is also a success, I'm afraid.
Even with the minuses? They would get -5 for being familiar to
it's the DC becomes plus in this case. It's like because we've said that they've met. Although Melvin, I'll leave it up to you if you know them particularly well. But we at least said you know them, so I did take that into account. And
Sure, he would know well, just because.
Okay, so in
her being
Mistra's
a
case,
bossy lady.
Yeah. Okay. In that case, I'll factor that in. So.
And then we had a possession or garment from each.
Yeah.
So that's another 4, I think.
And then okay, so that know the target well, and then possession or garment. Okay, I'll say Joran does still succeed, but with that said, for Mistra, you do manage to scry for them. And Melvin, as you attempt to reach out to your former boss through the knife that Utaga gave you, your vision changes, and you see the small gnomish woman, still dressed as she typically is, in what appears to be... The rest of the party hasn't been here, but you, Melvin, as someone who lives here and has worked with the GSA for a while, actually know this, in the mayor's office of Veilbright. This like large carven stone room with the symbol of hearts, spades, clubs, and diamonds carved in reliefs on the walls. And quote unquote Mistra like looks at all of it and kind of runs a hand along one of the heart symbols and just kind of and takes the suit jacket and hat that you've typically associated Mistra with off and dons a red robe with yellow eyes all over it.
She's changed her outfit.
What?
This doesn't look good.
Where is she?
She's in the mayor's office.
Alright, so we know where we gotta go at least.
Harris and I's path is not as clear. He shrugged off my magic.
Then can you said you've been working with Tails. Can you take us into the city near where she is, and then you two head off towards Joran?
You
got the ducat?
I could navigate you there. And we could use the ducat to find him.
Absolutely.
All right.
Perhaps if we're all going to the same place, we could just deal with Mistra. Rather than split up.
All right.
Are there not wards in the city when they are under attack to prevent people from teleporting beyond the walls?
Tails was doing that when they were up, right?
But he was from inside the city. It might work differently. She looks completely unsure. It's like she knows magic. She's not that versed in magic.
I mean, it makes kind of sense that wizards would be keeping enemy armies from just going, ha! Hey!
And you guys hear a somewhat familiar voice pipe up behind all of you. Well, it's a good thing that you have somebody who has non-magical ways of getting you places. And the Augur Bowman Corps, led by Jinsai, arrives. I hear you need to get into the city, stealthily. Where do you need to get?
The mayor's office?
City Hall.
Upper levels.
And,
That I can do.
and just to repeat, Is everyone fine with this plan and leaving the armies to fight the priest? Or do we want to fight the priest and then go to the city?
I'm fine.
I think we need to clean up what's in the city so that we can come back and support the armies in their fight against the priest. I don't expect the armies to defeat it, but we need something to keep it busy while we take out the other powers.
Because if these two
Alright.
can reinforce it, it's never going to go down.
Yeah.
If we get them first, then aren't we coming back with a god?
That's true. One way or another.
All right. Gather what you need. Light as possible. We'll take the sewer entrance that Arpeggio wanted to use. Luckily, the tunnel itself was finally completed. Make it work to our advantage. And he looks to the paladins. There's no cover here. If we go before the fight starts, the priest will see us coming.
We shall initiate the charge. When you hear the Carnix, run for the sewers. We will meet you there.
How many of the
Right.
Augur Bowmen are going with us? All
13.
of them? Okay, 13.
I mean, would Griaz probably say, like, well, I can make people really stealthy? With Pass
Well,
Without
Pass Without
Trace?
Trace will not cover us from a barren wasteland
That's
with
true.
no cover, and he knows that.
Picturing us all with like leaves and sticks in our hair running across the barren wasteland.
It's like Gilly suiting it across the salt flats.
See, I imagine it more as, like, the Pass Without Trace is taking the heat, like, the sweltering heat and, like, the ripples on a salt plane and was using
No,
that to, like,
that's-
barrage in the 30 feet around.
No, Pass Without Trace is more that you don't leave tracks, you don't leave disturbances, you don't leave signs that you have passed through a
Yeah,
place,
it's-
and thereby are
It's not
incredibly stealthy.
illusory.
Exactly.
It's not illusion
Yeah.
magic.
Exactly. It's not illusion magic like mass invisibility. That's not what this spell is.
Got
Yeah,
fog
and-
cloud.
And also,
Immediately fog clouding the 60-foot radius.
yeah, and of course that that's also you'd be assuming that the stealth check would be enough.
Yeah.
Which if the priest sees you at the foot of the city, that's going to be a whole different problem.
Yeah.
So, all right.
If you guys don't mind things getting a little hairy, I can help you speed up, and I'll look at the Augur Bowman, and then I will summon greater insects and give them 3 large spiders to ride.
They actually look very excited by this, and immediately start like climbing aboard. You can see they're already buddying up to like climb on different ones, and like Jinsai, already seeming to get the hang of it, looks to all of you and, well, whenever the charge happens, we'll meet you at the grates, and all of you. You may not be investigators anymore, but thank you for everything.
We do kind of gotta go soon, because that's not gonna last forever. I just showed the insects.
All right.
If we're done here, I suggest you get on your mounts at the head of whichever force you want to partake in, and at the sound of the horn, you make your way for the sewers. And he'd motion to Utaka and say, I need you to come with me.
And Israel is going to pull Gaharis aside briefly.
Yep, Gaharis has, like, the most sheepish look. he's like, I fucked up, guys.
Basically, she would reach up, and she's gentle as she basically takes him by each horn and then just pulls him in close. And she just like looks at him a long moment. I love you, you know?
I know. And you know that I love you, right?
Yeah, and just a big hug for a moment, big pat, like, don't die. And then she's like, that's it, that's all we're doing. Because if she cannot look at him past that, she'll just break down crying. And that is definitely...
Whisper. Even if we get pulled away and you can't see me, I won't leave you alone in the woods. I will find you no matter where you are.
There's definitely like I am not going to cry. Like she's not gonna break down this moment, but there's like that crack of like she would be sobbing if she were a less strong person right now. But she's like, nope, we're gonna take that big ball of emotion, we're gonna shove it right down deep and let it charge with all that magic that's being pushed through you. And we'll deal with that later. Yeah.
I will.
Pat, and then we'd join him on Naden, actually.
Yep.
Quite honestly. She's going wherever the hell he's going.
Okay.
I will climb up behind Ivron. Kind of like. I mean, put an arm around him because I don't want to get flung off the fucking Pegasus. And kind of lean up, tall fucker. And murmur, when the time does come, I'm sorry.
Says nothing, but I think you could tell his face, his eyes are visibly concerned. But he makes his way Valkyrie side by side with Maiden, and holds his hand out to his brother. And clasping arms, I think he would say, may Velish close his eyes to you, brother. See you on the other side.
Don't do anything I would do. Leave that to me. I'll see you on the other side.
Israel grabs Ifron's hand, and she also gives the very serious look to both him and Utaka. Don't die. And there's implicit threat in her voice, like she will come and find you if you do.
And Melvin,
plans.
Melvin Griaz approaches you, and I don't suppose you gotten any pets or ratable mounts in the past few months?
No, but don't worry about that. I've got my own tricks. You can be your own animal. I no longer need a mount.
All right, well, you take care of yourself, sweet boy.
As he's saying that, Melvin is tucking his robes up, and he's got some leather straps, so he's got it strapped up like they're shorts now. So they're not dangling down around his ankles anymore. He's stretching his groin and his hamstring, and he looks like he's getting ready to run.
And Griaz will instead take on the form of their crime horse, and is going to offer mounting privileges to Papillon and Sigil.
You've carried me well, my brother, but now I can carry myself.
The horse very distinctly gives you like a very proud nod. And as all of you, Gaheris, Neothos, Blackmont, Israel Blackthorn, Melvin Gale Howler, Pharaoh Minogue, or Utaka Minogue, I was looking at your Zoom name, sorry. Utaka Minogue, Ivron Blackmont, Papillon Oleandel, and Sigil Umbertas. And finally, Griaz Bramblepelt. All line up astride your horrifying mounts, or in some cases are the horrifying mounts. Readying blades, spells. Ivron, do you give the signal to attack?
Right before he does, Melvin casts his expeditious retreat on himself.
I would say that Ivron flies up with Utaka in tow and asks Utaka to cast thaumaturgy on him, which I think in the past we've allowed voices to be projected, and he'll address all of the armies and say, respective armies of the Emilian Empire, Randarian Duchy, Bobwin Sultanate, Bluefield Alliance, Silver Society, and the Barrowdale, hearken to me and hear my voice. Now, those of you that know me, I am Barrow Lord Ivron Blackmont, one of several companions to have walked your lands, met with your people, delved into the shadows to find your enemies, and bring them to light And as he does so, he holds up the barrel blade, and it glows brightly. As we have made our journey, the machinations of one man have pressed us. Yet time and time again, we challenged his plans and stalled his efforts. This is but the last of his attempts. His final desperate act to force us to bend to his will by destruction and chaos, to fight amongst ourselves until our blood cries out for relief that he offers. I ask of thee, brothers and sisters in arms, we stand for it. And I guess he gives a little pause to see if anyone, if they will respond.
And the army lets out a raucous cheer. Monsters and common folk side by side, shouting their defiance against those who would pit them against each other. And because that speech was just legit really good, I'm going to give you inspiration for that.
Appreciate it. He would just finish it out by saying, I can sense that there are some of you that have fear. I too am afraid. But as I look around, I take heart. Look to your left, look to your right. Imperial forces alongside goblins, Barbwin warriors alongside bugbears. You stand here, each willing to give their life for their home. Shoulder to shoulder, shields locked. You, the people of Mazai, face this great threat together. You inspire me. I stand with you. We stand with you. Any motions to the rulers and his friends. Let our names be remembered in the songs of our children as the day we change the world. To victory. And as he says to victory, the carnix of the Barodel begin to blow in unison in that deep rumble. And Ivron with Utaka flies forward at the dragon, I guess.
Let the Battle of Veilbright begin.
Oh, and if anyone felt inspired, you get a plus 25 temp HP.
In addition to the 10 from earlier? Okay.
I mean, I don't see any
8
rules
is
saying
your
it doesn't
max,
stack.
your HP max, whereas the speech is
Okay,
temp
right,
HP,
right.
technically.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So technically, you should have a plus, I think 5 or plus 10, right?
Yeah,
to
you should have a total of
your max
35
HP.
In total.
Yeah,
but
and then 25 temp. If you felt inspired.
I'm so inspired.
But
Who
but
wasn't by
six
that?
allies. So.
Yeah.
And just for Matt's clarification, I believe Foresight can only be on one person at a time. Because if I cast it again before the spell ends, it fails.
Okay.
It isn't concentration though, and it lasts for 8 hours.
Okay.
So Israel has essentially the ability to see like moments into the future, basically precognition. She has advantage on all rolls, all saves, etc. And anyone fighting her has disadvantage on all of those things.
Noted. All right, so is your guys' plan to just fly straight for the sewers to try and sneak into Veilbright while the fight's happening? Okay.
Essentially, I think of Ron being that he's aglow and just made a big speech will fly at the dragon, but once the battle commences, he'll wheel around.
Yeah. That was kind of my belief, is like, this is a massive dragon, right? And it's in between us and Veilbright. It's like, we have to fly past it, and it's probably going to come after us. So we'll probably, like, get a few hits on the dragon as we're kind of, like, tearing off, because we need the crowds of the armies to actually form that distraction. So there's probably at least, like, a round.
Okay, so do you want to say, like... Yeah, I was going to say, yeah, you want to just fight it for a round and then head into Veilbright?
Exactly.
Yeah.
When we're
Okay,
sure,
so we'll do that.
when we're sure the rest of the armies have fully engaged, we would then break off probably a round or two of combat.
Got it.
Yeah.
In that case, we begin with a round of combat with the priest. As all three heads arch like snakes ready to strike, and the 9 tails, like a peacock, and lightning courses between each tail. As Melvin, you can feel a constant magical energy flowing through this beast. You've heard the stories that wizards hoped it could be a source of infinite magic. as the priest's wings spread wide and a hurricane wind immediately sweeps over all of you. Geharis and Israel on Naden, and Ivran and Utaka on Valkyrie are like struggling to stay in the air as these hurricane winds sweep over you. And the dragon gives this chittering roar that almost sounds like evil laughter as it flaps its wings again and lunges with all three heads towards all of you. Top of the round, Geharis, you're up.
Okay, so on Naden, I will fly in, and I think Naden's action is take the dash action.
Okay.
Is unless I can get within and then move and disengage with Naden's movement speed.
I'll say, given that you're charging at it, you'll probably need to use the full, especially if you intend to do a round of combat anyway. So.
Okay.
Basically, I'm assuming, unless you guys have a different preference, that you're going to do a round of combat, but then at your next turns, disengage and run into the sewers with the goblins.
All right, yeah. So I will. Naden will charge in. Will dash in. Actually, I will move all of us. There we go. And I'm going to take 2 swings with the Blade of the Fearless.
Okay.
That is a 30 to hit and a 28 to hit.
Both hit. Roll damage.
All right. That is a... Let's see. Let me roll damage.
Also, real quick, what are you striking with? Just so I know.
It is the Blade of the Fearless.
Okay, got it.
Longsword. So it's going to take 20 slashing damage, 15 radiant.
All right, 20 slashing, 15 radiant.
Yes. And on top of that, it's going to need to make a Constitution saving throw.
Con save.
DC 15.
Does a 24... yeah, they save.
Okay, so they will not take the wounds. And as a bonus action, I will summon my spiritual weapon, which will take the appearance of the Banner of the Silver Sanctum, like a lance with like a banner flying, and it will make an attack. It's only at 2nd level because I'm going to save my spells.
Okay.
But it will strike with a 21 to hit.
Geharis, as you slice through the creature's jaw as it lunges at you, and it does like reel back and shriek and chitter and hiss, you summon your spiritual weapon, but as it begins to take form, the moment it touches,
Okay. In which case, with the additional movement on Naden, however much, I think my 2 attacks are like slashing and dragging as we're flying past, and Naden will just continue his movement speed down its torso, trying to get away from its jaws. And that'll be my turn.
Okay. It is now the priest's turn. Geharis, you watch as all of the wounds you just created begin to heal back together as its skin begins to stitch with coursing lightning. And it gives you a sinister fang grin as it recovers. I'm going to need everyone to make me a wisdom save.
Israel, you have a +5.
What do I have from Ivron?
It is also, I believe, a +5. Or
Yep.
yeah, +5.
Then I need to know if this is a spell.
No, this is an action.
Okay.
All right,
30.
Naden with a 24 without modifiers, so I think it's 25 for Naden.
Okay. 25 for Naden.
Nat 20 for Gaharis for a 34.
30 for Israel.
Okay, 30 for Israel. What'd you get, Gaher? Sorry.
34, Nat 20.
Okay, 34. Melvin?
A 9.
Utaka?
A 30 on a roll of 12. So
Avron?
Ivron got a 27 and Valkyrie got a 19.
Okay. Valkyrie, Naden, and Melvin are all frightened as the priest uses frightful presence.
Oh, Ivron and Utaka and Valkyrie cannot be frightened.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
it's a part of
Okay.
his orders.
So, Ivron, as you can feel Valkyrie beginning to like tense up and flap aggressively, you like use your paladin aura to soothe her. But Gaharis, you can feel Naden beginning to like fight and hiss and shriek. And Melvin, you just want to run. You were so confident a minute ago. Now that you're here, not as much. It's a big dragon.
I too have Aura of Courage.
Oh, you do? Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
So
so-
just Melvin.
Oh no, I'm so sorry, Melvin.
How big's the aura?
Well, we dashed
30
ahead.
feet if you're near.
Yeah.
If you're near.
I'd be right near Yvonne still.
Oh,
Okay.
Did you run up with us, like with the fast mount?
He's faster than your mounts right now.
I love it.
Oh,
Okay,
nice.
cool.
Yeah.
Well, you might not be faster than Naden.
Yeah.
Can you do 90 feet per minute? Per
And
Yeah, better, because I gave
Yeah.
him special shoes.
he's got horseshoes
in
of
addition.
speed.
Okay.
Like, he, I think, goes 120 feet a minute.
Yeah.
He passes,
Yeah,
Six
so-
around.
seconds.
Yeah, every 6 seconds.
So do we want to rule that Melvin's not frightened then? I'm fine with that if you guys think it's fair.
Yeah, I think in round
Yeah, he'd
one, I
probably
mean, if he
be
was
with-
standing next to Ron, yeah.
Okay. Melvin, you start to like panic and you feel your heart tense up and you start to sweat. But as you see your comrades fly over your head and start engaging the beast, you muster your courage and go in. It's scarier than a troll, but you're willing to stand. And the priest is going to attack, I'll say... You know what? I think the priest is going to go for Naden to try and knock you two out of the air. That was cocked. Complicated modifiers. Lovely. Does a 36 hit, Naden?
Yeah. Yes, it does.
Okay. And another 36. Okay. Time to roll some dice.
And this
Luckily, I got all of my dice out preemptively.
for math reasons, how high up are we from the ground?
I'm assuming that because you're saying you're at the height to
Yeah.
attack the directly. Bear in mind, the priest was at the top of the scaling mountain. So that's easily like if you go straight from there to the salt flats, that's easily if you fall from here, I'd say somewhere in the ballpark of like 100-foot drop.
Okay, so then Melvin's definitely frightened because he was nowhere near these people while he's on the ground.
All right, so you're frightened.
Yeah.
Your courage fails you. And Naden takes 28 slashing damage. Oh, sorry, 38 slashing damage.
38
Forgot the
slashing
modifier.
damage. Okay.
Naden's still up.
Yep.
All right, the second hit is going to deal 22 slashing.
All right.
And yep, they're gonna use their tail attack on Naden too.
Oh no!
Wow, 30. Well, it's not quite, but I know that hits.
Oh yeah.
And for their final strike on this turn, Naden takes 22. Wait, sorry, no, I rolled d6s as d8s for this. 1 second.
Oh yeah, for the tail attack.
Yeah, 1 second. Sorry, I always forget which one's the d8. Yeah, I just need one more. There we go. All right, let's try that again. Sorry about that.
All good.
Uh,
So I will actually do something with a reaction.
Go for it.
I'd like them to make that attack at disadvantage because I have shield mastery.
Okay,
And
they will
Nathan's
make
within
that
5
attack
feet
at
of me.
disadvantage.
Not that it will protect Nathan with his tiny AC level.
Okay, it is lower. Does a straight 30 hit?
Yeah. Yeah, that's about 18 over.
Naden takes 32 piercing.
All right, Nathan is desummoned.
All right, Israel, as you and Gaheris are riding into battle, the priest roars as Gaheris slashes and starts slashing down their neck and belly. They reel back and like start snapping and biting around Naden, just their sheer size throwing Naden off before too late for you in the back to do anything. Israel, as you see Gaheris is holding up their shield and trying to keep the jaws away, the tails are sweeping around, and with a Naden, it dissipates into nightmare smoke, and the two of you go into free fall.
My one question is, would Nathan have gotten the temp HP from Ivron's speech? Otherwise, Nathan would be up with 3 HP. And I'm going to leave that up to you.
I'd be willing to rule it. Ivron, how many people can your speech affect, or is it just anyone who hears you?
It's 6. Only 6 people. Usually everyone.
Yeah, if he hit the party, it wouldn't have been enough.
Whoever feels inspired.
Fair. Yeah,
all right, so Melvin, as you're on the ground, like fast and feeling encouraged, the roar and then seeing Gaheris and Israel just go immediately into free fall as the creature takes out Naden like it's nothing. Fear strikes into your heart. You are frightened. However, that is the end of the priest's turn. Gaheris and Israel, you are now in free fall.
Israel casts fly, which affects 2 creatures.
Hey!
And they just stop falling. They can now fly at will.
All right, is that a reaction, or are you going to just do that on your turn?
She'll just do that on her turn because I think it's her turn. So.
Yes, it is. Okay.
So yeah, that's her turn. She's casting fly.
Because this is legit awesome. Do you want to flavor like how it looks as just Naden dissipates into smoke and you guys just start free falling?
So because she has this foresight, some might notice that her eyes are just a little brighter, just glowing a little bit more. So she knows moments before Naden disappears that he is going to, and she's already channeling energy to her hands so that as Naden is falling out from under them, her hand is gripping into Gaheris's, like at the curve of his armor at his neck to keep a hold on him as she invokes her magic, which in a sort of flash, a resounding sort of flash of eldritch energy that looks like a mixture of lightning and the usual effect, because she's just supercharged right now. And it seems that almost wings of that ghostly, ethereal, sort of fairy nature just appear on both of them and cease their free fall as they both sort of have these nice butterfly fairy wings to keep them aloft.
All right, Gaheris, you are saved from plummeting to your death as your wife, or rather fiance, grabs you by the curve of your armor, spreads their spectral wings, and manages to desperately keep you in the air as Naden is dissipated back into nightmare.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the end of your turn, Israel?
Exactly. Start flapping as she kicks at Gaheris, because he's got wings too. She can cast it on both of them. It affects both. So.
Okay. End of your turn, Israel, as Gaheris and Israel live to see another day. Ivron, you're up. Utak on deck. As the two of you ride in on Valkyrie.
Yeah, as he's flying forward on Valkyrie, holding the barrel blade aloft, he's gonna cry out, "Taste the dawn!" and then he'll throw a fireball at the priest's face.
Okay.
One of them.
Yeah. What level of fireball?
Third level.
Okay. Is that a saving throw?
Dex.
Okay.
Yeah, I've never. Yeah, Dex saving throw.
Ivron, you pull back, and as you taste the dawn and chuck a fireball at the great dragon, it just stares, the heads coiling like snakes, and it just dissipates off their scales. At the very least, every magical attack you guys have tried so far has been completely ineffective.
He's going to spend the rest of his move to get as close to the thing as he can.
Okay.
And try to fly circles around it, I guess.
Okay. Utaka, as Ivron astride Valkyrie, flies in, and you're now point blank with this massive kaiju. That's just one of the heads is just following Valkyrie. One of the heads is following Geharis and Israel, and one head is just locked down on the wizard, down on the ground. You are beginning to divide the head's attention between all of you. Utaka, what do you do?
Okay, so you're telling me none of the magic stuff's working,
That you've seen so far.
and I'm flying above it?
At the moment, Ivron with Valkyrie is like flying around in circles around it, essentially.
Don't leave me behind, and I will slip off the saddle and fall onto the dragon.
I think he does mumble under his breath. So, oh my God, what is he doing? Why does he always do this to me?
Make an athletics or an acrobatics check, your choice.
I would gladly make an acrobatics check and not an athletics check. 28.
Utaka, as you confidently slide off of the Pegasus, you fall down, and you can see one of the heads is still like following, and you manage to land essentially perched on the bridge of its nose, and as it begins to open up its mouth, and you can see lightning charging in its throat as you're literally balanced on its snout looking over its open jaws that you could easily slip into and be lost forever. What do you do?
Okay, so I'm gonna assume this dragon has some method of hearing or something like that, like some sort of like
it is
ear
physically
holes.
a dragon, it just has multiple heads and tails.
Okay, so I'm gonna start running along its head and like kind of like turn and dart over to the side and roll over towards the ear hole and like gouge a dagger in.
Make an attack with your dagger at disadvantage, but if you hit, you will deafen it.
Oh, okay. At disadvantage. Oh,
if you want to like
doing
try and gouge
thing.
out the ear specifically.
Sure.
If you want to just hit it and that's just how you're flavoring it, it can just be a
Yeah,
regular
no,
attack.
that's-
So
I mean,
if you
that's just
actually
where-
want to.
No, I'm not trying to disable its ear. It's just
Okay. Okay.
hitting
Yeah.
it.
In that case, just roll the hit.
Okay. Okay. Would you believe me if I said it was a natural 20?
I would roll damage.
Okay. I'll do that. Scary. Right. What are the things that I have? God. Yeah, sure. I'll drop a channel divinity on this. That's fine. Would you say that I have sneak attack on this? Is it also within 5
Yeah, I was
feet
gonna
of
say
someone
it's
else?
technically within melee range of other characters. So yeah, I'll allow that.
Okay. Cool. Very cool. Super cool.
Yeah, the coolest.
Yeah. This is not gonna be a shit ton. Oh, that's better. 11, 15 plus. I'm gonna do a channel divinity, so that is plus 43 necrotic. Don't know if the necrotic will do anything, but we'll see.
All right, and what dagger are you using?
It is my +1 dagger, not the butterfly knife. I have 2.
Okay. All right. So what was the? Yeah. What's the total?
That would be 15 piercing? Is it piercing? Yeah, 15 piercing and what was that thing? 43 necrotic.
Yeah, I was gonna say 43 necrotic. All right.
Yeah.
Ivron, as you watch Utaka perch dangerously on the creature's nose, they begin to parkour down its head to get down to its ear, pull out a dagger and stab into the like kind of undulating reptilian ear, and the creature lets out this as it like rolls its head side to side to try and get Utaka off. As Utaka, you can see the necrosis is actually taking hold. It's just so huge that like it's going to need some time to spread, but yes, your damage does take hold.
Okay, I'm gonna attack with my offhand dagger.
Go for it.
15 plus something. Well, I don't have that dagger, so that's actually a 24 to hit.
That's a miss.
My heart. Okay.
Utaka, as you pull your other dagger free, you go to stab at it. Lunges to the side again. You have to dedicate your hand to just maintaining your grip on the thing.
Okay, then I'm gonna just like kind of pull myself up and perch and like run back onto like the top of its cranium so it has a much harder time bite. So that head has a much harder time biting me because I think the other heads are busy, so they don't.
Yeah.
They're not like looking at me being there.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna look up towards Evron like, buddy, come back.
All
And
right.
he's flying in circles. It didn't take all of his movements. Eventually, I think
All
he
right.
can probably.
Okay. All right. Melvin, you're up. And
On the ground and frightened.
yeah. Let me double check. I believe repeat the saving throw at the end of your turns.
Yeah.
So you are frightened for this turn, but you can try and save again.
How far away is the dragon from me? Hundreds of feet in the air, right?
Yeah, it's like up in the air, and in
Hundreds
the
of feet away,
city.
yeah.
Yeah.
So as you guys took off, you saw like Melvin. His normal body looked fine. Like it didn't look like he was exerting himself, but his legs were like cartoon running, basically. Like turning underneath him as he was peeling across this field. And as soon as the dragon roared, you just see that straight line go right towards the sewer entrance. Like he's done with this, and he just uses all 90 feet of his movement to book right towards the sewer.
All right. Melvin, feeling a little less courageous, you just start booking it toward the agreed upon meeting point. The party will be fine, you're sure. Okay, and that's everyone who's directly involved in this. Top of the round, you all refill on the slot as discussed. And so basically, does anyone have anything that's not just running for the sewers? Avron, you can, of course, pick up Utaka on the way.
Yeah, I was going to say pick up Utaka and maybe run interference if this is going to be an attack of opportunity, but otherwise, no.
Once we are 60 feet away from the head, I would like to try a spell.
All right, we'll get to that in just a second then.
Okay.
As Melvin just disappears into the chasm surrounding Veilbright, the rest of you remember the plan. Gaharis, you and Israel on your butterfly wings start making your way down. Ivron, you start approaching the head, having to get dangerously close to retrieve your cleric. But as Ivron, as you start helping Utaka back on, you both stop as you realize all three heads are just surrounding you, blocking off all routes of exit. And one starts to open its mouth and charge up lightning before you see arrows, crossbow bolts, and other projectiles start to impact the back of its head. And not even seeming in pain, more just annoyed, it slowly turns, and all three heads turn to look to see the army has arrived at the walls. And archers are pulling back arrows and shooting at the thing. Mages are attempting to cast spells. Ivron, you can even see they have a catapult from Jor set up, and as they pull it, it launches this like ball of ivy vines at one of the heads, which then bursts and starts wrapping it up in thorns, and it kind of like roars and scratches at it with the wings, and the heads seem a bit distracted by the oncoming army. However, yes, they will attempt to take up the attacks of opportunity as you guys retreat. I will say, Ivron, I'll let you judge, since you said you want to run interference. You can either take the attacks of opportunity. Do you have a way to actively stop them, or is it just you're like willing to take them if it means the other party don't have to take them?
If would be willing to take them, I forget how reactions work, but he does also have sentinel attack. So if they, I don't know if that applies to attacks of opportunity.
No, that applies to if you take attacks of opportunity. I don't think sentinel does anything for other attacks of opportunity. Okay. I will say, if you just disengage after everyone else is gone, because it sounds like everyone else is disengaging, you don't have to take the opportunity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless they were going to give attack opportunities to everyone else. But
Okay. In that case, Ivron, you hold position. As you can see, Israel and Gaheris flying on their illusory wings. Griaz with Papillon and Sigil on their back, bounding down into the chasm where the sewer grate is, and with a flourish of your glowing blade, you begin to pull away from the priest as the dragon's attention is firmly taken by the invading army. And you can see as the priest raises its wings, preparing to just like beat its wings and like send everyone flying with hurricane winds, you can see Lady Unveil slowly unveil a massive black dragon form that breathes this green liquid-like napalmic fire. And Lady Unveil, as Ivron, you and Utaka fly down the walls, tackles the priest, and the two end up in this draconic wrestling match. Two kaijus just duking it out as the rest of the army provides supporting fire. And Utaka, once you're 60 feet down the walls, you said you had something?
Yeah, I was hoping to do it before anything else was engaging its faces, though.
What did you want to do? I can. Well, what did you want to do?
I wanted to. I'm assuming all of the heads are within 60 feet of each other.
Yeah, they're all within generally within a 20-foot range of each other.
Okay, then I would center it on the center head, and I want all of them to do a Constitution saving throw.
Understood.
DC 21.
27. That's a fail. And 26. One fails, two succeed.
Okay. Which, I mean, I guess doesn't matter. You know which one it is. But that one... Oh, technically, is it undead? Because it would have disadvantage. Okay. Wasn't sure.
Yeah, it is
given
not
its,
undead.
reincarnated state.
Well, by that logic, every player who gets resurrected would be an undead too.
Fair enough. I just wasn't sure how...
No, it is not
spectrum. Okay. Then the one who failed is blind for a minute and will take full damage, and the others will take half damage, I believe. So the blind one takes 37 radiant. The non-blind ones will take, what is that? 18?
I'll check. Go.
The sunburst.
Yeah, sunburst. 37. They'll take 18. Yeah. All right. Utaka. As you start flying down the walls and Lady Unveil is beginning to take on their dragon form, you turn and cast sunburst over your shoulder, and you can see the central head's face is like singed and burned. However, it is not blinded. It is immune to the blinded condition.
Okay. Fucker.
But as it's like trying to like focus on you, at that point Lady Unveil tackles it, and the Veilbright army covers you guys' retreat down into the chasm.
Okay. During our retreat, would we still be regaining spell slots?
Yes.
And such. Okay.
Yes.
So would we be like back to full on those by the time we get?
Yeah,
to the
I'll
city?
say by the time another encounter happens, you'll be back. Your health does not increase, but you do get like abilities and spells back. So health, you unfortunately have to just deal with.
Do any of us look injured? Okay. Just checking.
as you all fly down, Israel and Gaharis on your Archfey wings, Melvin with your runny shoes, and Ivron and Utaka on Valkyrie, you all land in the chasm. And Utaka, you note with a little bit of amusement that you think you can still see some blackened dirt where you killed Arpeggio. And Griaz arrives with Papillon and Sigil astride, and much where Dr. Tails had first greeted you for the first time, Jinsai, the head of the Goblin Bowman, crouches down from the sewer grates and just looks up at like the massive fight taking place overhead. You guys still getting deafened by roars and like lightning periodically striking nearby, and like rubble from the walls and salt flats falling down into the chasm. All right, come on.
Any of you get ahead?
I have a few scouting up ahead. You said we need to reach City Hall, yes?
Quickly as we can.
That seems
Yeah.
fine.
Do we know if the city's as deserted as we were told?
As far as we were told, everyone evacuated. The only people still inside are GSIA agents.
We can ignore most of them.
All right, come on. And does anyone want to do anything in particular while following along the goblins?
About estimating, because we're familiar with the city, about how long would it take us to get where we're going?
If you're just like booking it, just like full sprint, basically, you'd estimate probably about 45 minutes, up to an hour.
Okay, I will, while we're walking, cast Find Greater Steed and get Native back.
Okay.
And then I will cast Death Ward on Native.
All right.
The spiders would disappear after 10 minutes from casting.
Yeah, which is fine. They got to the city. They got what they needed. Okay. As all of you start making your way through the sewers and eventually up into Veilbright proper, taking the route that the Children of Redside had planned to use to attack it, you now using it to defend it. You all begin making your way to the city hall, the fortress at the center of Veilbright. Gaharis, you resummon your nightmarish steed, who looks a little miffed, and eventually and only like kind of calms down and seems to not be peeved at you whenever you cast Death Ward on him. And as you guys climb up, you can see most of you had not actually been to the top layer of Veilbright. Most of you kept your business in the bottom. But you can see once you reach the top layer, something I think, you've only seen once, you see a great relief on the west side of the city. The symbol of the Emilian Empire, but beneath it, diamond, heart, club, spade. And you begin making your way towards the bastion, where in the tallest tower, the goblins claim the mayor typically are to be residing.
When we
As you begin
passed... Sorry.
No,
I just
go on,
wanna
go on.
ask, when we passed the first layer, I think that was our house on the first or second. Is it still there?
Your house is on the first layer, and I'll tell you what. Make me an investigation check just for fun.
Yeah. Okay. That's a rare investigation roll for me. 17. It's really high.
As you guys make your way up from the sewers and towards the stairs to get to the second and eventually third layer of Veilbright, you pass by and you can see your house, surprisingly, is still standing.
House.
It was all the wards Melvin cast on it. Paranoid that we were going to get attacked.
And as you guys make your way into the inner bastion of Veilbright, and you begin ascending the Great Tower. Eventually, you arrive at the great set of doors that typically would lead to a meeting with the mayor of Veilbright, who, Melvin, I'll say, given that you've stayed here for a while and know the politics a bit better, you would know that the ruler is Mayor Toron, although the people typically refer to him as Lord Mayor because his actual first name is Mayor. So initially everyone called him Mayor as a gag, but then eventually it evolved into Lord Mayor.
So Melvin is actually giving sort of a tour guide as they're going up these stairs. Because he spent some time here, and he's like pointing out the artwork, and he's also talking about his close relationship with Mayor. He calls him Mayor because they're friends.
Yeah. All right. But eventually you reach the doors, and who wishes to open them and go and greet Destiny?
I'm surprised that Gaheris hasn't done his usual formalities with doors and just kick it in.
Oh, I was waiting for someone to say, "Do you want to have the honors?" And then Garrus was going to absolutely kick the door down.
I'll hop off the horse.
Okay. Garrus, do you kick down the door?
Before he gets all kicky, Melvin casts Globe of Invulnerability on himself, right by the door. So there's a 10-foot sphere where 5th level spells can't affect anybody standing near me.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, so Gaheris will climb off Nathan. Nathan, why don't you do the thing that I know you can do now? And Nathan is going to go to the ethereal plane, because Nathan can transfer up to 3 people as an action to the material plane at any time he wants.
Okay.
So he's just going to hide in the ethereal plane right there, outside by the gate. Or by
Okay,
the door
got
of
it.
the thing. And I will walk up to the door, shield out, sword out, and while Gaheris typically would kick down the door, with the ring of fire giant strength, Gaheris winds the sword hand and punches the door, and they just burst open.
Okay. Utaka sliding off of Valkyrie. Melvin casting a globe of protection around your comrades. Israel and Ivron readying your weapons. Gaheris, shield in hand, nightmare blade in the other. Taking your sword hand, you just BAM! Punch in the door, and they just fly straight off the hinges and into the room. Looking inside, you see a great balcony where steam from that inversive waterfall you guys saw at the base of Veilbright flows up to here. So you can see just this cloud of steam in front of a balcony. Roses decorate the walls. You know that roses are seen as a symbol of Veilbright. And standing in the center, surrounded by bookshelves and furniture that appears to have been scattered and destroyed, you see Palandina Mistra. Her back is to you, but she has had a change of outfit. You can see she's wearing a red robe with yellow eyes dotting it, and she just stares at the steam waterfall at the moment, unmoving. All of this used to be mine. I built this place. What right do any of you have to take it from me?
What right do you have to take the form of another?
It's what she was born for. It's why she was created. I believe she told you herself at one point. She always wondered why she was born the way she was.
Yes, but that still doesn't give you the right to just take her body.
At this, she finally turns, and you can see, while she does have some binding around her chest, you can see that she's completely shirtless, and the scar that she showed to you when you first met Israel is on prominent display. Melvin, you're the only one here, other than Israel and Ivron, who would know that it was what she thought to be an injury from a war she had fought in. But you know now it was likely the result of the ritual that created her.
Matt.
As she
Oh, sorry.
No, you go on.
As she turns, I'd like to see if there is any rigid movement, like if there is any seemingly resistant, even if it's subtle, moves in how she moves, or reminiscent of Mistra rather than someone possessing her body.
Make an insight
like
check.
A slight flick of an eye. All right. Insight check. That is a 26.
You can see that Mistra's movements still have that same kind of flowy, dancey movement to them, which was always very distinctly how Mistra moved. And given that she's only been possessed now, you imagine either it's her, a part of her is still in there, or although you acknowledge it's also very possible that she was meant to be like the King of Hearts and just rather imitates him. You're not sure. But as she turns to look at you, Israel, and look over all the rest of you, and every time they make eye contact, you all can feel that lurching sensation in your stomachs as destiny spins. You are caught on the wheel as she stares. The right was granted me when I first arrived in this God's forsaken land, whenever I first brought civilization to these savages. That was when it became my right, Israel Blackthorn. This land belongs to me. Everyone on it belongs to me.
You have no right.
If I recall, you lost that right a long time ago.
I merely stepped down from the throne for a time, and I'm here to take it back.
I would like to. They look like they're rearing up for something. While they're doing that, I want to lean over to Melvin and ask him, "Hey, you remember how this is gonna go?"
I have a feeling.
Good. It's gonna work.
I have a feeling.
All right, then I'm gonna, while they're talking, step out from the globe, and once it's building to a crescendo, then I would like to silently, non-verbally, non-somatically cast a spell and use a meta magic point to do so.
Okay. May I ask for a stealth check just to see if you can do all that without them paying attention to you?
Sure. What does the 27 get me?
All right, 27, noted. Yeah, so Taka, as things are starting to build, you start creeping
Would
out
I
of the
have
globe.
heard this with a 29
you're up there.
passive perception?
Oh, yeah, maybe.
I'll say yes. Since you beat Utaka's stealth,
Sweet.
I'll say yes.
Then I will cutting words as a reaction so that Mistra needs to roll
Don't worry about
1d6
it.
and take that away from
Yeah,
me.
don't worry about it.
Mistra's not gonna roll.
She's gonna roll
Oh.
a 1.
I mean, unless she has legendary reactions. In which case,
Would
it wouldn't
that
matter.
be a
Legendary
divination
reactions
wizard?
trump anything you could do as
Yeah.
a player.
Yeah.
But don't worry,
But
none of the
also,
legendary
I
actions
don't
would
know
matter here.
that Melvin is going to do something. All I hear is this going to work?
All right.
Okay, then I would like to
All right. So now that I know that, I had actually rolled for perception. I wasn't aware that it was going to be a Melvin changing the rules thing. Okay. In that case,
that's why I asked him.
All right, so they roll a 1 that even with their considerable perception, that's still not quite enough.
Oh no,
Utaka-
the one was gonna be for the. Wait, do they need a saving throw for silence?
I'm not casting silence. I'm
Oh.
casting a hold person so that we can go grab her and take her into the plane we need her in.
Yeah. So I'm gonna do the portent roll of 1 on her saving throw for that.
Okay. So Utaka, you start creeping along, and as things reach a crescendo, you start to cast, and you see her gaze immediately flick to you, but you manage to finish casting your spell, and you cast Hold Person. They will roll a 1 on the save. Okay. And what's your DC, Utaka?
21.
All right.
Wisdom.
Even with their considerable save, that still does not beat it. As they turn to look at you, Melvin, you recall exactly how this is going to go. Taken a bit by surprise by Utaka and not quite used to their mortal body yet and its mortal failings, Mistra's body locks up and falls stiffly as you manage to hold person a god.
Israel, let's go.
How far
go with
away?
that.
Like on it. All right.
I mean, I thought we were like within sight distance. Like we could get there in a turn, right?
Yeah, you're all in like a little office. It's not a huge
Oh,
place.
okay.
Absolutely. So yeah, Israel will now plane shift this group. She's gonna go to the ethereal plane.
All right, so you have enough to
Just
plane shift
see-
everybody and Mistra?
Yeah, she can bring them all along. So yeah, it's gonna be the whole group.
Everybody hold hands.
Exactly. Everybody hold hands.
All right. As you all join hands, Israel, with your free hand, you reach down, grab the Mistra, the gleaming, like empty, soulless eyes just glaring up at you as you shift to another plane.
Exactly. We're just gonna go to the ethereal because that's the one she knows.
As you all enter the ethereal plane, the environment around you has shifted. Everything is like frothing and spiky this close to the priest as magic continues to overload even the other planes. And you can see Mistra is on the ground, unconscious and frozen, and standing over her with Israel, what to you are very familiar looking puppet strings dangling from their fingers. You see a new figure that's unfamiliar to all of you. The King of Hearts. Pale skin, equally pale hair, a golden crown with black clubs set in it, a white sash of diamonds, and a red, gold, and black, like colorful set of robes, and a wicked looking scimitar in one hand. And the King of Hearts looks down to the unconscious Mistra and looks at all of you now on his plane, and very well. And the strings cut. We'll settle this like gentlemen. And you are now about to fight a god. Top of the round. Gaharis, you're up. Israel on deck.
All right. Can you describe what they're wearing? Is there any metal on them?
Is there any metal
Like a
other than the
crown?
sword? There's just the sword and the crown. Everything else is cloth.
All right. Or the scythe. The scythe.
Or it's a scimitar, but yes.
Scimitar. Okay. So, and we still feel the priest's powers in this, in the ethereal plane.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or at the very least, it seems to be affecting the ethereal plane. You don't know yet if it'll affect you yourself. But
Okay.
by this point, you guys would have recovered all of your stuff, besides health, anyway.
Okay. Then I will draw, I already have my blade drawn. I will point it towards them, and I am going to cast Heat Metal at 6th level on their scimitar. As flames, like black darkened flames, drip like liquid onto the ground and then shoot out like a streak, and just erupt around the blade that they are holding. They are going to
Okay.
take...
Real-
I don't... Oh, yeah.
Turn. I just need to get the right dice for it. 2, 3, 4. All right. At the start-
There's
at-
no saving throw.
Okay. At the start of your turn, Gaharis, before that happens,
Okay.
you are going to take... Sorry, I was grabbing all the dice I needed.
All good.
Yep, that's cocked. Okay. You take 34 necrotic damage at the start of your turn.
Okay.
And no saving throw, just sword is too hot to hold now.
Nope, they can still hold it, so they take 24 fire damage.
Okay.
With no save. And they, if they maintain holding onto it, they will take 68 fire damage if I use a bonus action. So I can use a bonus action as long as they're in touch of this.
Okay.
To basically cause damage again.
As these streaks fly forward and their sword begins to grow.
Sorry, I lied. It does have to make a Constitution saving throw to see if it can keep hold on it. Does it list my... What is the concentration? Oh, that goes... Constitution.
Does a 24 save?
Yes. I
Okay.
believe so. That should be anything I can cast.
Okay. Alright. Is that the end of your turn, Garrus?
Actually, you know what? I am going to use a reaction.
Okay.
So they are going to subtract 6 from their roll.
Okay. From the save, you mean?
Yes, from the save.
Okay. That reduces it significantly. Does a 16 save?
I assume it wouldn't. For everything else, my DC is a 19.
Okay,
if the creature is
yeah.
holding or wearing the object and takes the damage from it, the creature must succeed on a Constitution saving throw, or drop the object if it can. If it doesn't
Okay.
drop the object, it has disadvantage on attack rolls and ability checks until the start of your next turn.
Okay. Gaharis, as you level your blade, these streaks of heat sail forward, coalesce on the blade, and begin to heat it. And they look at it in kind of bemused concern before throwing it aside as it burns. Anything else on your turn?
Yeah, Israel gets advantage on their next roll.
Got it. All right.
Did you double advantage?
Israel, you're up. Averon on deck.
All right. So, what is the position of this god?
So here, I'll shift us to just kind of a void map. I feel like that's the most appropriate.
Probably, yeah.
You'd said that you all were just kind of gathered around them whenever you transported. So I'm going to just assume that's the case, if that's good with everyone.
Cool deal. Cool deal.
So here, I'll just... while I'm getting everyone to position, I'll just say, yeah, you're within 5 feet of them. What do you want to do?
Oh, okay. I definitely don't want to remain within 5 feet of them, generally speaking.
Valid concern.
But first, let's curse them at a high level as I put down my mask and I bestow curse at 6th level.
Okay.
And use that charge there. So for 8 hours, they get whatever that is. Let me read. What does bestow curse do anyway?
A silly curse.
Yeah, I get to, I think, bestow some, choose an ability score. They have a disadvantage on checks and saving throws made with that ability score. I'm going to choose, honestly, wisdom, because I feel like a lot of our spells use wisdom DCs.
Okay. All right. So they'll take a penalty to wisdom saves.
I get to choose one of the following options. While cursed, the target must make a wisdom saving throw. If it fails, it wastes its action doing nothing. Or extra necrotic damage, or disadvantage. It already has disadvantage on attacks against me. But you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna choose wisdom. They just have flat disadvantage on all ability checks and all saving throws made with wisdom.
Got it.
For the next 8 hours, or however long it is.
All right, so you give them a curse. Anything else on your turn?
Yes, so I've used a spell slot of 6th level, so the duration is 8 hours. So from now until, when it's over, I guess.
Yeah, basically.
Delightful.
Okay. Oh, and before I forget, Israel, one last thing for you. One last thing for you. You, at the start of your turn, take 37 necrotic damage.
Why?
They have Aura of Death. Each non-undead creature that starts its turn
I
within
have
20 feet
Death
takes...
Ward. I don't know if that does anything. Okay, so just to understand what Death Ward does. All right, cool.
Death Ward gives you half orc. Basically, if you go below 1, you
Right.
pop back up with 1.
Are they
Yeah,
still
so it
held
ward-
by the hold person?
And yeah, isn't
No, because you targeted Mistra with that, and you're now on the astral plane where it's
Okay.
them, the actual god spirit.
okay? So God Spirit, yeah, cursed it, and then was gonna move backwards. So before I move backwards, I take how much necrotic damage?
37 total. But that's just like an aura thing. It's supposed to happen at the start of your turn. I just forgot to mention it earlier. All right.
Did they have? No, never mind. That doesn't matter because it's an aura. All right. Yeah, and then I was just gonna move backwards. I think full movement speed. Just gonna move back
Okay.
whatever that distance is.
Can he take an opportunity attack on you, or is that not something he can do?
Don't know. He'd have
Yeah, if nobody's
disadvantage on
done
it.
anything that would prevent him, then yeah, I'll assume he can.
As
Okay.
far as I know, there is nothing that would prevent, because I don't think I can take the disengage action because I've already used a spell.
Okay. All right. So
Just
he.
to clarify that's right? I used a spell, so I can't take disengage. That's it.
Yeah. It's an
Cool.
action. So all right.
Cool. Right. So yeah, I did the spell. They will have an attack of opportunity, but that will be at disadvantage, and I can move 30 feet.
All right. At disadvantage, does a 28 hit?
Should, yes.
All right. Israel, as you cast this curse and start backpedaling, you can see they glare at you and take the crown off of their heads, wielding it almost like a chakram, and just go to slice at you with it. You literally using their crown as a weapon. You are going to take 25 bludgeoning damage, and make me a charisma save.
Okay, charisma save. 16 plus 11. 27.
All
And I
right.
think I'm still within 30 feet, so actually that's 32.
On top of that, and you'd also have
Oh.
the +5 for me because when they hit you, it's within 5 feet of me.
All right. You succeed, so you take.
Oh wait, I've got both the paladins, I think, within 30 feet of me, don't I? Yeah, so that's actually more than that.
Yeah. So yeah, you're fine. You
I'm
take.
fine.
You also take 28 necrotic damage.
Okay.
This is a spell he just cast.
That wasn't a spell. It's an effective as
Okay.
weapon.
Gotcha.
I'll let you know when he casts a spell. Don't worry.
Okay. Yeah, because I have Warcaster, so it would trigger it.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
yeah,
feels
no.
looking terrible. Just to clarify.
All right. You start pulling back. Yeah, you've already moved yourself. You're fine. All right. End of your turn, Israel.
Yes.
All right. Ivron, you're up. Utaka on deck. However, something is going to happen after Ivron's turn, but Utaka, you'll go immediately after. So, Ivron, you're up.
Ivron, being the type of paladin he is going to, surprisingly enough, seeing as all this necrotic damage is being thrown around, use Aura of Life, which 30-foot radius on him, and each non-hostile creature in the aura has resistance to necrotic damage, and its hit point maximum cannot be reduced. It regained 1 HP when it starts its turn in the aura if it is at 0.
All right. Speaking of, I'm very sorry. I always forget about the Aura of Death. Let me go ahead and see. So this will be at the start of your turn, but then at this point onwards, you guys will have that resistance. Ivron, you take... dropped a dice there. Oops. Ivron, you take 24 necrotic. But then you can cast that spell. So,
If I have resistance to necrotic already, because it does include me, would that double resistance to immunity, or would that?
No, it just. I think. Correct me if I'm wrong. Does it just like half and then half the half?
No,
Is that right?
You can't stack resistance.
Okay, so yeah, you,
necrotic damage in total.
Yeah, so yeah, you would just take half regardless. All right, so yeah, so that happens. You cast your spell to get immunity. Anything else?
No, I think. Hold on, let me check Ron's. Because I was gonna have him do something else, but yeah, no, that's it.
Okay. Before Utaka, before you go, the King of Hearts, looking around, because not having other than the curse, like it's mostly been disabling effects, not like outright damage for the most part yet. So he looks like just kind of miffed as like looking around at all of you, and as he places the bloody crown back on his head, he raises a hand, and the astral plane around you begins to buzz and shift and crackle with the Children of Red Sight's magic. And you worshipped me once, worship me again, and defend your lord. And he's going to summon the spirits of the deceased Gale Howlers to him.
Not these losers again.
But as Melvin, you see the like burnt, ashy, and dead-looking bodies of your siblings rise from the ground. Papillon and Sigil hop off of Griaz, and Sigil kind of looks to all of you, and with their sword drawn, just, we'll hold them off, keep them busy. And Papillon and Sigil are going to keep the undead army away from you as Griaz bounds up to assist you guys in the battle. And speaking of, not quite yet, but they are actually coming in shortly. So whenever it gets to their turn, we will take a brief break. But we still have a couple turns to get through first. Utaka, you're up. Melvin on deck.
All right. I am going to bonus action Holy Weapon on myself.
Okay.
Sorry to everyone else. And then I would like to slip around behind him. So that ideally I am flanking him when he's staring at someone else.
Which, yes, as long as you're over here, you'll be flanking.
Okay, cool. Does that give me? Do we do advantage on that?
It gives you advantage.
Okay. Cool. Then I'm gonna go stabby stab.
Alright.
Does a 27 hit?
That does. Roll for damage.
Oh. I did the thing.
The dagger. Basically, again, we're at this stage of the game. Magical dagger, I assume.
Yes.
Okay.
And I don't think it matters if I have Holy Weapon on, but yes. Okay, and where is that? It's like 5th level or something. Yeah. I need a con save from him.
On save from the King of Hearts. Ugh, not good. Does a 23 save?
Unfortunately. So he is going to take 5 piercing damage, 5 radiant damage, and 43 necrotic damage.
Okay. Utaka, you stab with your holy weapon into them, and you can see the stab itself and the holy light does get a out of them, but as they turn, you see the necrotic effect is doing nothing. They are immune to necrotic damage.
Gotcha. Just wanted to know. Okay. As he turns to look at me, I will just give him the widest, wickedest grin right back.
Okay.
He does not feel like I'm afraid of him.
Okay. Is that it for you?
Yeah.
Okay. Melvin, you're up, and then after your turn, we'll take a break.
Did I take damage from necrotic aura?
Oh, yes. I keep forgetting that. Thank you. it's not used to things that affect on other people's turns. I have to remember to use legendary actions all the time too.
Yeah, I'm terrible at that when I run them.
Yeah, I know. It's so like just like it's so out of
It's such a hassle, and then on
ordinary,
top of
you know?
that, like the rulings of when you can or can't. Like, can someone lucky point a?
You gotta
failure, or, like-
you gotta study the stat block for 3 hours before
Yeah.
you figure out how to run it.
All right, Utaka, you take 25 necrotic, and
Does that already have?
yeah. It gets halved, so that'll turn into
12.
12.
12. So you take 12 necrotic. All right, and Melvin, you're up, and after your turn, we'll take a break.
Yeah. Just one quick question. On the new plane, we're not feeling the magic rejuvenation at all, are we? Or are we feeling that?
You're noticing that it physically affects the plane around you, but it is not recharging your spell slots at
Gotcha.
this point.
So in that case, instead of casting Disintegrate at 9th level, I'm going to cast Disintegrate at 8th level.
Oh no! All right, go for it. Is that a save or an attack roll?
It's a dexterity saving throw for half damage. And the damage is going to be 95.
Okay. Okay. They have advantage on saving throws against spells. Dexterity save.
Yep.
Yeah,
19.
dex save,
Does a 35 save?
Yeah, a little bit.
but half of 95.
Yeah, they still
Yeah,
take
so yeah,
they still
so
take
half
47 damage.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice job, Melvin. Melvin, you fire this powerful spell at the King of Hearts, and their like colorful rows begin to immediately like tear and disintegrate and fade into magical smoke. But they hold strong, and they are going to use a legendary action. Yeah. They're going to use a legendary action, not looking at Melvin, but Israel turning to look at you, and they're going to level their hand to you. And I've been keeping a close eye on you during your travels. I'm not going to make the same mistakes that my associates did. And with those words, he's going to use the Devouring Darkness legendary action. Israel, make me a con save.
Cool. Is Misty Step a reaction?
Bonus action.
Can you dodge that? Like, can you Misty Step away from it? Just wondering. But con save, you said?
Yes.
Cool.
Are you within 10 feet of either of the paladins?
Sadly, no.
Not within 10, no.
For a save, you're within 30 feet. Right?
Exactly. I'm within 30 feet of them. I don't need to be
Yeah.
within 10. So I am within 30 feet of both of them, technically speaking. So I get a plus 10. And I have advantage on all my saves. So
Can you reaction to a
God, you
legendary
first.
action?
I don't think so. So I was wrong anyway. All right. 11 plus 10. Delightful. Does 21 save?
It does not. Melvin, before I forget, you take 22 necrotic, and Israel, as the cloud of darkness completely, it should
Is the
obscure your
22
vision.
already halved.
Oh yes, thank you. You take 11, Melvin. Gotta remember that. Oh man, I actually need more dice than what I have on me. Israel, or I'll half yours preemptively. Israel, as the cloud of darkness consumes you, you take. You take 10 necrotic. But the area around you is now heavily obscured. Or rather, it would be if you were not possessed of Moscow's Devil Sight.
Exactly. It's like, that's nice. Thanks for the darkness, bro. Now you can't see me. Fantastic. Anyway, that's cool.
I'm guessing a god has true sight.
Maybe. I don't know.
Yes, he does have true sight. And with that, That is his legendary action. And as Griaz bounds up to assist you all, we're going to take a quick break.
Oh, goodness. All right. We'll see you all very, very quickly. Probably in like 10, 15 minutes. So don't go anywhere. I'm sure I'll get scared. And, you know, just in case your DMs are wondering, crying is a free action. So we will be right back. Hello, everybody. We are back. I told you we would be back in a undetermined amount of time, and we have returned. So thank you, everyone that has stayed to follow our finale. From the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much. And we're going to continue fighting a god.
All right, Griaz, it is your turn, but at the start of your turn, you take, this will be halved because of Ibron. You take 7 necrotic damage at the start of your turn.
Okay.
All right, you're up, Griaz. And Gaharis, you'll be going, but the wheel goes next.
Okay. So Griaz, jumping back into the fray. First thing he's going to do is bonus action to cast I think it's Guardian of Nature, and he instead previously he had taken on the tree aspect. He's going to take on the primal beast aspect this time. So his fur gets even longer and more like scraggly, and like his teeth kind of elongate a little bit, the claws elongate, becomes very feral looking, and also kind of creates this weird symbiotic aspect with like the plants that kind of like the moss that naturally grows in him, but also with Junior, where it kind of like almost plugs into him in an organic sort of way.
Real prototype looking monster.
Yeah, it's some nasty stuff. And then he is going to take a couple of dagger hits on this thing. So he is going to attack with his dagger of venom and his dagger, or his dragon tooth dagger, rather. And those are going to be ridiculously high at this point. What is that? Dagger plus. So that's a 24 for the dagger of venom, and
yes.
the dragon tooth is like a 29.
That hits.
Okay. So he then is going to get, let's see, it's 3 extra d6 because he is getting sneak attack since Melvin, everybody is pretty much right there.
Yeah.
And then 2 extra d4. I'm assuming this thing is immune to poison.
You haven't found out if it's immune to poison yet, but you do know it's immune to necrotic.
Okay.
But I will say, to save you the trouble of rolling, yes, it is immune to poison damage.
I figured, yeah. Okay, so let's see. So it doesn't need to roll if it's immune. It's not going to take the poison damage regardless. And the dragon tooth dagger. Let's see. Takes. What about acid? Do you want to? I can roll.
It is resistant to acid, but not immune.
Fair enough. Okay, it is at least going to take 5, 8, 9, 13, and then extra 3, so 16 points of damage.
Okay, 16 damage. Griaz, as you approach, you go to stab with one dagger, but they grab your massive arm and hold you in place and look down to you and monster.
Bit your ass. Actually, add another 5 to that because it was primal beast attack.
Sure. As this blatantly racist insinuation kind of hits your very perceptive ears, you just stick him in the gut with the dragon tooth dagger, and that does get him to. And is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, that's bonus action and action. Yep.
Legendary action. He takes the crown off his head and he's going to try and beat you with it.
Okay.
Does a 25 hit?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Griaz, you take. You take 26 piercing damage, and you're going to take some necrotic as well, but this will be halved. Or no, not necrotic, poison.
I am immune to poison.
Okay, you're immune to poison, so yeah, you're fine. As the crown strikes you in the skull, it bludgeons you severely, but you do manage to resist the poison in the points of the crown. And with that, it is the wheel's turn.
That bitch hit me with his hat.
It sure is.
You don't hit
He's
a
also
man
hit
with
me
your
with
hat.
his hat. So
Not be using your hat. God damn
Throws
it.
a hat.
Debating what I want him to do. Okay. He is going to look over at Israel, who is, because of his true sight, still visible to him despite the dark cloud. And he is going to raise his hand, level a finger at you, and he is going to cast Finger of Death. Utaka, you said you had something you wanted to do if he cast a spell?
Oh yeah, I can like do a thing.
right.
Warcaster. Yo.
Go for it.
If
Can I do?
is your thing as good as counterspell?
We can both do our things.
Yeah. Okay.
That it's him casting that triggers
Okay.
Warcaster, I think. Right. Wait, no. Am
No,
I wrong?
you with Warcaster gives you can cast spells with your attack of opportunity.
Right. Mage Killer, that's right.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So I
Alright.
took the other one.
So in that
Never mind.
case, Melvin, are you going to do counterspell from the sounds of it?
I'm gonna do counterspell at 7th level.
Okay. So what's the? I always forget how counterspell.
Yeah, I
So
gotta pull
if
it.
it's
I
a
gotta.
spell of equal level or below, the counter spell just cancels it out. If it is
Okay.
a spell above the level,
Then it's a roll. Okay.
it is casting.
So-
It's a roll.
As he turns and points his finger, Israel, you start to feel that lurch in your stomach as if destiny is about to ensure you die. But Melvin, you're a diviner. You know how to manipulate destiny in your favor. And with a counter spell, Israel is spared the Finger of Death.
exactly, like Israel looked like she was ready to do the same thing, and she's like, "Hey, finger gun."
It's all right. I can do it all day.
Exactly.
And that's actually it for him. He was really counting on that Finger of Death going through. At least that's it on his turn. Most of it's going to come from legendaries. All right, top of the round, and you guys now know for sure on the astral plane you are, while you can see the effect the priest is having, you are beyond his reach. So you are no longer recharging automatically. Gaharis, you're up. Israel on deck.
Awesome. So I will look at the King of Hearts. I would prefer if you did not point at my fiance.
I'll point at
And-
whoever I please.
And I will, as I'm doing that, I am going to move around him. Actually, it's not
Yeah, here. Okay.
and I will move towards Melvin and Griaz. with my
Okay.
movement.
All right, you're not moving out of his range, so no opportunity attack.
And I'm going to take 2 swings at him. On the first swing, I'm going to put a level 4 Divine Smite.
Okay.
And on the second one, I'm going to put another level 4 Divine Smite.
Go for it.
Alright, to hit. First attack is going to be a 29.
That's a hit.
The second attack is going to be a 30.
That's also a hit.
Wonderful. So let's just do that. So they take 21 slashing,
21 slashing.
10 radiant. That's
10
without the
radiant.
smites.
Okay.
And then they are going to take 59 radiant damage in smites.
59 radiant damage of smite. I like to imagine you just do that thing of like twirl the blade and then just like it's just a flurry of hits.
And then as a bonus action, with my Shield Master feat, I'm gonna try and push him.
Go push him.
Away from, because he's like grabbing and beating Griaz.
Yeah.
So I am going to attempt to bash him with my shield.
And push him.
And push him 5 feet.
Okay. Is that a strength contest or what?
That's what I'm looking up right now. If you take the attack action on your turn, you can use a bonus action to try and shove a creature. I think it's probably a strength check. Push.
All right.
5e. Push action. It is. Well, actually, he's more than one size larger than me. I don't think I can push him.
Yeah. Okay. Harris, you slice, and you go to bash into them with your shield, but they catch the shield and force you back. And just continue to tower over you, starting to get rather peeved at this point.
Which is fine.
That the end of your turn?
They do need to make me 2 Constitution saving throws.
Which they will. And what effect is this? Just so I know if they have advantage or not.
This is the wounding effect.
Okay, so yeah, that doesn't apply here. Okay, that's a 34 and a 24.
Both will save.
Okay. Also, again, I keep forgetting. I'm very sorry.
I'm gonna take the necrotic damage.
Yep, which I will. You take halved 8 necrotic.
All right, and that's 8 halved or.
No, like that's 8 already halved.
Okay, perfect.
I now that I'm remembering, I'm giving it to you halved.
I
from the start.
appreciate it.
Yeah, it
right,
makes it
that's
easier.
It for my turn. You know, I think I actually have.
On second thought.
No, I'm good.
Okay. Legendary action. He's gonna bash you with his crown. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. However, let me actually. Yes, he will actually have disadvantage on this. Because he is flanked. Gaharis does a 28 hit.
It does. Anytime someone hits me, they take 5 psychic damage.
All right, I'll go ahead and note that. 5 psychic. He's going to bash you with his crown. You take 25 piercing, and do you take poison damage?
Yes.
Okay, so, and you will also
I think
take...
So, yes.
16 poison.
All right.
That's the end of your turn. Israel, you're up. Everyone on deck.
Cool. So Israel's pretty tired of this guy singling her out and is going to activate Masco's otherworldly guise and is now going to be immune to necrotic and poison damage. So screw you. Has +2 AC. All of her weapons and magic gain her spell modifier for attack and damage. And she can attack twice in her turn. So we're gonna go to my attacks then. And we're gonna ready up those 8 Eldritch Blasts that I have. Gotta do some rolling. Please excuse me. Because I also because I have foresight, have advantage on all of these Eldritch Blasts. It's just gonna be a lot of rolling, so please bear with me. And also advantages on the damage rolls. All right, let's see. Okay. Okay. Cool. All right. So we've got does a 22 hit.
Miss.
Okay. So that other one is a miss. Does a 28 hits, I know.
Yeah.
And anything above And then does a 23 hit?
No.
Okay. So, all right, based on that, I have 4 that will hit. And I will roll the damage for one of them. One more that I forgot. Alrighty. Sweet. Cool. Right. So she's also going to move back in a little closer so that she can take advantage of the delightful paladins.
Okay.
So she changes, and so she gains this very fayish, otherworldly appearance. She has these gangly limbs. Her wings are still there, and the mask, of course, is enhanced with that horrible smile and the glowing eyes that will persist and haunt everyone's dreams. As she comes closer, her packed weapon shifts from the usual short bow as she closes the distance to that initial form it took, which was that long blade. Just that beautiful, simple long sword of the duelist. And as she sweeps with it, 4 of the 8 strikes that cascade like a spray of stars for him do hit, and each of them hits for 15 plus, actually, plus her spell modifier for damage. What is her spell modifier?
That's
Her
just
spell attack.
yeah.
Hold on. I need to read this
Modifier
one more
is
time.
just your charisma bonus.
The modifier, but I need to check if it's actually the attack. Okay.
It's the charisma bonus.
Yeah, it is the charisma bonus, and that's already added in, so that's fine. So yeah, it's 15 damage for all 4 of those for a total of 60.
Okay.
And is immune to necrotic damage, so well.
Yeah, so yeah, that doesn't matter. So
None of that anymore.
Israel, as you step out, you all see that Israel's taken on this visage of the fair folk, gangly and ethereal. And as they sweep with Ivron, the sword you remember training Israel how to use, as they sweep with it, these beams of like maniacal, chaotic energy sweep out. And you can almost hear the wails and screams of a childish Moscow sweeping through the astral plane as the King of Hearts is bowled over by 4 of them, but then starts to like magically block off the rest. And as the effect clears and the magic dissipates, he looks to you, Israel, and I would have thought you better than this. Taking magic from that fiendish freak.
I haven't taken anything. And she holds up her blade sort of in the on guard of like, let's go, we'll do it again.
And to think I would have spared most of you.
That's your first mistake.
Avron, you're up. Utak on deck.
Ivron, I would like to think that he's kind of in this dude's face with the barrel blade.
Yeah.
He'll just say, spare us your sympathies. And his eyes begin to glow, and he radiates light as usual. His blade radiates light. Everything radiates light. And 2 ethereal wings begin to protrude from his back. That is Ivron's turn.
All right. Avron, as you take on this glowing visage, you take 12 necrotic damage. That's already halved. And as the King of Hearts turns to look at you, you can see confusion actually cross his face for a moment. And Andrasta.
By her grace, I am here.
You should be on my side. We agreed to do this together.
The agreement has been broken.
Legendary action. He's going to he initially looks like he's going to hit you, but you can see his hand twitch, and he's just going to go bash Greed.
Oh, no. Don't bash my boy.
Griaz, I'm going to take a wild guess and say 39 hits.
Yeah, a little bit.
You're immune to poison, so you're just going to take piercing. You take 21 piercing as he bashes you over the head with his crown, seeming just frustrated at the revolving door of all of the other deities betraying him, and is just taking it out on you because he doesn't like you. That's the end of Ivron's turn. Utaka, you're up. Melvin on deck, and this time I'll remember to roll this preemptively. Utaka, halved, you take 4 necrotic damage.
Gotcha.
I'm sure you'll live.
Somehow.
Yeah.
He takes his dagger and kind of flourishes and steps to the side of it and says, "You think just her? Don't you know Amphitrite's betrayed you? And Ninkenlim's left you too." And then I will do a little stabby.
All right, stab away.
Oh, thank God for advantage, because I didn't like that natural one.
You do.
Okay, I'll hold on to that because I'm fine, but I will hold on to that. So that'll be a 27 to hit.
That's a hit. Roll for damage.
Okay. That. So that is going to be 8 piercing and a number. Where be the number? There's the number.
Okay, 8 piercing.
Holy weapon. Where the fuck are you? There you are. 8 piercing, 8 radiant. And then I will summon a bonus action. I will summon a spiritual weapon at 8th level. Which will roll the hit. That's gonna miss.
Okay.
Know that. And I did roll I did roll to maintain concentration on holy weapon, and I succeeded.
Okay. Utaka, as you give this display of triumph and stab into their side, you go to stab at them again, but they catch your wrist with their massive hand and force you back. And then it is as it once was. I stand alone. And the field around you all begins to shift. And you find that lurching sensation begins to change as you find yourself over the Battle of Veilbright, but not like looking at it from like a bird's eye perspective, but constantly shifting. And Gaheris, as you look around, you realize all of you are now on a spinning wheel. With him at the center and all of you gathered around him. The literal wheel of destiny. Melvin, as you look, it's like a roulette wheel, but as you look down each section, you can see a potential outcome of this fight. You can see like Israel standing alone as everyone else is dead. You can see the King of Hearts as all of your souls are trapped in the astral plane. You can see all these different eventualities. It's just a matter of which one you land on. And as a layer action, he is going to use Bone Cage. Gaheris and Ivron, these bars emerge from the wheel and tighten around you. You are both now restrained. Nope. Gaheris and Ivron, you are both restrained, and as his legendary action, he's again going to turn and try to beat Griaz over the head with his crown. Yeah, that's a hit. Griaz, you take, again, skipping the poison, you take 5 piercing. And that is it for Utaka. Melvin, you're up. Griaz on deck.
Do I have any? Looking at him, do I have any sense on how he's looking? Can I? No visual damage.
Yeah, he's definitely taken visual damage. I would say he's not quite bloodied yet, but he is starting to feel the hits.
Gotcha.
So he's like getting into the zip code of bloodied.
Gotcha. All right. In that case, it worked well last time. I think I'm gonna drop another disintegrate on him, but this time at just 6th level.
Okay.
Let's see here.
Let me know if it's a save.
Yeah, so it's a dex save. 19 is the DC.
Doing some mental math here, does a 28 save?
Yep, so he takes half of 72, so he takes
Okay.
36.
All right, 36. What kind of damage is this?
Force damage.
Or is it just damage? Okay,
It's
force damage, got it.
Yeah, it's force damage.
36 force. All right. You again let out a ray of disintegration, and again their like robes and regents begin to fade away, but they continue to tether stubbornly to their soul. Anything else for you, Melv?
No, I think I'm gonna save my bonus action unless I can just the wheel's big enough where I can Misty Step out of his melee range.
Yes.
Yeah, so that's what I'll do for my bonus action is I'm gonna use my Misty Step to pop out of his melee range. So he, yeah.
All right. Feel free to move yourself wherever you like, as long as it's within range. Okay. Melvin, as you see him like standing up angrily from the disintegration, you just teleport out of dodge. And at the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay. That means it is now Griaz, you're up. And the wheel will be going after.
Griaz is like, stop fucking hitting me. Shit. He's going to use a bonus action to activate his Ghost Step tattoo and become ethereal, ghost-like, so that the objects are almost kind of like the smacks are kind of almost going through him at this point. There's still a little solidity to him. But and then he's like, you know what? I'm fucking done with this. And he is going to cast Firestorm. So it is a 10-foot, 100-foot, so 10-foot wide, 100-foot tall column of fire.
Yeah, and he's so big, you can easily hit him without hitting your allies.
Yeah, comes straight down on him. So it is a dexterity 19 saving throw.
Which he succeeds.
Okay. Does he take half when the wall appears? Failed save. Half as much. Okay. So he's going to take 28
Hold on, what
points
save
of
is that? What kind of save?
Dex, right?
dex.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah, I was keeping it in mind, don't worry.
So 28 points of fire damage.
Okay. As you call down this storm of fire, you all watch as the King of Hearts seemingly just disappears in a blaze. But then as the smoke clears, he's still standing. And while his robes are singed, he himself looks fine. He has a resistance to fire damage.
I should say no smoke has cleared.
But he did take some of that.
This is an active column of fire.
Yeah. As it starts to again, it is now his turn. Is that the end of your turn, Grass?
Yes.
All right. Is it the start of his turns or end of his turns for the continuing fire?
Let's see. Creature that enters the wall for the first time on a turn or ends its turn there.
Okay. So as your fire column emerges, you get a brief glimpse of him, and then continues to spurt. It is now his turn. Harris, you're on deck. He kind of gives you a look, Griaz, and looks around at the other party before just, you're on the list, savage. And he's going to teleport. And Melvin, you see him appear above you on the wheel. Oh, before I forget, I actually forgot to do this on your turn, Griaz. You take 8 necrotic, or did I already have you take the necrotic from Aura of Death? I don't think so. Did I?
I took some already. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Ignore that then. Melvin, he teleports away from the rest of the group and is now over you. And where are you going, little wizard?
This isn't where I... Hello.
Your family worshipped me. You can still change sides.
No, I think we're just going to kill you.
There's no use fighting destiny. Have
you met people?
Harris, you're up. Israel on deck.
All right, and I'm restrained, or does that?
Yeah, you are
last
restrained,
anywhere?
but you the cages can be broken.
Okay.
Yeah, while you
I
are
will
restrained,
use a bonus action to summon a spiritual weapon. I'm going to drop concentration on the burning scimitar.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I'm going to keep it up right
Okay.
now. But I'm going to summon spiritual weapon at 2nd level, and it's going to make an attack on the cage. Does a 21 hit?
Yes.
All right, that's 7 force damage.
Okay.
Is the cage still present?
Yes.
Okay. Then I will look at the cage for a moment. I'm going to rest a hand on myself and use Lay on Hands for 48 HP.
Okay.
Nope, sorry, for 55 HP, which will give me back the temp HP.
Okay, got it. As your weapon begins to bash away at the metal, you just start healing yourself. You can feel the tattooed oath on your arm circulating. Legendary action, he's gonna bash Melvin. Melvin, because I actually don't know your AC, does a 28 hit?
Yeah.
All right, Melvin, you take 25 piercing.
Yeah.
And 31 poison.
Ooh, yeah.
How bad does Melvin and Israel look?
Melvin's had better days.
If, say, her HP was on a scale of like 0 to 113, she's at a 38.
Okay.
Yeah, if you had to just rough guesstimate it.
And if I had to compare Melvin to her, I'd say he was 3 worse.
Okay. Israel, you're up. Everyone on deck.
All right, who is in the cages?
Gaharis and Ivron.
And Ivron. Cool. Right. She's gonna just revolutionary girl Utsuna this nonsense, and she's actually going to go for the cages as she sweeps her blade in like this like snicker snacking motion.
All right.
And 4 for each cage as she just goes to like gun them down essentially with that blade.
Got it. All right, roll.
And question, on crits, is it just doubling?
Yeah, you double.
Cool. So one cage takes 86 force damage. Because I'm assuming that 30s
Yeah.
hit.
Yeah, it's a cage. It's not hard to hit.
And that the 27s that would hit the guy would also hit the cage. So like
Yes.
one of them is like vaporized. Hooray.
I'll say that's Gaharis's. That feels the most appropriate.
Exactly. That's fine. The next one was probably going to get pretty vaporized as well. But it only gets 3 that hit. We're going to go for damage here. Let's see. Right. Okay. So that is... Hold on while I tally this.
I'll say, is it over 30?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you're
Probably
fine.
over 30, so yeah.
Paladins, you watch as Israel, looking furious, just in a flurry of blades, and the metal cages around both of you just pop into rust and dust. You are both no longer restrained.
And she's gonna just move, not into the wall of fire, the column of fire, but like here-ish, between the two lads.
Okay. Once you set them free, you move to get between them.
Mm-hmm.
All right. That the end of your turn?
I believe so.
All right. Avron, you're up. Utaka on deck, although a couple things are going to happen before Utaka's, as per the norm. So, Avron, what's up?
Well, first and foremost, what's the necrotic damage if I'm still within range?
Yep. That's 7 necrotic.
Okie doke.
The resistance is doing you a lot of favors.
Yes. Yeah. Well, it's probably his forte here, but Ivron, having been released, would give Israel a wink and ask, does she look? She looks really bad.
She's looking pretty darn bad.
It's,
Let's say she's definitely at a third or less of her usual staying power. So she's looking roughed up, a little drained. So even as she let loose that entire wave of magic, she's just sort of swaying there. Like she's definitely gone more rounds than you think she should have. Based on how long it's actually been.
What's up, Utaka, before everyone does a thing?
I was just to say, if you want to hit, I can full heal everyone.
Oh, nice. Oh, thank goodness. People are dying left and right. And I was like, I can't get to you all. I'm sorry.
I can only touch one person.
We have a cleric, guys. We do have one.
What?
I can't use a 9th level. I don't have a 9th level damage spell, so that's what I'm gonna do with it.
Right? Because what else are they gonna do with the 9th level spell?
Thank you for
Utaka's
alleviating.
I call this one call healing.
Yeah.
And
Thank
Matt,
you for alleviating my guilt in this.
What's up?
I real quick had something. I got mixed up with Firestorm and Firewall. The Firestorm does not stay there, but I'm assuming that if he takes up a 15-foot space, he is taller than 10 feet.
Yes.
Okay, then he would actually take an extra 28 points of damage because he was occupying 2 squares of that.
All right, I will
That's
note that. Noted. Thank you for letting me know. And I will say with that, he is officially bloodied.
I was gonna say then, so he's up in the air or above?
No, he's just
everybody?
really big, but no,
Yeah.
he's not. But yeah, he's kind of like just because of his height, kind of hovering over Melvin, ready to go to town on the wizard.
Sure.
Looming, one might say.
Then Ivron will, of course, get on this guy, probably flanking him, and finally making a hit with the barrel blade.
All right, we've discussed the stats. Let him have it.
All right. Oh man, math. Does a 39 hit?
Yes.
Okay. And I'm assuming a 37 hits.
Yes. Yeah, you're
Okay.
fine.
All right.
Anything above 27 is a definite hit at this point.
All right. And Ivron
Switch to real
having
dramatic music now that he's on his last legs here.
Ivron having
Uh,
hit twice is going to be 23 slashing damage and an additional oh man, all of these smites.
smite.
He's going to cast his 4th level smite, divine smite. All right.
Okay.
So, with everything said and done, because Ivron is prepared with sacred weapon and he's got radiant soul, so he's got all this radiant magic radiating from him. That's an additional 104 radiant damage on top of his, what did I say, 23 slashing? Yeah.
Oh my god. All right. Ivron, as you ready the barrel blade, you can hear a voice whisper in your head, "Death to the false god." And you slice and you gouge the King of Hearts deep with that strike. And at this, he finally the veneer of calm confidence drops as he just lets out a "Ah!"
I think Ivron would
and looks over his shoulder to you in just anger.
in response, Ivron would call out his war cry, "By dawn's light, feel my wrath," and kind of give him this devilish grin as he makes that hit.
All right, Geharis, you said you maintained concentration on the burning sword, yes? Okay.
Because I want to wait until I get out of the cage.
Kind of looks. He kind of looks again, just furious, and kind of looking at Melvin over his shoulder, looking at you, Ivron, and holding up his crown. You can see his gaze flick to the sword still burning on the ground. Holds up his crown and, "By civilization's wrath, feel mine." And he's gonna try and bash you in the head with the crown. Ooh, that rolled far. Does a 23 hit?
I would like to use a reaction on this one.
I was going to say, is this a legendary action or a regular?
Yes, there's a legendary action.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, then I would like to burn a silvery barb if I can.
All right, so he'll take minus 1d6 from the attack or from the damage?
-4 from the attack roll, I think. Let me just double check.
So that reduces it to a 19. Does a 19 hit?
Sorry, no, they don't
It's
subtract my
disadvantage.
Art of Conspiration. I am going crazy. They have to roll a d20 and take the lower result.
Ah, okay. Let me grab that. All right, it still hits.
Okay.
Ivron, you take having. Oh, well, actually, no, this isn't necrotic. You take 19 piercing damage and an amount of poison.
And this was hit with what exactly? I'm sorry.
Yeah, he just bashed you with his crown. It's a legendary action.
Oh, okay. Is he celestial fiend? Fae,
He is a fiend.
Undead. All right. Did he have to roll anything? Because it's a disadvantage.
So yeah, quadruple disadvantage.
Yeah. Just making sure.
He would have still hit. Even with 4 disadvantages, he still would have hit.
Cool.
You take 20 poison. And looking over his shoulder to you, Melvin, his lair action, he's going to use Fountain of Blood. Melvin, make me a dex save.
Got it.
You do have bonuses, Melvin, because Iran's
Advantage, right?
nearby. It's a +5 on saves.
+5.
From both of them, right?
So +10 total.
Yeah.
With the +10, it's a 22.
That's a fail. Melvin.
So I do get to pay the advantage, even though they still succeeded from silvery barbs to an ally.
Mm-hmm.
Would I be able to give that to Melvin?
I'll allow that. Sure.
So your save would be made at a...
So
at
my new
a-
save is 32.
All right, so you succeed. You'll take half.
Got it.
The wheel begins to shake, and you feel the ground beneath you kick, and this geyser of Children of Red Sight magic surges around you, and you take. It's gonna be a bit of math. Hold on.
Once you hit 35, you can stop counting.
Nah, it's. Oh. And then cutting that in half because you succeeded the save, you take 15 acid damage.
Ah, I'm still standing.
Utaka, you're up. Melvin on deck.
Utaka is going to start walking from the edge of this wheel, and as he does, he takes his hands and starts like swirling them, and like from the outside of it, inward along the spokes of the wheel, like light starts radiating up like into flares. And I will do, what is the name of the spell? Mass heal. Everyone is back to full HP. Congratulations. I don't know. Does it give you temp back?
You get an HP, and you get some HP, and you get the HP.
I think you get to
Oprah.
recover the 10 HP from aid, but I
Okay.
don't think you get the 15.
Yeah, exactly, because
Or
the
however
8 is
many.
part of our max
25.
HP.
So, okay, so then I will give me the 1 back to my temporary HP that I can.
Mhm.
And all you actually damaged fuckers are back at full.
Okay. That the end of your turn?
Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of like position myself, like as he was walking, he kind of like walked to the center, so I guess he'd be like right next to the guy again, but
Okay.
he'd be
As he turns
Oh.
and is
I would have a bonus action. Spiritual weapon tries to hit, and it misses. Okay, cool,
Okay.
we're done.
Utaka, he turns to look, and as you cast the spell, deflects the spiritual weapon reflexively, but as he sees everyone's wounds closing, just traitorous cleric. Melvin, you take at the start of your turn. Then halving that, you take 11 necrotic.
Got it. All right.
You're up.
I'm going to use my Misty Step to hop away from him again. Get over here behind all my friends, where I like to be. And then I'm going to cast... I'm going to do it. I'm going to cast Eldritch Blast. I'm going to fire all 4 blasts at this guy.
All right.
Because he figures, this guy gives that power. He might as well eat it, too. So first attack is a 24.
That's a miss, I'm afraid.
Miss. Second attack is a 15. That'll miss. Third is a critical miss. And the last one is a 21. So he will fail all of them. Just blasting. He's trying to cause a distraction. He doesn't like using violent magic, so he shoots it over his head just to scare him.
But seeming to not realize that's what you're trying to do, he turns to look at you and, the Gale Howler dares turn my own magic against me. That the end of your turn, Melv?
Yeah, that's everything I got. I was really hoping one of those would hit.
All right. Griaz, you're up, and then Harris, you will go after the wheel.
Griaz seeing Melvin fire off these Eldritch blasts is going to kind of come in at the opposite angle here. So first, Griaz is going to initiate his ghost step tattoo, just in case this guy wants to start hitting him with his hat again. And then he is going to cast Sunbeam. So it's a let's see, con saving throw at disadvantage. Saving throw.
Con save at disadvantage. That's a success with a 23.
Okay. So it is going to take what is that? That's 16 points of radiant damage.
Okay.
And it is
radiant.
not blinded, but there is, I guess, light kind of coming from Griaz now.
All right.
Yeah. Okay.
All right. Is that the end of your turn, Griaz?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. With that, I believe if you're 2 size categories, you can move through other creature spaces, right? Is that how it works? I believe that is.
What was it?
I was saying if you're 2 size categories larger, you can move through other creature spaces without issue.
Yeah, you can step right over him.
Yeah.
Okay. So he's actually going to step over you guys.
But we still would get attacks of opportunity.
Well, he's not leaving your range. I'll put him on the map layer. You guys can't see him on the map layer. Oops. Hold up.
Yeah, just keep him on the token layer. He just can't. He can't end his turn on the same spot that we're on.
Okay. So yeah, so it wouldn't have mattered anyway. Sorry, made that really unnecessarily complicated. 1 second. Get everything back to where it's supposed to go. Yeah. Okay. I was making sure I got everything. I think that's right. All right. He is going to retrieve. Yeah. Here, let me. Need to get to where I can. Unfortunately. Here, save time. I'll just make a new one. Be easier than going through the rigmarole. He's going to pick up his burning sword. Will he take damage, Griaz?
Harris.
Harris.
Yeah, it has not been 10 rounds, so heat metal. If creature is holding or wearing the object, yep, so he is going to interact with it, so he is going to take 68 fire damage.
Okay. No roll or anything, just takes the damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
Although he's resistant, so I think it's half that. So
yeah.
4.
So.
Yeah, let me roll the damage.
Yeah, go for it.
Derek, correct me if I'm wrong. Am I doing it correct?
I was looking at spells. What are you doing?
I cast
Heat
metal on a object that I have maintained concentration to keep on fire, and he.
You use a bonus action to cause the damage again. It's only when you cast the spell.
Okay.
But if a creature is holding or wearing the object and takes damage from it, then they have to roll or drop it. So they're not going to take damage yet.
So he's good.
All right. So he's going to pick up his sword and step over all of you to get to the other side of the wheel. So Ivron, Utaka, and Gaharis, you can take opportunity attacks if you wish.
Yeah. Does a 34 hit?
Yep.
All right. Love that for him. That is going to be 11 slashing, 6 radiant.
All right, 11 slashing, 6 radiant.
And he needs to make a Constitution saving throw.
Con save. 27.
27 saves.
All right. Ivron, Utaka, any opportunity attacks you want to do, or are you good?
Yep. So we've established that a 27 hits.
Yeah.
Correct?
So yeah, you hit.
Okay. That will be 10 piercing and 10 radiant.
10 piercing, 10 radiant. All right, and Ivron?
31 and 32 to hit.
Both hit.
I think you only get 1 attack on attacks of opportunity.
Yeah, you attack once.
Well, it says extra attack is the special abilities in any time.
Oh.
Oh yeah, 'cause
make
you have
an
Sentinel,
attack.
right.
Yeah.
Well, it's not.
Oh,
It's not
God.
even Sentinel. It's just a special ability that you can attack twice instead of once whenever you make. Oh, the attack action. I'm sorry. I thought it said
Yeah.
you make an attack. Never mind. So yeah, the first one. Then it's only going to be. All right. Yeah, 11 and 20. 27 radiant.
27 radiant.
I'm sorry, 27 plus 5
Uh,
is
27, and then an
because I
additional
have the barrel
5.
blade, so 32 radiant.
All right. As you, Utaka, and Gaheris slice into the King of Hearts as he, like a giant, stomps over all of you. You can see, Ivron, your slice stops him, but he does stop and pick up his sword. I'll say, given that you reduce your speed to 0, because you said you have Sentinel, right? Or did you take the Sentinel feat?
Both of us have Sentinel, yeah.
So yeah. I'll say he'd stop here since he can't end his turn on another creature's space, but that still puts him close enough to grab the sword. He's gonna pick up his scimitar and standing up. He's going to. Oh, what does he want to do? He is going to cast. That's tempting. Very, very tempting.
Do it.
I feel bad, but I think it's what he would realistically try and do.
Do it. Circle of Death.
No, he's smart. He knows what you guys do, so he's not using saving throws because he knows the paladins will just bail everyone out. He's trying to pick everyone off one by one and keep the paladins out. He's smart. He's going to look to. Yeah, I'm doing some mental math to make sure that what he wants to do will work here. I've never actually used this spell before. It's he is going to look at actually, all of you are not, yeah, because of Utaga's heal, you are not affected by power word kill. So, he is going to. I think realizing as he looks over all of you and he sees that in no eventuality does power word kill any of you, he looks to Utaka, who he blames for his current plight. And forgetting immediately that he's not supposed to be doing saving rolls, Utaka, make me a con save as he's going to cast harm.
No, he's not. I'm going to counterspell that. That bitch. Specifically.
So he's going to do nothing other than picking up his blade.
What level of counterspell?
It was a 5th level counterspell, I think, because my pack slots are all 5th level.
Okay, so that was a 6th level spell, so...
DC is 10 plus the spell's level. So 16 is the DC. On a success, the creature spell fails and has no effect, so I have to make an ability check using my spellcasting ability, but I have advantages on those.
Yeah, fuck up this god, do it.
Gosh. Get fucking wrecked, sir. Yeah, I beat it. That's a 20.
All right. Okay, so yeah, you counterspell harm.
Yeah, counterspells that.
Okay.
Basically, a flash of just that eldritch lightning just seems to, I guess, strike his hand as the somatic components are going off, and it's like, no.
Yeah, and just like, yeah, he looked like a dog that got shocked, just like confused and actually, to you see for the first time, afraid.
Exactly, and there's just Israel pointing her blade at him.
Because you guys,
like, I'm coming for you.
You guys are just casually defying destiny at every turn. Top of the round. Gaheris, you're up. Israel on deck.
Wonderful. Wonderful. As a bonus action, I am going to, once again, his sword is going to light on fire. He's going to take 6d8 fire damage.
Okie dokie.
Which will be halved. That is 29 halved, which would be 14.
14 fire damage.
Yep. And does he drop it? He needs to make a con saving throw equal to con 19.
I'm assuming a 24 succeeds.
You know what? I'll cutting words that. I'll use a reaction to cutting words that. So let's subtract 1d6 from it. Why not?
Go for it.
That's a 6.
Okay.
No sword for him.
Okay.
But as he's dropping it, I, as a free action, would like to drop concentration as I'm sprinting towards him. And Geharis is going to throw his shield back, because it has the tether. So it's going to swing back, and he's going to try and catch the sword and make 2 attacks with this god's own sword on him.
You know what? Yeah. Nothing about the sword prevents you from doing that. Sure.
Sure. Is this a magical sword? Is my next...
Yes, but you can't attune to it.
Right. All right. First swing is going to be a 28. Second swing is a 15 plus 13 for another 28.
Both hit, roll damage, and because I believe attunement doesn't apply to plus whatever things, right?
Correct.
So you may
deal
add
any damage on effect unless it was just a simple magical blade, like +1 sword.
Okay, so this will deal 4d6 bludgeoning, and you get a +3 to damage.
Okay, 4d6 plus 3. Alright, that's a 14 and a 17 for a total of 31 bludgeoning. On top of that, he is going to take 16 radiant damage.
16 radiant.
From the advanced smite, and then I'm gonna throw a divine smite on it. And he's a fiend, right?
Yep.
We'll do a 3rd level smite, so that's 2, 3, 4, I believe. 48. So that's 2, 9, 12, 18, and then I believe since he's a fiend, he takes additional smite damage. Yeah, for an additional 1d8. For another 8.
Okay.
And with the hand that's not holding the scimitar, I'm going to reach behind me, using my swipes to kind of block their vision, and I'm going to unsheath Euron's blade and toss it in the air behind me using my bulky body covering it.
Euron's Bane?
Yeah.
All right.
So I'm tossing it in the air, hoping that one of my friends capitalizes on the opening that I am buying them.
Okay.
And that this guy doesn't have a free action, just grabs it and stabs me in the chest.
All right. Okay. Geharis, you take 9 necrotic damage just from his aura. Is that the end of your turn?
Yes.
You know what? I'm going to say for his legendary action, roll me sleight of hand, and we'll see if he can see what you did.
You know what? I'm going to use my last chat crit for a 26.
His fear of his own destiny has blinded him to the specific turns the wheel is taking. Israel, you're up. Everyone on deck. And all of you see as Geharis very dangerously flips Euron's Bane into the air. A blade that, if any of you touch the blade of it with your bare skin, will instantly kill you.
What will we have to roll to catch it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna call it a deck save. I'm gonna call it a deck save since it is a life or death equation.
Okay. And what would catching it count as in turn of action?
I'm gonna count that as an interaction since catching or unsheathing a weapon is usually an interaction. So I'm gonna say that's an interaction to do that.
Okay, and what does that do to the action economy? I don't.
Interaction is just its own thing. Like you can do an interaction, then you still have all your other stuff.
Okay.
But bear in mind, if you try to go for it and fail, if your character is trying to get it with their bare skin.
So first, Israel's going to unleash her barrage, as was her general strategy up to this point, as she is going to move to catch this. So it's almost as an extra level of just obscuring the field. There's this barrage of star-like eldritch blasts that converge. Again, 4 of them miss and 4 hit, for a total of 51 force damage from the strikes. And then she's gonna go and try and grab it.
Make a dex save.
Yeah, we sure are making a dex save. Well, let's go, everybody. So, she doesn't kill herself. Oh, thank God. All right. Whew. Hopefully a 25 saves?
Israel, you reach out and manage to snag the blade by the handle, but you're careful to not let it touch you as you kind of crouch behind Gahara's, almost hiding behind your husband as he stares down the demonic King of Hearts.
Literally, you hear her go, "You fucking ass, shoot on me. Oh, you could have killed."
Israel, you take have 7 necrotic.
Great. Fantastic. Ooh.
Anything else on your turn, Israel? You still have
She
all your
didn't take any necrotic. She's still got her guys, so she's immune.
Yes. Okay, you're fine. Yeah, you're fine then.
Yeah.
Okie dokie, is that it for you, Israel?
Sure is. So currently she has Yoron's Mane in one hand and her pack blade the other.
Whew, that's deadly. All right. Ivron, you're up. Utaka, you'll be on deck after some layer actions.
So the necrotic starts at the beginning of the turn, Matt?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and you take half to 10 necrotic.
Ron's concentration is still up. So he will strike with the barrow blade. We have nat 20 for 41 and a nat 1 for a 22. For the first strike, it is 20 slashing, so 40 slashing, or no, that is 20 slashing because that's 10.
Okay.
And then God, all this radiant.
So much radiant.
62 radiant damage.
Okay.
If I are adding the 5, so 67 radiant damage. Times 2 is 134
Okay.
radiant damage on top of the 20 slashing, and then I think we said 27s to hit, so he misses the second hit.
Okay.
And I think he would cry out, "You're unworthy to wear that crown." And if it's on his head, I don't know. Maybe that's what he's aiming for.
Okay. Utaka, as the King of Hearts begins to panic and scramble, and you can see Ivron reaching up to do this, just face them down and go to town. In his last, just like panicked, like efforts to maintain his not currently deadness, for his legendary action, he is going to try and get Ivron with his crown. Does a 26 hit?
Me?
Ivron.
Everyone? Okay.
And this is legendary, so it can't be a disadvantage.
Yeah.
Then 26 hits.
you take 29 piercing and 19 poison. And as his lair action, he is going to use Fountain of Blood, or actually, no, he can't. He already used that. He can't use it twice in a row. In just a desperate attempt to save himself, he's going to trap Gaheris and Ivron in cages again. And he starts like backing away. However, Ivron, before that happens, you manage to slice and knock the crown out of his hands, and it goes skittering across the wheel. And he actually completely ignores all of you, his life being in danger, to start scrambling towards the crown as if his life depends on it. Utaka, as the King of Hearts crawls away from you, desperate to reach his crown even above his own life, Ivron and Gaheris are trapped. You realize it's now or never.
Oh no. Okay, Utaka's right next to Israel, right? You can see
Yes.
where she's holding the dagger.
Yes.
Yeah. They
Alright.
share a moment. There's a look. She is passing the dagger carefully.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah. Then taking it in my gloved hands. Although shit, my gloves are magical. Well, whatever. I'm holding the.
You're holding it by the non-dangerous
handle.
Yeah,
end.
as long as you're holding it by the hilt, you're fine.
Exactly.
Okay. Then I will kind of, God, I guess roll over towards where he's scrambling, and come up by his throat, and I would like to lean in and hiss, "You won't be needing that anymore. That's mine." And I will strike with Yoren's blade.
Roll to hit, and he is going to, in a desperate attempt to save himself, spin the Wheel of Destiny. As the wheel begins to spin, I'm going to use the chat disadvantage that I was given months ago. You have disadvantage on this strike.
Okay, that's interesting. I would like to use my lucky feat to cancel that and
By all means.
have a flat roll.
That's what I was counting on. Go for it.
Okay. Ah!
Now, I do shit like this just to drain people's luck points.
It's
what
smart.
What would the plus be for this dagger?
For the because it is Joron's Bane, it doesn't have any special bonuses against the wheel,
It's just
so
a
it
normal
is
dagger.
yeah, it's just effectively a normal dagger.
It's called
Okay,
the
so
Instakill
just
normal dagger.
my normal plus.
Yeah, your
but
dex, and
not-
if you're proficient, your proficiency with daggers.
Okay, so that's a plus 9.
Think of it as like your dagger +1, just minus the +1.
Yeah, I get that. Okay. Okay. Did anyone ever hit him with a 26 before? Did we establish
I think
that
that
myth?
hits.
I think that hits, yeah.
Utaka, 26 does hit. Utaka, how do you want to do this?
Ah! Okay. I will take this adamantian dagger. Right, that's the word.
Yeah, it's technically adamant, but adamantine is fine too.
Okay, adamantine dagger.
It has a
and
name.
I will take Yoron's Bane. And kind of as he's like down and scrambling, like half climb onto his back and reach around with the dagger, and after I whisper this in his ear, I will slice across his throat and let what comes of the wound pool out as the last thing he sees before this magic consuming dagger takes his life is the crown that he desperately wants so much out of his reach.
You all watch Gaheris and Ivron in your cages as Utaka slits the King of Hearts' throat. This ancient colonist, this proverbial George Washington that led his people from overseas into foreign lands and decided they were his simply by birthright. He ruled over it as a mortal and then again as a god for hundreds of years. And after all of his machinations, all of his adjustment of destiny, making sure that it was written in stone that he would take his throne again. He got to enjoy it for all of about an hour. And you all watch as the King of Hearts, not even genuinely seeming concerned about his bleeding throat, just continues to crawl towards the crown as if it's all that matters to him. And you all notice the wheels spinning begins to slow as he finally places a hand on the crown, gouging his own fingers on the pointed poison spikes. But as he clutches it to his chest, this land is mine. And you watch as from the wound Utaka made, the King of Hearts begins to turn to dust as the adamant drains all of the magic out of him. Utaka, how much health do you have remaining?
218 with 10 temporary hit points.
You now have 118 with 8 temporary hit points as you take 100 psychic damage.
Fine.
He who slays a god must take it. Utaka, the wheel begins to spin again. All of you watch as the area around you, which had previously just been the astral void, begins to turn that kind of sickly, toxic yellow-green. Ivron, the same you had seen whenever Utaka casts Toxic Cloud. And you watch as the visages in the wheel begin to change. No longer of a king lording over his people, but a street urchin from a distant city, slowly rising to power, finally achieving their true goal, godhood. Utaka, your mind is suddenly filled, torn asunder, as you suddenly are hyper aware of all potential outcomes. You realize like so much about the world that you didn't understand before. You think about how everything has like a set amount of outcomes, and you are suddenly aware of all of them. And with a bit of finagling, as you guys notice the wheel begins to kind of jolt back and forth, you realize you can kind of lean yourself in one direction or another through gradual change. Utaka, you are now the angel of destiny.
Also, you now have a PhD in probability, so congrats, I guess.
Let's go gambling.
Okay. So does that mean, did I just absorb, is that the lesser godhood? Is that
Yes.
the
Yeah.
thing?
It didn't kill
Okay.
you, so as long as you don't go insane from the sudden
No promises.
knowledge, yeah, no promises. You are now a deity of fate.
Okay. He kind of like falls limp in the pile of ashes and just starts like convulsing as the wheel is doing this like jagged spinning, like something is happening. And it takes a bit of time, like while his mind is trying to wrap around all of this new influx.
Oh yeah, as the thing is wiggling and he's convulsing, Israel is there trying to sort of scramble towards him. One, to make sure that blade gets put away before it starts sliding towards somebody and kills somebody. Like, we cannot have that, let alone having it jiggle in his hand and then just kill the newfound god. Like, this is awful, terrible. We can't have that. So she's going to do that. And, possibly she doesn't know how first aid for seizures works. So she's going to sit there nearby going, oh my God, what do I do? But other than, stowing Joron's Bane to make sure that it's not going to kill nobody.
I would say too, if Ron rushes to Utaka's side and with the spells available to him, will cast things like Lesser Restoration and Lay on Hands to maybe assist Utaka in staying alive through whatever it is that they're experiencing right now.
Yeah, Harris will rush over as well as Ibron is doing that. Does any of this seem familiar?
Make a religion check. And while you're rolling that, I will say, the cages that were trapping the two of you crumble into rust and dust. the undead army of Gale Howlers fade into the afterlife, and as all of you gather at the center of the wheel where Utaka convulses, Israel, looking out of the corner of your eye, you can see the dust that the King of Hearts fell into is beginning to kind of calcify, leaving a huddled, pathetic-looking statue of an elderly man clutching a crown.
Griaz will rush over to Utaka as well, and he'll cast Entangle if Utaka is like thrashing around a bit, and probably inadvertently making like a cocoon for Utaka to metamorphise in.
You know,
Okay.
can Israel like drop kick the statue off
Hold
the
on.
wheel?
Not before Melvin disintegrates it.
Cool. Okay. No. Can she drop kick it, and as it's like spinning in the weird astral mist nonsense, he just shoots it?
Yeah, but anyway, Melvin was about to use his last 7th level spell to disintegrate that statue.
Cool.
Okay.
Then we do that cool combo.
All right, sounds good.
Like,
18.
All right, 1 second. Israel, you approach the pathetic-looking statue and just kick it over the side of the wheel. And Melvin, you lean over the side and disintegrate it as it fizzles into dust. I don't know if any of you know this, but you actually may have just done a legitimately smart thing. A statue of someone killed by adamant can be revived if you give it enough magic.
oh yeah,
You just
she was like,
ensured the King of
five.
Hearts will never return.
She's a monster hunter. She knows you don't leave stuff like that behind. That's like leaving the vampire to regenerate without staking it through the heart and the sun first.
And
Oh,
Gaheris,
man.
while you're not exactly an expert, you've heard legends of things like this. While, as Lady Unvile said, if you kill a god, they simply die. They are dependent on worship to stay alive. These lesser deities are meant to be above celestial politics. Ergo, while they are stronger in the sense of their sheer dominion, they are more vulnerable, as worship does not sustain them. It can increase their power, but it does not continuously extend it. And it appears that Lady Unvile was right. With this battle, you have, or rather Utaka has, taken the role of a lesser deity of destiny. Above the gods' politics, but a little more vulnerable. Or rather, vulnerable if it was anyone but Utaka. You're confident if anyone can avoid celestial attempts on their life, it would be the little rogue cleric who's been with you since the beginning. Utaka, in your little vine cocoon, as you slowly fight through the upcoming knowledge, whether you go mad or not, I'll leave up to you. But I will say that as long as you survive that 100 psychic damage, you will live to be a god.
I think like a worrying amount of time starts passing before through the roots you see this like pulsing of like golden silver, like kind of like a champagne color light that starts like pushing out until, if you don't mind, Derek, until like the roots themselves are kind of like in a flare, like incinerated, like, and if you're cool with that. Okay.
Yeah, I don't think that Entangle is enough to hold back a lesser deity.
Okay. Just
Whether I'm
wanted-
cool with it or not, I think, yeah, that's what makes sense.
Okay. And then he kind of like he's swaying, and you see him like turn and like push himself up with his, like slowly with hands and elbows as he rises and like turns and looks along the wheel and starts like raising a hand to kind of like almost guiding it now as it starts flickering, and like the images that you saw before that were revolving around this fight are now showing like different images as he's looking elsewhere. Some show Jornel's dead, and then others like show various things that could be happening with the priest, like Unvile with her throat ripped, the priest like slaying like various possibilities. But when he turns and looks to you, when he kind of like seems to almost realize that you're there, as though he didn't before, the dark, like black, like kind of like sclera eyes that he had before as a water genasi are not that color anymore. They're like that golden champagne, and like veins of it kind of like run away from his eyes. And he just we're late.
We're late.
We need to go.
So who can get off this plane unassisted?
I can get myself off as well as 3 other people.
I can get 4 people off.
I think that takes care of everybody then.
Is Udaka able to leave?
What do I feel like I can do? Is there anything different?
As Lady Unvile mentioned, by design, they wanted the King of Hearts' power to be limited. You still have all the capabilities you had before, with the additional capability that now you are, again, hyper aware of potential outcomes and can steer them accordingly. All you can do is change your own actions or those of others to get to a certain point, but you cannot you can't basically just be like, oh, that's going to happen and guarantee have that happened. But I will point out for the rest of the session if you have relevant visions of what's happening.
Okay.
Cool. So Israel will, I guess, turn to Harris if I can send these 2, she points to Melvin and Griaz, and then, unless indicated otherwise, Utaka and Ibran as their 2, and then she's like, and then I'll go with you.
Ivron will pick up Mistra, who I'm assuming is still there.
Mistra's not here on the astral plane.
Yeah, like she's on the material. Yeah, she's on the material plane.
I thought we brought all of her over. All right.
Did the crown get disintegrated as well as the statue?
Yes, unfortunately.
Okay, fair enough.
He died clutching it, so.
I'm sorry about your new hat, Utaka. Melvin destroyed it.
All right, and then she just motions to Melvin and Griaz, like, group up and don't fight it. And she's gonna cast banishment on them because they're not native to this plane.
Yeah. Does anyone fight it?
No.
Okay.
Bam.
Oh.
Oh
And
no,
then-
she got the address wrong. We're in pandemonium now.
Well, it's banishment. You get sent immediately back to your home plane because
But
you
have
weren't
to
native
hold
to
it
the
for a minute,
astral.
right? So it'd be
About time you found out that
No, not
Griaz
if
is
it's the
native
home
to the
plane.
plane of fire.
Oh.
I was gonna say this is when you find out some things you didn't know about your party members.
Oh, hello,
Griaz has
Avernus,
been a
how I
secret
missed
of freak
missed you.
the entire time he is from the city of brass. So
Yeah, exactly.
Ivron
Did I
split
be
in
native
half.
to the material anymore? Or
Remember,
okay.
even the King of Hearts was native to the material
Okay.
plane.
Okay.
That's why this is just the astral plane of just like magic and gods. So,
Then I will
Uh,
stick my neck to the side and banish myself.
Cool.
all right,
And then I banish Ibron.
all right.
Bam.
With a few
And then I
castings of
just
banishment.
slide up to Garrus and link arms. I'm like, ready to go when you are.
And then Naden will port us over. While people are getting banished, I would use a first level slot to identify the scimitar.
Okay. Gaharis picking up the. I'm assuming no longer burning.
Yeah,
Hit-
no.
Picking up the no longer burning blade, you kind of look over it curiously and cast Identify. And as Israel is getting everyone transported back through banishment, while obviously the lore and flavor is different, mechanically, it is the Wand of Orcus.
I don't even know what that is, but the reactions here clearly tell me something. I know who Orcus is. I don't know what his wand does. Like, that's what I
Good
thought.
for you,
Okay,
Harris.
like-
Good for you. Well, you're gonna be the next BBG. I feel like with this.
I mean, kind of.
As you guys reawaken in the material plane, nothing around you indicates the scale of what just happened. A god has fallen, a new one has been crowned, and yet the office, other than the damage that was already done, is completely nothing. But on the ground, you can hear us as Mistra slowly picks herself up, still donned in the cultish robes of the King of Hearts, and places a small hand to her head and pinches her brow. What happened?
Melvin's gonna go over to her and just kind of like cradle her head, get her up off the ground a little bit. Say, we'll explain later. We have a lot of other things to handle right now. But you rest and relax right here where it's safe.
Safe from what?
Well, there's a lot of things. There's a giant three-headed dragon. There's some other guy we've got to kill. There's a lot of things trying to kill us right now, and you need to be calm about it.
Wait, I can't. And she tries to stand up, but like immediately falls, and you have to catch her again.
Mistra, you're in Valebright. You're in the mayor's office. Stay here until you can actually stand and make your way to the GSIA building. Good?
Fine.
Now,
we'll meet up with you later.
On the subject of the rest of our to-do list here, I think I've thought of something. Something that might help us with the big, oversized guy outside. If we can try it.
Oh.
I think it's a good plan.
The only thing I'm going to need your help with is anything you can do to reduce his perception or willpower. Will increase the opportunity to make this plan work.
I already had something in mind.
Okay, that's fucking weird. Stop that.
It's like Tails' power, but on crack.
Honestly.
Yeah. Tails 2.0.
Oh, wait till Tails sees this.
But anyway,
Probably already has.
Do I know
They've all
where-
seen all this shit. They're best friends.
Do I know where Joran is?
Where Joran is? Joran is in the GSIA building, currently in the acting lord's headquarters, where Mistra typically was, and he's just sitting and waiting.
He's in the office of the Spire. Should go.
just a rule clarification for me, Matt. With Wish, I can cast any 8th level spell or lower.
Indeed, you can.
Now, if I want to use it to cast another 9th level spell, I could still do that, but I have the 33% chance of losing the spell forever, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay. Do you guys start making your way to the... Oh, Israel?
How many spell slots in the time it takes to get from the mayor's office to the GSIA building would we recover now being on the plane with the priest?
I actually had already done the math. You actually will get all of your expended slots back. So you do not recover health, but you do get all of your abilities and slots back.
Cool. Right. Let me just quickly...
As you guys...
At that. I was already at full health, so that's fine. I'm just gonna rest it away.
I will also heal myself on the way.
Okay.
You had
How
an
long does it
additional
take us to get there?
100 from the
Thanks.
To kind of answer that, Matt, Grios will be like, you know what, if we're gonna go see that asshole, we might as well do it in style. Melvin, I ain't showed you this yet. And he'll probably morph into a T-Rex and give everybody a red.
Hell yeah.
Well, actually, last time I was a tree ghost T-Rex in the ethereal plane. So this time it's just a regular old one, but yeah.
Okay.
And because of long limb, I got regular size arms.
So as he's saying this, he is saying this in T-Rex, but Israel will translate for
Just all
Rhea.
teeth. Just
I will say that as everyone is doing this and about to leave, Ron this entire time has just been staring at Mistro.
Yeah, and I was gonna say she is staring up at you, and did I hurt anyone?
I don't think so. And he bends down and casts Cure Wounds on her. I'm glad to have seen the light after the dark. I know the others say that perhaps you shouldn't join us, but you are a part of this.
Yeah, but I suppose Israel's right. I can barely move. Everything hurts. I'll rest here. But you're going to see your uncle, aren't you?
It seems so. And he takes off his cloak and places it on her. Because if I'm not mistaken, she's also like bare-chested almost.
Yeah, other than some wrappings around her chest, she is completely shirtless outside of the robe. Yeah, which she kind of wraps around herself and give him a firm kick in the nuts when you find him.
He nods and smiles. I'll be back.
You better be.
And he whistles for Valkyrie, and he hops on with style.
Okay.
Bossy, the bugbear T-Rex isn't style. That's fine. That's fine. Only Israel can hear this.
I'm assuming too the bugbear T-Rex, Valkyrie and Evron look like a pet bird flying about it. So
yeah, I'm gonna eat your feather horse.
Yeah, and Israel, I guess it's a little horrifying hearing the sounds of a dinosaur coming from a clearly human mouth, but because beast speech, there is the reassurance of, I'm sure he didn't mean it like that, Griaz. Sometimes Evron doesn't think his lines all the way through, and I'm pretty sure that he stole that one from a romance novel, so just
That's
there.
Fine. I'm just saying that thing probably tastes like rainbow, you know?
I don't know.
Should have named it fucking Skittles. Go find out.
As all of you come astride the T-Rex, Evron astride your Pegasus, you all begin to make your way down to the lower tiers of Veilbright to confront Lord Els. The man who was Go on.
When we're on the way, before we get there, if I can lean towards Israel on the T-Rex mount, kind of scale up a little, maybe hop up, honestly, with acrobatics. Kind of lean over. Remember what you did to him.
But and I'm remembering that magical items also don't lose charges once I'm back on this plane. Would Moscow's mask regain the charges I spent cursing the other dude?
You each regain 5 slots, but if you're not using any magic on the way, then yes, eventually it would regain its charge.
Okay, so it'll all depend on how quickly it recharges.
Should by the time we get there.
Hopefully.
You need to do it again.
Okay. You all ride to the GSA headquarters, the place you had worked hard to adventure towards in the first season, the place you were so proud to reach, the place where you reunited with Lord Els, the man who was a second father to the Paladins and showed kindness to the party. The doors aren't locked, but as you step in, you see there's already a few people inside just sitting around. You see they look fairly familiar. The pink-haired satyr, the other satyr, the figure in armor, the serpentine-looking humanoid. And as you all step in and the doors shut behind you, you hear Yoron's voice thaumaturgically echoing through the building. We have rogue agents entering the headquarters. Do not let them reach the higher tiers alive. And the pink-haired satyr kind of throws her hair over her shoulder, looking kind of lazy about it. And, hello, I am Blossom. You are under arrest. And Sigil and Papillon kind of look to you guys, look to the rogue, or now rogue agents, look to you guys. And Papillon kind of tugs on your sleeve, Utaka, and, hey, we got this. You guys go on ahead.
I was gonna say, is this door big enough for a T-Rex to fit through? And if so, can I intimidate with a good old T-Rex yell?
You don't make an intimidation check.
Yeah. I will...
Graham, I don't suppose you still have Blossom's character sheet. At this point, she's fairly high level, but just for funsies,
yes,
since
I do have Blossom's character sheet. We'll say like level 15, level 16.
Yeah, something like that. And go for funsies, make me a wisdom save.
Sure, Blossom would love to.
Graz, what was your intimidation?
Surprisingly, a 16. Considering
Okay, 16.
T-Rexes are not that charismatic.
Where do you have the character sheet to load? And that was charisma saving throw or wisdom?
Wisdom save.
That's a 2 on the die. I don't think no matter what she has, she's not
Yeah,
gonna succeed.
Blossom's like, no.
Yeah.
Goodbye.
I mean, to be honest, that's 100% in Blossom's character. Is
Yeah.
to feel like, I didn't want to fight anyways. I just wanted to say mean words and drink.
It's like the idea of like going, you're under arrest, and then just a T-Rex just stomping in behind.
Never
She's
mind.
like, I'll see my
Yeah, no, I was just about to say, you know what? Never mind.
I don't have manacles for that.
And the rogue agents, seeming a little irritated but more scared of the T-Rex than they are angry, we'll let you guys go by.
I wave cheerfully at them, like, bye.
I'm assuming even though we've, pretty much healed ourselves, we still look pretty beat up, disheveled.
Yeah.
And like we're not ready to we'd have no time for this nonsense. We just killed a god. We're going on.
Yeah. How big is the hall? Like as we're walking towards where Joranel's is like it echoey or?
It's pretty echoey.
Would I be, having been here before, would it be feasible to call out in a loud voice and would they be able to hear it?
Joran or the...
Anyone.
Yes,
Oh,
most people that aren't in like another room would be able to hear you clearly.
Think, almost as if Utaka expected that you want to do this, you feel a hand on your shoulder and you have thaumaturgy on you.
Wonderful. In the name of the Barodels and the Silver Sanctum, the Emelian Empire, the Bluefield Alliance, Lord Joran Els, you are stripped of all titles and all ranks. Give yourself up and surrender, or face the judgment of the law. Those who are allied with the traitor, lay down your arms. This will be your only warning.
Make a persuasion check.
Sure, I have a plus 17 to it. That is a 17 plus 17, 34?
Okay. You guys begin making your way through the winding halls of the Goldshine Investigation Agency home base. What had once felt like a second home is now a foreign and twisting labyrinth of metal. But eventually, almost on instinct, you guys managed to find your way to the main office. Whether Gaharis' speech convinced everyone to stay out of your way, or there just simply wasn't anyone else willing to defend him, the door is closed, but as far as you can tell, Joran is alone on the other side.
Wonderful. I love closed doors.
Do you wish to do some bashing?
No, I'm just going to open these casually. This is a professional call.
Yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna say,
Bash.
should we talk?
Move aside like Griez's like big bulbous T-Rex head just smashed through the doors.
All right. Gaharis, as you open the door, you see Not necessarily what you were expecting. Although I guess you may not even be sure what you were expecting. You see Lord Els standing, looking down at the desk, hands on either side. And when you enter, he just looks up and just kind of looks at you, not seeming surprised by your entry, not at all thrown off, just kind of quietly acknowledging it before closing his eyes and looking down at his desk. And you know as well as I do that surrender is not an option for us.
I know.
And if you'll pardon me the informality, I will not go without a fight. But if it is not my destiny to see the new world I've created come to fruition, then that is the way of things.
I will turn my back on him for a moment and look at Ivron. I hope it's not too much to ask that we fight him alone. This is a Hell Knight matter, after all.
Iran would turn to the rest of the party.
Israel is going to wordlessly hand back Joran's Bane carefully
Of course, yeah.
to Harris, and that's going to be her only word on the matter as she steps aside, sort of stony-faced.
I will lean over to Melvin. For the record, I liked your idea better.
Truly, there is no greater task nor fate than for loved ones to slay each other's blood. This is a horrible task that you must undertake, and know that we are with you, if not in body, but in spirit. And then it all comes out as, and he walks away.
Israel gives him a look like, did you want me to? And there's nothing, she's like, all right.
T-Rex shrug, yeah.
While all this is going on, because Melvin thinks he's no longer going to be involved in a fight, he is casting a spell over in the corner.
Okay.
It's going to take him about a few minutes.
Okay, noted.
Israel's gonna like stand by Melvin, but like behind Melvin, facing outward, like making sure that people don't interrupt whatever is Melvin's doing, because she doesn't care what it is. Just that like it's probably important, probably shouldn't be interrupted. I'll just guard this for a sec.
Okay.
Don't overestimate the importance of it.
Okay.
All right. I'll give a nod to Ivron. Then I, Lord Gaharis Nervos Blackmont, son of, well, you know who you murdered, you asshole. But, in defense of the people of Mazai, who you have harmed, I request that the two of us face you. After all, isn't that what you wanted?
This is not what I wanted. What I wanted was for you to stand alongside me. I thought of you as my own sons.
Then you
Your
should have been
father.
a better man.
A better man. Would a better man have sat idly by as the world fell into flames?
A better man wouldn't have set wars upon cities, burned children,
What is
killed
one war?
innocents in the name of peace.
What is one war when there could be peace for all time? You know it as well as I do, son. All that out there that you managed to accomplish, uniting the God's forsaken people of this continent, and unite them against me. You could not have done this were I not here.
If it wasn't you here, there would have been some other idiot. And you and I both know that. Don't hide behind complacencies.
Your father would have been proud of you.
My father is proud of us. I looked at Avron. I think Avron deserves a word.
Evron has been silently resigned, staring at this man he once considered a family. And will not say anything unless Joran seeks Evron to say something.
You understand, both of you, what you are doing by challenging me. And he holds up his arm where the oath is carved, and I am fulfilling my oath. If you stand in my way, you will be breaking yours.
Evron lifts up the barrel blade and almost in a very Harris-like style, he says, "You know, I could have sworn my brother forgot something. As we are Hell Knights, we also have the power to decree you, Joran Els, as an oathbreaker. Do not mistake what you have done for justice. All the power that you had, and you could not accomplish what we did without bloodshed, without destruction. You have become exactly what it is you fought against." And he readies his stance.
How dare you? And he unsheaths the Devourer, a black and white halberd, which legend has it heals him for all damage done unto others. And as he twirls it to bear, I am the noble knight of the Hell Knights. I am Lord of the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency. I am the master of the Children of Red Sight. On what authority do you declare me an oathbreaker?
You're a coward and a fraud, and you'll die just as your wheel burned under their hands.
The wheel was a pawn, and one I was willing to sacrifice.
Even Israel starts giggling at that. The sort of delight of a Spriggan, sort of in the notes.
So it's been about a minute since I started casting that spell, at least. So you guys do notice a shimmering doorway opens up where Melvin was casting his spell. He has cast what he has termed Melvin's Magnificent Mansion.
Okay. Geharis is going to take his shield off and set it on the ground. It's like this very slow, very deliberate, even with Ivron and Jaron drawing their weapons. And he turns the shield over so the Hell Knight sigil is facing the ground, almost reverently. And he kind of reaches for his left hand where the oath is, remembering the oath he made in the Barrow-Dells, that he would seek to do good until Joran was brought to justice. And he'll pick up the scimitar in one hand and pick up the Blade of Nightmare in another. And
the barrow. Yeah, go ahead.
And he'll look to Utaka and then look to the scimitar and say, "Do you mind?"
You can have it for now.
And if so, I would like to attune to it if that would be allowed.
Normally it will take longer, but season finale, why not? Sure.
Sweet.
It's super
I
magical.
mean, he
in
had
here,
the
dude.
special permission of the guy whose wand it is, right?
Yeah, true.
Technically,
I'll
I
allow
killed the guy whose wand it was.
that. So yeah,
I
sure.
You did.
to it.
So
Yeah.
that means by Harry Potter rules, it's rightfully yours.
Yeah, exactly. I disarmed you, Draco, in book 3.
You feel it attuned to you after I say you can use it
Of
for
course.
now.
And I will dip into almost a mocking bow.
The barrel blade begins to glow once again, shining brightly with radiant light.
Euron, for his part, gives a much more sincere bow. And rule with a fist of iron. Extinguish all hope. Let there be none whose strength is greater.
Do you want us to keep the initiative scores that we had?
Yes, but I'm going to ask, are you going to use Euron's Bane on him?
Yeah. But I intend to toy with him first.
You want to toy with him a little bit first?
Oh, yeah. Like, this is... Gaheris would be making a display of power. He wants Joron to die knowing how weak he truly was.
Okay. In that case, let's toy with him. We'll keep the initiative. But set us to the top of the round, so you'll be up.
Wonderful. So, Gaheris will start at a slow walk, and as he gets about halfway to the distance, he will begin to run. Leading with a scimitar slash, he will strike out at Joron's legs, trying to drive his blade lower to block. Would a 28 hit?
A 28 hits. You take 10 psychic damage.
That's fine. Let me just apply that. And that was 4d8. Does it do anything additional on hit now that I am attuned?
I actually have to pull it back up 1 second. I know it acts as a sort of wounding. I'm pretty sure you can add. I'm pretty sure it's an item on D&D Beyond. You can just add it to your inventory.
Yeah. So let's see. Let's look quick. It's +3 to hit. The wand deals 2d12, an extra 2d12 necrotic on hit. It's treated as a mace. It has 7 charges: Animate Dead, Blight, Circle of Death, Finger of Death, Power Word Kill, Speak with Dead. And I can call up to 500 HP of undead and skeletons and zombies.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, well attuned to the wand, me, or a follower blessed by me, can cast each of the wand spells using 2 fewer charges.
Ooh.
So it doesn't use charges when you do it.
Wonderful.
Mostly. Ish. How many charges does it have used right now?
I don't think the King of Hearts got to use it.
No, he did.
He did.
He used 2 charges, I believe.
Okay.
All right, so Garrus, you hit. How much damage do you do?
21 bludgeoning.
Okay.
1 radiant, and then I need to roll the necrotic. That's that is 8 necrotic damage.
Necrotic.
Then I am going to take a second swing with it
Go for it.
for a nat 20.
Okay, 10 psychic damage.
10 psychic damage taken off. And that is... Actually, I think I have the dice. Ha! 6, 8, 9, 15 bludgeoning.
15 bludgeoning.
3 radiant. And all this is going to be doubled.
Okay.
It's not 20.
All right.
And then for the 2d12 necrotic, that is 11 necrotic. And you know what? I'll add a 4th level smite to it.
Go for it.
Alright, 5, 8, 13, 19, 24, so that is 48 additional radiant damage on the smite. And then I'm going to hit him with an offhand, with the Blade of Nightmare.
Okay, go for it.
That is a 27 to hit.
That's a hit. Roll for damage. Uh, 10 psychic as well, by the way.
Alright, that's 9 slashing.
9 slashing.
And that is 6 radiant.
Okay. Make a dex save.
All right. That is a dex plus 8. That is a 17.
That's a fail. You take. Need to make sure I got the right dice. Yes, I do. Oh.
And it's a dex save, right? Oh, I don't have my shield. Never mind.
On the bright side, he rolled fairly poorly. You take 14 lightning damage as he's used Wrath of the Storm.
All right, and that is my turn.
Okay. Gaheris. Ivron, you're up.
As Gaheris moves, I think Ivron moves almost in tandem, very almost like a dance. Very much the Star Wars Duel of the Fates, the Phantom Menace. He's playing the Obi-Wan to Gaheris's Qui-Gon, maybe. And as he does so, he begins to glow, faintly at first, but brighter and brighter. He's going to use his Holy Nimbus ability to shine forth a great light that at the start of each turn, anybody within the light, like or hostile units within the light, take 10 radiant damage.
Okay.
He will also, as a bonus action, utilize Holy Weapon. So his sword that was already glowing is glowing even brighter. So it actually probably does look like a lightsaber. And he'll just, I guess, try to get to a flank to assist Gaheris in maybe cornering Joanne's.
All right, the two of you
Jeremy,
enter.
I see that we're being sued by Disney because you said the L word.
Yeah, if I'm reading this right. All right. Is that the end of your turn, Ivron? All right. Both of you make me a wisdom save. Or actually, no, wait. You're both immune to being frightened, so you don't need to.
Yeah. What's being scared? Never felt it.
He's going to slash at, I'll say, Gaheris with the Devourer, and I'm going to use my chat crit. I mean, it's the last episode. I might as well use all these things while I can.
Respectable. I would count on nothing less.
Ivron is going to use his reaction as well because of his Sentinel attack.
Okay. Okay, let me get my dice I need here. There you are. Gaheris, you're about to be on the receiving end of a divine smite. This is gonna be fun. All right, Gaheris, just from the weapon itself impacting you, you take 15. You take 20 slashing.
Okay. He takes psychic damage as well.
Yeah. He's literally just both of you. So
just
however, as the Devourer, the black end of the Devourer stabs into you, you're going to take some additional smite damage.
All right.
Let me get because he crit, these are going to be doubled. Oh no, do I not have enough? Nah, I'll roll an extra. It's fine.
Make it a little messy.
15, 19, and then double that makes math. Gotta love math. There we go. Got it. Thing. You take 44 radiant damage.
All right.
He's going to swing again, and I don't have a chat crit, but I'm going to use chat inspiration to cancel out the flanking disadvantage. Gaheris, as he has some of the best modifier of anyone here, Gaheris, I can't believe I get to say this, does a 41 hit.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll hit.
That was exciting.
Yes.
uh,
But you know what I can do?
what can you do?
I can Silvery Bard and give myself advantage.
Okay.
As a reaction.
Okay, so you take 12 slashing and.
Oh wait, he has to re-roll.
Oh, okay.
Well, he has advantage, but Silvery Barbs gives disadvantage. Technically,
Yeah, so-
he has to take a second roll.
Yeah. Well, okay, like legitimately, correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't it that like advantage and disadvantage just cancel each other out and they
Yeah,
don't
it'd be a
stack?
flat roll.
Yeah, because he already had disadvantage because you're flanking him,
Oh yeah.
and he just used inspiration to make it a flat roll. So you take 12 slashing and 28 radiant,
All right, Gaheris is bloodied.
and he's gonna swing again. Another inspiration to make it flat. Does a 35 hit?
Yes.
You take 19 slashing and 20 radiant.
All right.
And he's going to lay on hands and heal up what you had done to him.
I think lay on hands is an action.
Normally, yes. Remember the legends.
You're
When
right.
he damages, he can then heal.
Oh,
He has a
yeah.
special paladin ability. Lord Euron can use Frightful Presence, make 3 attacks, and if any attack lands, use Lay on Hands.
All right.
This guy was meant to be the final boss.
Must be nice. I think I'm gonna take it out of his playbook when all is said and done.
So he gets himself back up to full health with that. However, that is the end of his turn.
Ivron was gonna make a reaction. Does
Go
a
for it.
31 hit?
Yes.
All right, then he takes 14 slashing and 7 radiant damage.
14 slash and 7 radiant. He's back to being damaged.
Ha!
Okay, I was doing some math in my head real quick. As the first wave of attacks conclude, he slams the Harbinger on the ground and... Donna here trained you well. You're both doing excellently. But how's your footwork? And he's gonna lunge back into another flurry. Harris, you're up.
All right. I'm gonna lay on hands for the full 80. Because that was scary. Didn't like that. And I am going to, for bonus action, so many options, but so little time. I am going to give Ivron a bardic inspiration and say, I think we should tag out for a second. I do need him to make a Constitution saving throw from the hit with the Nightmare Blade for wounding. But I forgot it, so that's all good.
That's
Because
con
otherwise
save.
he
You said?
probably could have gained HP.
Con save.
Yeah, it's a con 15.
23.
Yeah, he's fine. And that's it for me.
Also, I just gave both of the paladins a crit. I've been saving up those points for this.
Yes. There you go.
How generous. Well,
Oh, thank you.
All right. That it for you, Harris?
Yep, that's it.
Oh, all right.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, you guys know the order at this point, so.
There's a lot of dice here. But Ivron is going to use both of his crits. So does a 41 hit?
Yes.
I don't have enough dice to do this. So forgive me, I gotta make a few rolls.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
All right.
Actually, it's convenient for me because I can take this opportunity to update my lay on hands pool. Yeah, because if you guys are curious, he counts as a level 20 Oath of Conquest Paladin, a level 20 Oath of Devotion Paladin, and a level 20 Tempest Cleric because he's blessed by Amphitrite. He actually would have been stronger if it wasn't for Israel and Griaz resolving their shit beforehand, because he also would have been a high-level Druid and high-level Warlock.
2 8s. Oh my gosh. 1d4. 4. Nope, 1d8s. Jesus.
I know. I'm mentally doing the math in my head preemptively for the auto crit. When I swing, I'm like, I'll just roll now and I can just give you the damage.
Yeah, it saves time.
Yeah. All right. Let me see my little book here to make sure that.
I don't suppose while we're waiting, anyone wants to give me another chat crit or inspiration, because I used up all of mine. I blew it all in that first round of attacks.
I mean, you took me
No,
from
for some
210 to...
For some reason, I feel like you're gonna be fine.
All right.
Or at least a little.
No, it's not fair!
All right. So
I don't know. I think I see something coming.
with both, that is.
Oh god, that's not fair.
Damn it. Yeah. All right. 24. All right. So 44 slashing damage for both hits, and then
That hurt.
is and 260 radiant damage.
Oh my god!
Because he has his various abilities, and then on the
And
start of his turn, he has to make a Constitution saving throw,
Sure thing.
and if he fails, he takes an additional
Is
10.
that disadvantage because you were just given that?
Oh, yeah. Crit given by Angry Goblin to Iran.
Oh, thanks.
Hey!
That's him up,
Oh, did you just give me? No, you're not actually giving me.
You don't actually have the disadvantage. I have infinite points.
Okay.
Then you can
and-
take my advantage if you want, because I did give that to you.
You gave Matt a crit.
Oh, right. I gave you a crit.
I gave
That's,
Ivron the crit, so ha.
Sorry, I saw it come.
Thank
so
you.
Ivron has an extra crit, and I have an extra crit. All right. And I believe crits just cancel. Is it like crits cancel out resistances, right? I think they just do their amount of damage
nope,
no matter
you
what.
still have your resistances, you just
Yeah.
match
Okay.
the damage, or multiply the damage by 2.
By 2.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay,
So,
okay.
so 260 for radiant, 40. I think I said 44.
Yeah, I got them all
for
written down. I was just double
slashing.
checking that real
Okay.
quick.
And
thank you,
as he
though.
says this, he's gonna almost coldly say, "You aren't even worth our time," and just slap him with the barrel blade.
Okay. As you lay into him, bashing him with the barrel blade, and you just hear in your head as you do this, like almost getting lost in your own thoughts, just murderer. And he's still standing, but barely. You got him well into bloodied. Is that the end of your turn, Ebron?
Yeah, that's the end of it, bronze. Oh wait, no. He has an additional thing that he
Go
gets
for
to
it.
do.
Go for it.
He said he started he set up Holy Weapon, so as a bonus action, he's going to dismiss Holy Weapon, which throws on an additional 48 if he fails a Constitution saving throw.
Which he will succeed, I imagine, with the 27.
Yes.
Okay.
I don't think it says anything. On a successful save, a creature takes half as much damage.
Okay.
And isn't blinded.
Okay.
So
go ahead and roll for that. Throw some extra damage on there. He hadn't taken enough yet.
yeah, sorry, Matt.
He's the final boss. Throttle him. He murdered your dad.
Yeah, why not? All right, so half would be an additional 14.
Okie dokie. As you start laying into him with the barrow blade, you just hear this voice hissing into your ear as you do so. You just start going to town on your uncle, just beating him with the sword, basically. And he finally parries one of the strikes out of the way and just, that's enough. And you're take 20 psychic for the strength. And he's going to start laying into you now, Ivron, and going to use a crit. Everyone's just exchanging crits and...
There's a lot of passion in this fight, okay?
Yeah, no, this fight's like, oh my god.
Yeah, this is harsh. This is Obi-Wan getting kicked in the face and then having to stare as we're just backing off lay on hands.
Yeah. It's just a matter of whose lay on hands gives out first. Yeah. Ivron, you take 16 slashing, and let me see how much the smite does.
Yeah, like this is Obi-Wan and Anakin on Mustafar, but like you two are Obi-Wan together, using him, the Anakin, in this situation.
You should have done it.
Only you had lava.
Don't try it.
You said it was what? You said 16?
16 slashing and 48 radiant.
Okay. And that's with the crit?
Yeah, that's with the crit.
Oh, okay.
I didn't roll super well. I rolled like a bunch of 1s and 2s.
I'm sorry, man.
So unfortunate for him.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, oh no. I appreciate the concern, but
love that.
All right. Now with no more inspiration to back him and no more crits, he's now rolling at disadvantage because he's flanked. Ivron does a that's a nat 1. I'll give you an attack of opportunity.
Are you giving Matt that crit, Jeremy?
Yeah, I'm giving Matt that. Let's give it back to him.
Well, I already rolled the nat 1, so I'll keep the nat 1.
Take
it
the
on.
crit. You need it.
Okay.
It's gonna be rough if it gets to Garrus.
So you think. All right, that's with a crit again. That's 18 slashing on you again, Ivron, and uh, 54 radiant.
Because Ivron's resistant, so I gotta cut it in half.
Yeah.
All right. Cool.
And with his last attack, this time made it disadvantaged. Does a it's like 40 something. I'm assuming that hits.
Yeah, it does.
Ivron, you take 19 slashing and 26 radiant.
Okay. And I'm sorry, keep going. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just gonna say, and for the end of his turn, he is going to lay on hands himself as much as he can. So he's gonna heal for 115.
And you made sure to negate the 10 radiant damage at the start of his turn.
Like he took radiant damage?
Yeah. So Holy Nimbus. Anybody essentially within Ivron's sight of his choice, as long as they're in like the bright light. Right.
Okay.
Like non-hot.
I've subtracted it now.
Yeah. So.
And that actually used up all of his lay on hands pool.
Love that.
He had a lot to work with, but he's all dried out now, and that is the end of his turn.
Well, I'll give this to you, Matt. You got Ivron You got Evron pretty down there.
Hey, I weakened the paladin.
Yeah, I was within 30 of death.
To be fair, if people hadn't been giving me crit freebies, I probably wouldn't have been as good. I rolled a nat 1 at one point.
Not
Enemies got me
freebies at all,
scared.
Matt.
Honestly, we all just want to see the big, juicy numbers level 20 paladins can achieve. We just want to see what it looks like, because we're never going to touch that level of damage, ever.
All right.
The only person remotely close is Melvin over there with maybe a 9th level disintegrate
I heard
approaching.
A paladin once did like 260 damage and then like an extra 40, like 300 damage in one turn.
Yep.
That's crazy.
Yep.
Anyway,
All right. Garrus, you're up.
All right, so I preemptively used my 2 chat crits for my 2 main hands.
Okay.
Do you want the breakdown of damage or the total?
Total, please.
Total damage is, this is burning 2 4th level smites.
Okay.
That's 182 damage.
Okay.
And then I have my offhand attack. Does a... Wow, you know, if I'd taken 1 more level in Paladin, this would have been a crit.
Aww.
19! But that's a 34.
Yeah, you hit. Yeah, you hit.
For an additional 8 plus 9, so that is 17 slashing. I will
Okie doke.
I'll take the damage for hitting him.
Yep, 10 psychic for every attack
Yep.
that lands.
And then he is gonna take the 1d8 radiant. You know what? That's a total of 1 additional radiant. So take that, Joron.
He explodes.
And then
He is back to bloodied.
Love that for him. He needs to make me a Constitution saving throw.
He will 100% do that, my good friend. Does a 20 dirty save?
Well, maybe not if I use my reaction to cutting words, Zim, which I will.
What cutting words are you going to use?
I'm gonna say, did it make you feel strong to murder someone who loved you? That is a 6 to minus to that.
So that's 14.
He takes 1d4 necrotic damage.
Hey, that'll show him.
But he can't gain HP.
Oh,
So that's 2 necrotic damage.
all right.
Yeah, that's it. That's all I've got.
Ivron?
Evron expended all of his smites and all of his lay on hands, so
The paladins are just exhausting themselves.
he's pretty much used all of his spell slots at this point.
That's why I took a level in Bard.
He's just gonna hit him.
Hit him.
He looks beat up. Blood's pouring down his face. It's probably burning gold because he's got his whole divine essence thing going on. I'm assuming over 30 hits.
Yeah. Okay, so with the exception of his health, most of his stats and stuff are actually achievable paladin levels.
Yeah,
So-
I mean, with the barrow blade and then his sacred weapon on top of his normal proficiency, it's like a plus 21 to
So,
hit.
yeah.
So
Yeah.
All right. Just that's just 10 slashing and 8 radiant.
10 slashing, 8 radiant. Nicely done.
And
Slice
as a-
into him and go on.
I was just gonna say, as a bonus action, he'll. Wait, nope, never mind. He's out of spell slots. Can't do it. So
Okay.
yeah, that's it.
He looks to you, Gaharis, in response to your cutting words, metaphorically and literally, and it gave me no pleasure, but I did what I had to do. And he's going to lunge to strike at you now. I need to just keep a calculator up because his hit modifier is like so like specific. Does a 43 hit? Yep. Oh my god, could you imagine? All right, you take 16 slashing and... 40 radiant. He's going to strike at you again. I know that hits. I don't even need to. Yeah, if you're curious, he has a plus 29 to hit. Yeah, I can just bam. All right. I swear I keep misplacing my d8s. Yeah, don't roll off on me now. That's how I keep losing. That's how I keep losing you. No, come
I know
back.
what I was about to say. I'm like, you don't keep losing the D8s, you keep rolling them away from
Yeah, they keep running away from me. 38 additional radiant from the next strike and a 17 slashing. And he's going to try and strike out at you one more time. That he can. That we've established that's a hit. But yeah, he takes the psychic. Still not enough to bring him down. He can't do enough to instantly kill you, but given his numbers, he's going to.
No, he'll bring you back to 1. You're still death warded.
All right. Geharis, as he plunges the Devourer into you, you feel consciousness fight to slip away before Death Ward brings you back. But you are at 1 health. Death Ward, I believe, is no longer on you. And however, that is the end of Joran's turn. He almost put you down there, but yeah.
Did he take the 10 radiant damage?
Oh, yes, thank you. 10 radiant.
And yeah,
he has now.
Israel definitely screamed just a little bit. A little bit.
Yeah, just like, it's like you guys are just watching a show.
I hold a hand over to her. Wait.
Take the time to reorganize my dice while the paladins fuck up my BBEG.
I just want to point out, while all this is going on, you guys glance back, and Melvin is sitting in a comfortable chair inside the mansion, looking out the door. His servants are bringing him drinks, and he's eating food and just fully enjoying this.
Yeah, I imagine every time, like, Harris or everyone, whoever says something dramatic, Melvin's just like, ooh.
Quite honestly, good for him, but yeah.
Honestly, he's earned it. He's been through a lot.
Stick them with the pointy end. Yes, I've read about this in the books.
I've read about this in the books. But yeah, Harris, you're up.
Wonderful. So I'm gonna look to Ivron.
He's holding himself up with the barrel blade, essentially.
Okay. All right. And I am going to.
Has the priest regained anybody's stuff yet?
No, because we don't want Joran to have any more lay on hands. That's not happening. Man, literally too overpowered to die.
This wouldn't be a problem if you let everybody else be in the fight.
Well, we were.
It's gotta be honorable.
That's honor. And who killed my dad?
It's getting to a point where certain people do not care about the honor.
That's okay. Anymore. He's bloodied, so it'll be okay. So Geharis starts spinning, and I think that it is almost like a pirouette, like a whirlwind of dervish strikes, of one after the other, alternating blade strikes. And mid-swing, he rolls his body around, leading with the scimitar, and drops the Blade of Nightmare as he reaches for Joran's Bane. And he is going to use his chat inspiration, the only one I have, to make an attack roll with it.
By all means.
Hey, Graham, don't
Yeah.
bother rolling that. You roll a 20.
All right, that is a 20, 30. It's a 30 something. 33 to hit. Here's my question: do I take the psychic damage at the same
Yes.
time?
Yes.
Okay, that's totally worth it in my book. So let's roll this.
Okay,
damage.
Harris. Yeah. Well, so you're using the Joran's Bane, right?
Yeah.
The damage you do doesn't matter. Like he is going to die in 2 turns no matter what.
Okay. Can I describe how it goes?
But I was going to ask, by all means.
Yes. But
Yeah,
how do
Harris?
I do this?
You sentence Joran to death. How do you do it?
So as I'm spinning, you hear the clang of the Blade of Nightmare on the ground. There is blood splattering from Geharris's lips. I think one of his horns is like chipped. There's blood just glinting off his silver armor. And the blade drops and he curls a hand around Joran's blade, or Joran's Bane, and his left hand, the one holding the scimitar, drives the glaive to the side, and he stabs down with like a downward strike into Joran's collarbone, into his heart. And with all the force left in his body, he throws his weight into the blade, collapsing as the damage hits him, as he just takes Joran to the ground beneath him.
Geharris, the last feeling you have before consciousness leaves your body is a sense of victory. The rest of you.
Yeah, Israel has basically screamed his name and is just running over there. Yeah.
Ivron, as everyone's freaking out and rushing forward, Joran's looking down at Geharris on top of him as he and you notice him start to pull himself up, but you realize he's moving Geharris into almost like a cradling position, and running a hand through his hair and around his horns, and just like your father. Ivron, you can already see Joran's fingers are starting to turn to dust as the magic is leached from him. Gods turn to stone when adamant strikes them. Mortals simply fade away. Israel, by the time you reach the two of them, he's has Geharris unconscious in his lap, and Joran's arms have both faded to dust, and he has kind of a glazed look on his face as the rest of him is beginning to fade too. You can see his skin.
She's literally just gonna as she's sobbing, and she's you don't get to touch him, and she's gonna push this guy away.
And
straight
Israel
up is gonna punch that thing into the more dust and take her.
I was gonna say Israel
It's no.
with but a push. Joranels scatters into dust.
I would like to release my held spell that I messaged you about.
Yes.
And bring Geharris back in Israel's arms when she's holding him.
Okay, but there is a clause. Geharris. We haven't had to use it yet in this campaign, but I do a thing to make reviving a little less I can just die and come back anytime without any consequences.
Technically, I wasn't dead. I was making
Yeah.
death saving throws.
Are you just waking him up, or are you resurrecting him?
He didn't die yet.
I
I
three
didn't.
turns of saves, but I
No,
will make a
I
save
didn't
if
see
you
what
like.
spell you were doing. I wasn't sure if you were resurrecting.
I was just trying to send you a really quick message. No, it's not resurrection. It would be life transference.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, in that case, that's fine.
Bring him back above 0.
Geharris, consciousness slowly begins to return to you, and you wake up in Israel's arms. Joran Els is dead.
Yeah, she's clearly Hickoff crying, but now it's not sad. It's just oh my God, what you do to me? She's just holding you.
There is this weak raise of a hand to brush Israel's cheek. To be honest, I probably could have killed them with a sword, but then the dagger would feel bad for not being named correctly.
she just tells him to shut up, and then she's gonna kiss him to make him shut up because he doesn't get to speak anymore in this state, as he's literally like still probably half dead in her arms and covered in his own blood. Fucking God. Loathes this man. Loathes and loves this man. For better or for worse.
Yeah. How's Ivron doing in this moment?
He looked beat up, but he's looking down at the place that Jornel's. I'm assuming it's like a pile of ash or something now.
Not even that. All that's left is his clothes
Yeah,
and
so-
and the devourer. Everything else has faded to dust.
So I think he's just taking a moment to look down at the clothes and the weapon, and whether he likes to or not, he's thinking back to all the times that Jornel's been an influence in his life. And then maybe perhaps he'll reach down and grab the devourer.
Okay. As you all stand in the office of the Goldshine Supernatural Investigation Agency, Joranels is dead and the wheel has been bested. Only one threat to Mazai remains as the priest continues its rampage outside, battling against the army of Veilbright. Melvin, I believe you had an ace up your sleeve for this.
Yeah, I think we can take care of this guy. I'm going to need help from some of you, because I know you can make our enemies less likely to resist my spells. Particular for this spell is its willpower or its perception. If you can get me within 30 feet of that monster, we may be able to put it away for a very, very, very long time.
I can absolutely get you within 30 feet of that thing.
I figured you'd be part of the plan.
We'll need to cast on it first, right?
You have my
You can help
horse?
me with that.
We need anything we can do to weaken it before. We're only going to get as many shots of this as we want because of its infinite magic. But we got to try.
I will go over to the paladins now that they're calmed and had like their individual moments. And speaking of like infinite magic, I'm just gonna heal them all back up to full.
Okay. You all recover, and Melvin, I think you said it best, that you have as many tries at this as you theoretically want. So, given the circumstances, and as a thank you present for showing up, what is your plan to defeat the priest?
So, what Melvin's going to try to do is he's going to use Wish to cast Imprisonment on the beast, which if it fails its saving throw, it'll be trapped in a small gem until it's dispelled. If that first try fails, Melvin would on his next turn get his 9th level spell slot back, which he could use Wish not to try cast Imprisonment again, because once you cast Imprisonment on something once and it fails, they're immune to it forever. He could use Wish to go back in time and re-roll the original roll as many times as he wanted to.
Okay, you know what? So yeah, given the circumstances, I think it's more than fair. And how do you guys want to get Melvin close enough to imprison the priest?
I was going to use shape change and turn into an adult red dragon.
Yes.
Is everyone good with this being the final?
Yes.
But also because Gria's the only red dragon he's seen is the one that the goblins piloted. It's like a red dragon, but not quite right.
Mm-hmm.
Like the edges are just a little wrong.
Yeah, and yeah, there's only one thing that the priest might be able to do to potentially resist this, and even then, what level is in prison as a spell?
9.
So, yep. Okay then. In that case,
But technically, the only way this plan could fail is if on the first roll if I roll a D100 less than 33, because then I can't ever cast Wish again.
Well, and should that happen, Griaz actually has a belt that can turn back time that he can still activate to redo that turn.
Yeah, so we can we've
So essentially you've rigged it up to where it is as astronomically unlikely as possible to not imprison the priest, which that's creative, good use of all of your abilities and items. I will allow that.
We created an infinite time loop for this thing. It's just awesome. We Doctor Strange this guy.
Yeah, I was just about to make it Dormammu come to bargain show. I was just about to make
we come to bargain.
In that case, as you all ride back out onto the battlefield, you see it is utter chaos. The priest has landed on the salt flats and is just rampaging around. People are getting picked up and eaten. Lightning is striking people and killing them instantly. Spellcasters are trying and failing to get anything to not bounce off of its scales. Archers are doing their best to fire. You can see the leaders of the great empires leading their troops as best they can. Griaz, as you take of a mechanical, artificial-looking dragon, and Melvin, you get astride your good friend. You both take to the skies, and Geharis, Israel, Avron, Utaka, or rather from Utaka, you have a unique perspective on this that I'll get to, but for the rest of you, it looks like the plan just goes without a hitch. Utaka, being a god of destiny, you're a little more aware. As Melvin is riding Griaz up to the priest, you see one timeline where Melvin tries to cast the spell and it fails, only for Griaz to rewind time. You see Melvin try to cast it again, only to fail and then go back in time himself. And this process happens, you'd say, about 4 or 5 times, with only Melvin and Griaz being aware of how many loops that's happened. I'll let you guys decide exactly how many loops happen, but I'd say bare minimum, let's say 4 or 5 before.
I think we were doing it for 1,000 years, but
yeah, sure. Griaz, you good with that?
They come back, did it in 1.
Things upward of 100 tries. Maybe.
First time, yeah.
Melvin, after hundreds of tries over the course of what feels like years, you finally successfully cast Imprison on the priest. And Melvin, how do you want to do this?
So, Melvin, after, they do a montage of our failed attempts, of course. And
priest, we've come to bargain!
Yeah. And lots of failed attempts there. Some for laughs, some pretty gruesome, but in the end, he casts the wish. Finally, it catches hold, and the giant dragon just starts to kind of collapse in on itself as it shrinks down to only 1 inch tall, and that tiny little creature now is encased in a gem. It can't move. It doesn't have to breathe, eat, or sleep. It simply exists inside that gem until somebody casts a spell magic on it. And Melvin's going to collect that gem as fast as possible, for 2 reasons. 1 is he doesn't trust anybody else with it. 2 is he's really excited to experiment on a gem with a magic generator trapped in it.
Honestly, good for him. Israel's fine with this arrangement. She's yeah, you deserve that.
After all the research Melvin's had to do.
Yeah, exactly. I'm you deserve a nice little treat. This is your fun dissertation moment.
Yeah, he's just
what
excited
else are
for
you
the
going to get your PhD in?
As Melvin, you astride Griaz, come in for a landing, and the rest of you gather around as the army celebrates as you stand victorious over the priest. Melvin, as you pick up the gem, you kind of startle a little bit as you see Lady Unvile just standing in front of you with her arms crossed in front of herself. And she kind of looks to the gem with a raised eyebrow and looks to Utaka, and I was informed that my family could be brought out of this state. Was I mistaken?
It was a possibility. This is another.
They're not injured or harmed. They're trapped in this moment of time. So this gives us, if we can ever free them, this gives us the time to figure out how to do that while they're not killing lots of other people.
We can work on it together. I've got the time.
Melvin, are you lying?
No, that's 100% true.
Lady Unvile kind of looks at you for a moment before. Very well. As a show of good faith. And she slowly morphs back into her hag form and looks over her shoulder at the gathered monsters of the Bluefield Alliance. And, well, let's not be impolite. 3 cheers for the heroes of Mazai. We owe you all quite a bit of debt. And as she gives a bow, you see the Empress, the Sultan, the Duchess all fall into bows as everyone else, the soldiers, the mercenaries, all cheer, giving their calls of appreciation. Barrow Lord Gaheris Blackmont, Israel Blackthorn, Melvin Mistlequill, Utaka Minogue, Griaz Bramblepelt, and Ivron the silver-haired Barrow Lord Blackmont stand victorious. And you notice, as Melvin, you put the gem away in your robe, green starts to encroach out of the salt. With the priest Rampage literally spitting magic endlessly into the ground for hours, the last of the soul tides of Mazai is healed as the northern swamp begins to heal. Griaz, you can feel the nature spirits reconnect with you as the last of the nature spirits that have been harmed by the children of Red Sight are healed of their wounds and restored their magic.
Everybody's coming back, everybody.
Yeah, Israel has she heard the cheers. She's not really moved by that. She just looks like this huge weight settled off of her, and she just leans into Gaheris, like, thank God it's done. Like, it's all done.
I mean, if this is a regular Friday, imagine what our Saturday is going to be.
I will start like walking away from them as though I'm like kind of in a trance, and start like turning my fingers and swirling them. And as I walk like into the battlefield where there are so many like injured and downed soldiers, I will sweep my arms out and cast another mass heal to return as many people as possible back to at least 5
Standing.
HP. Yeah.
Okay.
Another Oprah moment. And you get some HP. And you get some HP. And you. And you.
Everybody lives today, except for those guys who are dead. They don't, I guess.
Yeah.
Speaking of the dead, Matt, are there any people we're familiar with that are not standing and cheering with us?
You see Louis Tenniel, Samuel Huron, Joshua Scott, Gerald Mander, Jonathan Moskowitz, Billy and Titanus, and Dr. Volucris Regina all lie dead. As well as several of your mercenaries, Gaheris, General Vanessa Vane of the Bluefield Alliance, and in total, Utaka, as the god of destiny and fate, you know this, in total, the casualties of the Battle of Veilbright on your side were 8,326.
I will slowly walk like through the battlefield to where I know Dr. Regina is dead.
You approach her body and you see that her glasses are slightly cracked and she's just staring up at the sky lifelessly. With your visions of destiny, you know what happened to her already. She had been helping fight the priest, summoning insects to leap onto its legs and tear at it. The priest had shot a bolt of lightning down near her, and the shrapnel that it kicked up shot into her face and won.
I'm deciding that the diamond will not be necessary for the priest today. I will use resurrection on her. She has been dead for more than a minute.
She's been dead for hours.
Yeah.
Roll me a d20.
Okay.
Now we will use the revive mechanic.
That's an 18.
Okie dokie. While I'm pulling this up, does anyone else have any final business as everyone cheers and begins to mourn the dead?
Is Brooke Buckler around?
Yes. Given her curse, she of course survived.
Yeah. Okay. Let's go check on her and say it's not all bad. You made it out. Glad you did.
Thank you.
Really get all this shit figured out.
The work's not done yet. There's a lot of us still out there and a lot of cleanup, and she kind of fiddles with some of the swamp moss that's growing next to her, but we got what we wanted, didn't we? And she kind of playfully flicks some of it at you.
Got time for everything else.
That we do. Utaka, as your diamond begins to burn away, Regina's wounds begin to close, and you see her eyes kind of flutter, and she gives like a powerful twitch of startlement on the ground before looking up to see you and just... Utaka?
I'm gonna reach down to the sides of her glasses and mend them.
Was I dreaming?
No.
What happened to the dragon?
It's away for a time. It will be dealt with.
She kind of nods and like kind of leans into your grip, trying to keep herself calm, basically, having just come back from death. And
I like look her over with my very different eyes.
and she does take notice of this and kind of reaches up to run a hand near your eyes. And what happened?
We killed them all.
Is it over?
Most of you. It's very over for 8,100. I like tilt my head and state the number.
Yeah, which would now be 8,325.
But
She sighs and just leans. I am. Thank you. You didn't have to bring me back.
I know. I wanted to apologize when I came back.
For what?
I don't think I can go on an adventure.
She looks to you and there's just kind of a look of understanding, and something's changed about you.
No.
She smiles and puts a hand on your shoulder, and if you're going where I can't follow, then that's all right. You and your friends gave me a second chance. I'm not going to turn it down. And she reaches up with just enough strength to kiss you. Before...
I will actually kind of like pull my chin slightly back before she does.
She smiles and leans back on the swamp grass that's slowly growing underneath her and... Goodbye, Taka.
Yeah, come on. I'll help her to her feet.
And as you go to do so, she just holds up a hand and pushes yours away gently. Go. I'll be all right.
I know. And I will rest my hand on hers and cast heal for however the fuck much HP she's missing. It's all back.
Mm-hmm.
There are people who need you. You know.
I suppose I better get to work then. She kind of awkwardly fidgets before simply holding out her hand to you. Give the others my regards. And she looks as everyone else is getting swarmed by like adoring soldiers and grateful nobility. I think they need you more than I do anyway.
I nod to her and I look around and I look back and like tilt my head and seem to like space out for a moment. Or I kind of just start walking slowly.
Journel's thought that by pitting people against one another, giving them a united enemy, that peace would simply be the natural result. And in his own eyes, maybe he proved himself right in the end. After all, the people of Mazai united. Even members of the Children of Redsai, who he thought were beyond redemption, found it. But I think perhaps he gave himself a bit too much credit. Sure, there's an antagonist at the base of every essence of camaraderie. Whenever you see that jackass in the bar that you and a perfect stranger can agree is being a tool, or when you and people you would ordinarily never agree with go to war together. It's not the antagonism that unites you. It's simply the willingness to try. The willingness to be different than those who came before you. Garrus and Ivron came from a very extreme and merciless order, and yet proved themselves, despite their heritages, to be kind and merciful. Israel came to this land on the run and afraid of themselves, of Moscow, of their powers, and is now a happy fiance, soon to be a loving mother to the very thing she feared, and with perfect control over her abilities. Griaz, you had to entrust perfect strangers with the safety of your home, and despite the delays, despite the obstacles, your home was saved, and you're at peace with it. Utaka, whose goals and motivations changed throughout the adventure, seems to have finally gotten what they wanted. And Melvin, despite blood, despite family, you fought against those who came before you and undid their poisonous legacy of blood and destruction. things aren't quite as complicated as people like Lord Els think them to be. Or rather, a bit more complicated for the better. Things aren't just red versus blue. The best things tend to happen with some shades of silver and just a touch of gold. And that is where we're going to end this campaign.
Oh gosh. My heart.
That's so sad.
So Matt,
Yes.
I think we're gonna do something a little differently tonight.
Are we?
I always ask 3 questions when we do sign-offs. I think we should add one last one. What do you think of what happens after all this is over for each character? What are your thoughts?
Player sign-offs.
Yeah.
That means you go first, Graham.
All right. All right. Hi, everybody. My name is Graham, or Graham Crackers. If this is your first time tuning in, thank you so much for spending our finale with us. It has been an extraordinarily wonderful 2 long years of playing with these wonderful folks, both on and off. And we couldn't have done any of it without Matt. So firstly, I would like to give a round of applause for Matt, who is behind the scenes and on camera handled the vast brunt of the work, putting his love, his energy, and his time to make this such a wonderful experience from start to finish. But as with all things, here at Graham Crackers, we are about making memories. And that is best done through TTRPGs, RPGs, and MMORPGs, but always with friends. So, my name is Graham, and I had the delight of playing Lord Gaheris Nervos Blackmont, Lord of the good old Silver Sanctum, first of his name. And what happens, Matt, give me a little bit happier music if you can. If I'm gonna say what happens next, be like, there we go. Oh, this is good. So, after the war, after the battles, Gaheris returned to the Silver Sanctum, where he began construction of a temple to Andraste, and titled it the Temple of the Sleeping Heroes, bringing all those lost, whether friends or those that fought to save peace that no one sought to take them home when the battlefield cleared. The tithes and donations donated to the temple are spent on diamonds to resurrect those who, while they may be dead at the moment, they are simply sleeping, waiting to return. And he makes it his goal to bring back every one of them. Billy, Titanus. Some of them, it takes a year, some a decade or more. But he begins to build around the Silver Sanctum, creating not just a home for his 3 dragons, Giacomo, Viarde, and Smoder, the Everburning, but to create a better tomorrow for Mizai. And what better way than a wedding, in which there is a lavish toast, and all of the friends and family are brought, both near and far, to a mixture of elegant and rustic weddings. And from there, he went on becoming the best ruler he could. One day, he broke one of the popsicle sticks and was no longer a paladin, but instead a statesman, focusing less on combat and more on diplomacy and negotiation. Knowing that a time for swords was at an end, he went about making a better tomorrow. With the most important person by his side. Speaking of the most important person.
Is it me? It's gonna be me. So I'm just gonna take that position and just push all you nerds aside. Hi everybody, it's me, Israel, the Fae Pact Warlock, and just so sad to see this campaign end, but with such beautiful futures in store for, I think, every one of these beloved characters. Israel comes out of the final battle exhausted, but probably for the first time in her life free of almost every single burden that she came to that continent with. And not only that, with a lightness in her spirit that could only be provided through the love that she shared with her partner, Geharis, as they build a life together. True to her word and request, they would arrange to have at least one child, possibly more, depending on what she could convince out of him. And one would, of course, be the beloved Moscow, getting the childhood that he always deserved and did not get in the time that he had originally. And despite Geharis laying down his blade, Israel, though she focused most on being a good lady, a good partner, a good mother, never fully laid down any of her skills because of that just inherent paranoia of, I'm gonna need this one day, or someone is. And she had some, I guess, unconventional ways of raising her children that people probably noted and commented on, but not where she could hear them, because sometimes she was just spooky. And that just seemed like a bad idea. But so she would absolutely go forward and support Harris in everything that he was trying to achieve. Probably a happier, less solemn, less restrained person overall. She seems to embody this sort of whimsical, easy happiness as she moves forward through life. Beatific, really, and at peace with where she is.
Is that Pharaoh?
I believe so.
Oh, are we back in order? Okay. Hey, I am Pharaoh. I played Utaka. Wherever you can find me is immaterial because this is more important right now. Although I actually come here next Tuesday for the game. Anyway, moving on. Following this, Utaka would take some time after the battle to say goodbye for now to almost everyone. With a bit of a I'll see you soon to Ivron. And for a time, he would be gone. Weeks, months. It's almost difficult to know if he'd be there for the wedding, but he seems to show up as though Providence. And that's almost how it continues for months into years into decades. At times he would arrive at an important moment in someone's life, or when they are feeling particularly low, or perhaps when he's in a mood of his own. But those meetings are few and far between. But they do occur in the swamps to the west, in the Silver Sanctum, where he greets Gaheris sitting on Gaheris's chair, meets their children. He doesn't seem to be aging during this time, even as the years pass for others. Although, the same could be said for Griaz, his westward friend. But his visits to the Barrowdell are a little more frequent. And if anywhere feels like a home for him on this plane, for some time, that's it. He keeps his word to Lady and Vile and Melvin, and for some of those years that he's absent from others, it is spent with them, providing what magic and insight he can into what might work and what definitely shouldn't. But he will always remember these decades and centuries he had with these friends, his family.
Riley?
Melvin. At first, after we kind of go our separate ways, Melvin is hard to come by. He's easy to find. He's always in the same place. He's always doing the same things, but you're not going to find him outside of his study room. He spends probably the good part of the next decade examining, testing, doing whatever he can think of with this three-headed dragon stuck in a gem, trying to extract some sort of knowledge or whatever he can out of it. Whether he has a breakthrough or not after 10 years, I don't know. Maybe it's all for naught. He has a little bit of a breakdown. Maybe a spring goes a little loose upstairs, and eventually his former lack of presence becomes almost an obnoxious constant presence, as his ability to scry the globe and suddenly appear anywhere you are makes it really hard to get away from him. But he's really happy to spend as much time as possible with his friends, though I do imagine he tends to show up at the worst possible times. Otherwise, I think he's done with adventuring. He didn't want to start it to begin with, but he does spend some time kind of rebuilding the work of the Goldshine investigation, or at least the original intention of it, of protecting the world from the supernatural, keeping an eye on the big picture stuff, and really using his newfound abilities to push the world in whatever direction he feels is best for it. But that's about it for Melvin.
Derek?
Griaz returns to the swamps first and foremost. I mean, that was the main goal. He doesn't stay there for too long. He told his friends that he would visit with them and stay with them from time to time. And before long, Griaz can see that he's lasting a lot longer than bugbears tend to do, and he's not getting the gray hairs that his friends really are, and he's not aging in the same way that they are. It's a tough thing. But he's still there for the wedding. He gets his fur trimmed. He's still there for Moscow and visiting from time to time as the scary boogeyman uncle. who always brings weird swamp gifts. He always makes sure to plant a tree in the front yard or nearby where all of his friends live so that he can stop by anytime. And he spends time not just in the Black Swamp, but all the swamps, and making a home for himself in every one of them, being able to walk between them as easily as walking through a door, making a Druid Grove a place of safety and harmony. Knowing that Melvin could show up at any second, always having tea ready. He's there for Gaheris's funeral, and for Melvin's, and for Israel's, and eventually even for Ephron's. And he knows that Utaka's fine. The swamp spirits at least tell him that, but before long, there's just not really friends to visit anymore. And even Moscow starts getting older, and it's a tough thing to watch. And so before long, he, having left his swamp and gaining friends, and then slowly losing them all again, goes back to his swamp with his dragon Chevy, his Ankylosaurus Sarge, and Junior, his mimic, who was literally at his side for all of it, and slowly becomes even more of a swamp spirit as the years pass, and he does not.
Jeremy.
Well, hello everyone. My name is Jeremy. I'm really bad at math. I have the pleasure to play with these fine folk yet again, hopefully not for the last time, as Barrel Lord Ivron Blackmont, the Protector Asimar, Oath of Devotion Paladin. Can't find me anywhere. And now I'm campaignless, so you won't find me anywhere. But I suppose as far as an epilogue goes, Ivron would spend time in Mazai with his newfound family and helping them in all of their endeavors. And I'd say after probably for the rest of the year, on the year anniversary that they all met, feeling confident in their abilities and all that they've set up to do, and knowing that they no longer need his help, he will return back home. For just as Gaheris has taken up the high title as Liege Lord of the Silver Society, Ivron must now return to his own duties and take up charge of their father's seat. And on his way back, he takes the long road, and every step of the way helps those in need. And many adventures I'm sure he has during that time. But upon reaching the Barrow Dell and sitting on the high seat of his father, being anointed and ceremoniously hailed as the acting Barrow Lord, I guess we could say, he is proclaimed Barrow Lord Ivron Andrastian of House Blackmont, first of his name and of his line. And so begins, I would say, a sort of golden age for his people, for Never Idle, or the hands or mind of Ivron, and almost fervorously in anything he set out to do, he accomplished and succeeded. And bringing prosperity to his people, he was beloved and revered. His court was famed for its stoic demeanor and fair edicts. And oftentimes you would find him in the high seat. Yao, his loyal Jiaxi at his side, who through his own abilities has the nature to divine good or evil within people. And so the beast himself built up a sort of renown as a fair judge. And all ever-present, either perched on his shoulder or in his hands, was Lauren, where to this day in the Barrodell, hunting of Wolpertingers is outlawed. And all of those Wolpertingers that run around in the north of Yav are of her descendants. For all of the good that was done, that Ivron did, no greater was that of the birth of his daughter. Now, publicly, Ivron never took a lover or a partner, but one day he did decide to proclaim an heir, and in his arms was a small baby. It is unmistakable, however, as to who her father is, as she looks exactly like him. In Celestial, Dawn's light translates to Aurora, and thus she is Aurora Andrastian of House Blackmont, heir to the throne of the Barrodell, and set to do great things in the future. And that's a pleasant picture. However, good things don't always last. And towards the end of his reign, a shadow began to creep within the Geogran stratocracy. And the shadow began to seep the power out from under Ivron. And before he could lose it all, he sent his daughter away to her family out in Mazai. I think what is more prominent of all the good that Ivron did, what people tend to remember is the sort of rumor or legend that grew around his death. Let's say that when his time came, and it's a time that he knew was going to come, he made no fuss, but he spent the better part of a year going back, following the journey, visiting his old friends, and sitting down, talking, reminiscing about good times, getting to the Black Swamp and drinking bramble pelt with Griaz, stopping by the newly formed GSIA and shaking Melvin's hand, and coming full circle back to the Silver Sanctum, where he enjoys and spends time with his daughter, his new sister-in-law, his extended family, and of course, Gaheris. And he says nothing of his illness. He says nothing of his demise. He simply gives them a big hug, his love, and returns home, where he resigns himself to the Cairn of Kings, which lies underneath the Crypt College, that large tomb that we saw Ivron and Gaheris go to. And after making arrangements for the inevitable return of Aurora Blackmont, he lies on a stone slab and accepts his death. The rumor comes about because upon the gravekeeper's return, the body of Ivron was nowhere to be found. Now, of course, there are some people that believe that he was preserved and laid next to his father. Others believe that perhaps he's deeper within the tombs, lying with the warriors that he fought alongside so long ago. But I believe, or I like to believe, that there's some sort of divine intervention. That maybe he made his ways to the mansion of Velesh, where he asked the god of death if he could just wait a while. And there, under Velesh's willow tree, did he wait for Gaheris and welcoming his brother to the afterlife. They continued on and walked side by side into the next life. I'm sure that the Andrastians, the new reformed faith of his mother, believe that in his final moment she came down and collected him, and in her halls sits as a valiant prince of war, hailing the honorable dead and greeting them with a gracious bow and lifting the first mug in their name. I think a part of me too believes that it wasn't quite divine intervention, but divine interference from one who often likes to interfere with Ivron's doings. But who's to say? I think the only person who would know that is the Wheel of Fate. But that's Ivron's life. Without further ado, I pass it on to our wonderful GM and friend, Matt.
That's me. I'm Matt, your DM. I played everyone else. In previous episodes, I've said where you can find all my other stuff, so I won't shill, but I will say what became of some of the characters you've met throughout your journey. Basil would, along with Volucris Regina, travel the world. Basil interested in setting up a worldwide magic shop to make magic items more available to the common adventurer, whereas Regina simply wanted to see the world and travel. And while Regina never found anyone, at least that she made public for herself romantically, she did often, when asked about it, simply cheekily tell the person asking that maybe she's just lucky. Polly would remain with the GSIA. However, Dr. Ulysses would mysteriously disappear after the Battle of Veilbright. No body was ever found, and Polly claims that Ulysses never told them anything. Ulysses simply disappeared shortly after the battle and has not been seen since. Tails would go on to become the new head of the GSIA. And with Melvin alongside as lead detective and archivist, the two divination wizards with their genius intellect and spell casting and ability to see all upcoming disasters and avoid them, Mazai and all the lands of the GSIA would see a completely unprecedented era of no supernatural incident for generations to come. Sigil remained with the GSIA, and when any of you asked, he simply said that he has some personal mysteries of his own that he intends to solve and thinks the GSIA maybe is key to doing so. But he says that if and when he finds those answers, he will be sure to pass them along. After the Battle of Veilbright, what was left of the Children of Redsight were found hiding out in the abandoned city of Cable to the north. And once the GSIA raided it and cleared them out, you found all of Papillon's relatives petrified, and with Melvin and Tails' help, were able to restore them. And Papillon returned to the forest with their family. Vallejo and Reggie stayed together, and having survived the battle and been compensated generously by the GSIA, headed out back to ground to live a peaceful life in the village. Mistra herself would retire from the GSIA, as she's already getting gray hairs as it is, and quickly established herself as a private investigator in the Barodel, selling out her services to the highest bidder. And while she does frequent the Barodel and its inner sanctum frequently, despite constantly being told that as a private detective and a civilian, she's not allowed in there, she simply brushes off any questions with, "I have the Lord's permission." And when asked if her and Ivron knew each other personally, she would always simply say, "Competition's still ongoing." The Duchess, having gained confidence from meeting all of you and her victory at the Battle of Veilbright, would take her family's place as beloved ruler of the Undarian Duchy. And gnomes and halflings never had a better place to call home. Lord Cyril Loke happily stepped down when Ivron returned, and whenever Ivron eventually took on position as the acting Barrow Lord of the Barodels, Cyril Loke became the acting leader of the Hell Knights, but would always consult with the lords of the Silver Sanctum and the Barodel on matters military and political. And Tigar always brought his best with the two of you when you reunite. Kenny Caldwell, Waylon Mariner, and many former Children of Redside operatives joined the GSIA themselves. Kenny simply saying it's what his sister would have wanted, and Waylon Mariner having no life to go back to, and decided that this was a little more interesting. Brooke Buckler, on the other hand, returned to a life of crime. However, she would frequently visit with Griaz in the Black Swamp and share pints of bramble pelt and tell Griaz all about her latest adventures as she continues to lead her crew, no longer just smuggling in Mazai, but across the globe. As she says, she intends to hit the Barodel someday and will not consider her life complete unless she can steal something from under Ivron's nose.
She takes his pen. He gives it to her without thinking, and she just takes that as the win.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Maud and Dame would eventually live a quiet life of obscurity and rejoin the circus, where their talents as a dancer can go appreciated. Sultan Rana Faris Haidar II eventually passed on his title to his daughter, who would marry a commoner, unprecedented, and lead the Bobwin Sultanate in a prestigious rule. Empress Amelia Rosetta retook the Emelian Empire throne, but began to make some drastic changes. She decreed that undercommon were to be welcomed in the Emelian Empire's borders, that such prejudices were to be forgotten with the battle and buried with the dead. Eventually, she would sadly be declared a heretic and chased from her own lands. However, the changes she made did manage to stick despite that. And wherever she is now, she's proud of the legacy she left. No longer a legacy built on bones, but a legacy built on kindness and being open-minded. Lady Unvile would keep a close eye on Melvin Mistlequill, and eventually make the offer to teach him ancient draconic magics that had been forgotten by most in exchange for the salvation of her family. And eventually, when Melvin, after decades of research, whether it bears fruit or not, she is reunited with the family that colonialism stole from her, and she passes on all of her draconic knowledge to Melvin Mistlequill before her and her family. The Bluefield Alliance would break up with the war now over. However, all live independent and happy lives. The city-state of Augur, the bugbears of the territories of Noth, even the elves in Smythe. Although Smythe would largely be abandoned as much of their population moved to the Silver Sanctum, and Smythe now is mostly used as simply a mining town to gather material on the coast. And the adventurers and mercenaries simply went their separate ways, off to the next adventure, much like we ourselves are. With that, Graham, if you'd like to take us out.
Are you sure you guys don't have another 2 hours in you? No, I'm kidding. Hi, everybody. It has been an absolute delight. Thank you. I know it's late. But, we all wanted to be here for this. And show it off the way it deserved. If you enjoyed this, we will be back with another Friday campaign at some point. Probably in a few months. I don't remember the last time we had Friday nights off. Maybe we'll do one-shots. Who knows? We literally don't know, which is like the coolest thing ever. You can't prepare for it. So we might literally do like a wedding one-shot. Like, Israel's dress went missing, and we only have an hour before the wedding, and Gaheris can't know.
Melvin costs a locate item. Adventure solved.
Just because you know where it is. Maybe it's up in a wizard tower or something.
Don't you have to be
We're
familiar with
level
the
20.
item?
At this point,
there are
like, somebody-
ways for it to be hidden.
Yeah, non-detection.
Yeah.
or another plane. Like, we're level 20. At this point, it needs to be like, a devil incursion at the wedding. Or,
I mean, to be
Honestly,
fair,
it could be a
I think-
fae
yes.
that wants to play a trick on her because they think she's a fellow fae, but they haven't realized the whole situation yet.
we spend 1,000 years in the Feywild only to return seconds later for the wedding.
I thought I
Yeah,
told
I-
you to keep an eye on the dress.
I
Riaz
have quite a few
accidentally
one-shots planned we
resurrects
can run
us
someday.
like 600 years later because he got really lonely.
I got bored. Welcome back. It's the future. We got
Missed
time.
you
Cars
all.
now.
Just want to amend Melvin's epilogue. Now that he gets a bunch of dragon magic, because I was thinking about this. I was sitting on the balance. Eventually, he true polymorphs himself into a bronze dragon and lives out his life as a bronze dragon.
Does he
Hell
take care
yeah.
of all of our
Awesome.
dragons?
Huh?
Does he take care
Yeah,
of
he
all
hangs
of
out. He hangs
ours?
out with all your dragons.
Oh,
Yeah.
heck.
Awesome.
They make an incredible dragon flight together, and it's just top tier.
Melvin could also cast clone and make an entire dragon army out of himself.
Yeah, he does that. He does that too. But
Yeah.
I didn't want to go into all the game breaking mechanics of level 20.
Yeah.
Well, there you go, Matt. Your future is just ruled by a copper dragon empire that's all just Melvin.
Yeah, that's gonna be a campaign I run in the future. Stop
yeah.
the army of bronze dragons clones.
Well,
What
I
if
mean,
it's
they're
not
all
even an
non-lethal.
army? What if it's just like obnoxious neighbors? So they're all
Yeah.
identical, so they all have the same train of thought, and they all polymorph themselves as humans and pretend to be the same human, but they're in every town, and everyone's like, why is there always a Nurse Joy? Why is there always a Melvin?
I'll write that down.
running like-
It's a non-lethal empire.
Yeah.
Um,
I wanted to jump in when Griaz was doing his thing and be like, "Oh, don't worry, Griaz. Melvin's not going anywhere. He's a level 20 wizard. He's alive forever."
We
Don't
can all
worry.
meet at everyone
yeah,
else's funerals.
We'll all meet at Garrus' funeral. We all know who's going first.
Yeah.
Wait, no, because Ibron already said he died first.
I like to think Ivron dies first with all the stress
Alright.
you guys have caused him over the
It's
The
actually
white
3
hair
years
is-
later.
Yes.
his silver hair turns white. So you know.
That's fair. I
Not
think
just that, Gaheris has Israel, who's weird and intense, and also has freakishly told him, "You are not allowed to."
yeah, it's mostly out of fear.
Exactly.
The thing that Garrus
Fear is
can't
what's keeping him going at this point because he is truly afraid of what she's going to try and do if he does die.
See, yeah, that's Gaheris' worry, is if he dies first, what will Israel become?
I also love the idea of at Ivron's funeral, both Utaka and Griaz just crying and stealing rings off of his corpse. One last heist.
That's what he would have wanted.
Yeah, you were saying, Graham?
I was just gonna say, yeah, when Gaheris does go, he definitely meets Ivron under that willow tree, to go on their next adventure together. And, the next adventure they have, they'll probably still be brothers. And you know what? Maybe they were both gods the entire time, and they'll always have each other. But, if you liked this, you can tune in on Tuesday where we will be resuming Shards of Anarion, DM'd by yours truly, at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with 3 new cast members, a whole new story, and a lot of hijinks, no doubt. I'm actually very worried. My heart... Shards has already made me cry a lot. I don't know if I'm ready for this.
I think we're gonna have some legal trouble. I don't know.
Yeah, there'll probably be legal troubles around the bend. With your favorite dwarf...
Barbarian.
Barbarian. But you know what? If you can't make it next Tuesday, don't worry. Every other Tuesday, we have Anarian's Rest, which is also DM'd by me, featuring a whole different cast. And you know what? They're having a blast. Their party just kind of got back together on the same material plane, at least. Only one session into the campaign, in Season 2. And you know what? They have a lot of mysteries to solve, and they, well, let's say communication is not their best habit. They say, don't go anywhere, I'm on my way, and the other two go, all right, I'm ready to go, I don't want to wait here for more than an hour. Like, let's leave. So that'll be a delight, but you know what? On behalf of me and everyone else, honestly and truly, thank you. It's been an absolute delight to play this game with all these wonderful friends who literally, they are stuck with me for their life. So some of them by choice, some by, just blood. They just can't get out of it. But for those of you that don't know about this channel's origins, this channel is to document every moment that you have making fun times with friends. Because you know what? Sometimes stories do end. Sometimes campaigns end. But you know what? At least they'll all be stored on YouTube, where you can watch them, we can rewatch them, and your kids can rewatch them. And they'll say, wow, Mom, wow, Dad, you're a nerd. And they probably won't appreciate it until they're older, when they're playing D&D 7th edition. But for now, stay happy, stay healthy, and we'll see you soon. So take care of yourselves, and goodbye for now. Sending love from all over the world. This is the Goldshine Investigations, reporting out.